Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with
Shannon, RJ, and Chop
on 105.3 The Fan.
Well done, Payton Russell. Good morning, Metroplex. So we're going with that. Shan,
so.
Where did you get that hat?
Tolo sent it to me.
oh no.
It wasn't Ben DiNucci.
No, Tolo bought it for me on. I guess I was on Black Friday. They had a deal.
What's this Tolo's name?
Adam. He goes by at Spieth Island on Twitter.
Okay, so
And,
golf fan.
Golf fan.
Only sending one hat over.
Sent one hat over. If he had sent two, I'd have given the other one to Sarah. I'm just kidding.
Probably. Yeah.
No, we share hats. We share hats in that household.
You share hats.
We share hats. So
Okay.
She would have worn this one whenever she wants. But no, I'd give it to you if he brought me a second one.
Man, okay. I am from here on out. No more Ben DiNucci's name not mentioned on this show. He's gotten enough free advertising. He was supposed to come in studio.
Yeah, he was.
I think he went on KMC. They said he was an excellent guest. Out. Put that hat on backwards. Put that hat on backwards.
With these lights?
With these lights, you would be absolutely blinded. Good to be back. Thank you, Pat McAfee, for renaming the show. If you ever need medical advice, go to Ralph James Choppy for two things. Pink eye, he's got the pink eye drops right in his backpack, or diarrhea. Because I discovered the greatness of Imodium thanks to you. I had not taken it before. I usually don't get these types of issues. This one was all-time bad, so I went from a leaky faucet to cork in the bottle.
You won't go for a week.
Good Lord.
You won't go for a week, my friend.
Stuffed up.
Yeah.
Stuffed up.
Yeah, I do not envy. I do not envy the next couple days. You said you've lost 12 pounds in 3 days. You're going to put them back on.
Yeah.
You're going to put them back on here in the next couple days.
Because it's not
going. It's got nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
I'd rather be like this.
I would just drink water for the next couple days. It's the only hope.
I'm going to try this coffee.
It's not going to work.
Well, I think I need it.
Yeah, but it's not going to work. Yeah, I would try it. But it's not going
to get me energized.
Oh, it'll get you energized. But it's not going to work to get you moving down there.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. I just need it for the caffeine. Loaded show this morning. Payton just told me the Cowboys tickets that we are giving away are in the suite. Mm-hmm. The place that we are banned for stories we don't need to go back into, maybe involving me years and years ago on a broken, shattered glass table for my New York Giant friends. But that's happening in the 7 o'clock Expressway hour. We're giving away four tickets in the suite for Cowboys Texans. That's in the 7 o'clock hour. And then the 3 straight guests, Babe Laufenberg, 8:40, Michael Irvin, 9, and Jason Witten at 9:20. Go Vols and go high school football for Witt.
Yep, I think he's at Liberty Christian School in Argyle.
I think he just won like Coach of the Year.
Yeah, they had a really, really good season. But yeah, of course, go Vols, man. And we've had Witt on before.
Yes.
At the Super Bowl, we've had him on. We've had him on as a guest, maybe once or twice. Beyond that, as a on the phone. But it's always good to talk to Jason Witten,
Little Tennessee
Hall of Famer.
Little Tennessee volunteer love. He's going, "What up, Chuck?
Yo,
what up, Chuck?
What up, Chuck?
What up, Chuck?
Yo.
You were out at the Star yesterday for Cowboys practice, meeting some of the Tolo clients. What'd you gather out there?
There wasn't. We didn't get near the players. We were in kind of a.
Bobby wanted to see the bro hug moment between you and McAfee.
Yeah, it didn't happen. Because I didn't have a credential. Right? I was had a little visitor's badge, so I couldn't even get into the area where they were doing the press conference.
Where are they doing the press conference while you were there?
We walked in and I saw Fish there. All right, and so he was there. He was the first one there, surprisingly enough. See Brad Sham, see Babe, see Bobby, see a bunch of the other writers and such. And then we start to mingle with the clients. And then you see McCarthy walk into because it's an open room. It's like there's a glass door there. So I saw him, but I don't think he saw me.
Okay, so tomorrow make a note of, Coach, you didn't say hi.
Yeah.
I went out to practice. Because if you would have gone into the presser, I think there's a decent chance that would have been a ball-busting moment of,
oh, look who's here.
Nice to finally see it. Week 14. Week 14. So I think he'll do that ball busting tomorrow morning at 7:15 when he joins us.
I think maybe he will. Yeah. We'll see.
So Choppy out there at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. How about talking to people? How about gathering up any information? Anything that you can possibly share or float out there? A little Odell hype. Bobby is going to come in here at 6 and tell us the locker room. We've reached a Dak contract level, a Zeke legal level moment of annoyance with this. I think we're all over it. You run out of angles, you run out of topics, you run out of ifs, you run out of this, you run out of that, and it sounds like the Cowboys locker room finally ran out of it yesterday.
I think they did. I did talk to somebody out there that may or may not have said that it's like 8 weeks before this guy's ready to play. And, I just don't see how that makes it viable. I mean, that's February. We're 8 weeks away from February. Is it February or February?
Is it Sean or Shan?
Bobby doesn't have a trained ear, I guess. He can't hear that.
I'll settle it. 6:40. We'll use McAfee to help settle it as he mentioned us again yesterday on his show.
Right. But if he's not gonna be ready in December or January, see ya.
Yeah.
I'd rather just draft somebody.
So as Kevin Gray tweeted, all this was a big fat waste of time?
Well, yeah, it kind of was. I mean,
or can we really blame the Cowboys? You can't really blame them, right, until you actually see the medicals, get him in your building, and being cynical towards Jerry Jones and what many fans feel like he cares about the most. Jerry got weeks and weeks worth of storylines and headlines owning the news cycle out of it. So at the very least, he got that, right?
He got that, and that's, for what it's worth. He's in the news every day for what it's worth. But, and I applaud them. If his medicals are bad, don't just rush to it. And that's the other thing. Why does he doesn't have to sign today. If they wanted to sign him, at the last possible minute, they probably could.
Well, people are saying, don't you want to get him in the building? Don't you want to get him familiar with your playbook?
I would think so.
Keyshawn Johnson was saying if you sign him, he's not going to know the play calls. You're just going to tell him in the huddle, hey, you run the out. Hey, you run the go. Hey, you run the curl. You run the slant right here. You want to get him in and familiarize as soon as possible. That's why some reporters raised an eyebrow when Jerry came on with us and said there's no timeline. We don't have a timeline for this. And they're like, huh? But yesterday, didn't feel like there was as much Beckham hype.
Yeah, no, it didn't. And I think that everything is kind of souring. Everybody's either souring on this or just really coming to an idea that, like, this is not going to happen. This is not going to happen.
Von Miller's not going to happen for the rest of the year in Buffalo. He is out for the season.
Yep.
Wonder if that has any impact if the BFFs wanted to play together badly.
I would think it does have an impact. I mean, look, if he's best friends with him and he wants to play with him and he's not going to play, then that has a massive impact. And, how does it? This is not going to impact Von Miller for next year, right? He'll play next year, but he is getting up there in age.
Look, it feels like, and he has 8 sacks, I believe, still to lead the Buffalo Bills. That's another conversation, revisionist history on whether the Cowboys should have made the Von signing. Look, it feels like the big loser here is Odell Beckham. He gambled. This is just a theory. He gambled on his name and his hype that a team was going to be so in love and so desperate they would sign him despite the obvious problem, and he lost. And Buffalo didn't sign him. The Giants haven't signed him. The Cowboys didn't even make an offer. And he just bet, I'm Odell Beckham. I don't have to work out for you. I have other leverage. I have other teams. And right now, as of now, it looks like he's going to lose that battle.
It does look like
that gamble.
He's going to lose that gamble. And look, I mean, they haven't even made an offer. So, like, what does that tell you? It tells you either they're not happy, they don't want him. Not happy with the medicals, or they don't want him. So, I mean, we are a long way away. This is not going to happen anytime soon.
Odell yesterday tweeted out a chess piece. I wonder what piece he is right now on the chessboard for those who are experts. Payton?
It's a pawn. The low level, not high class up. They're not a queen, not a king.
Not a queen, not
just
a king.
pawn.
Not even a bishop.
No.
Not a
bishop,
rook.
Not a rook.
No.
That's a pawn. Mm-hmm. Oh, how fitting.
I think there's 10 on each side. 20 on each side, maybe 15. I don't know.
Wait, you
a pawn?
What?
There's because there's
You're telling me in
rows
your
of
house,
pawns.
in your estate, in your parents' estate in Rockwall, y'all don't have one of those big chessboards out in the backyard?
No, we're card people. We have card games.
I believe there's 10. There's 10 on each side.
But there's 2 rows of each. There's
right,
two
but there's
rows
only 10 pawns.
Is it Siri?
Yeah, so you got.
I'm gonna ask Siri here in a second.
A bishop, a knight.
How many pieces on a chessboard?
There's 40 total on a chessboard, 10 pawns on each.
Okay.
Right.
Truckwreck.com text line probably has the answer coming up here soon. Apparently, I don't know how to work my own phone. 877-881-1053. You can tell the intellectual level of this show right here on Sean and RJ. Is it coming in on the number?
Peyton's on a high delay here.
Where are you at, Kasparov? Go ahead and hit us up on the Truckwreck.com text line. Bobby Fischer.
The old goalie.
Mike Fisher would probably go ahead and send it in since he's the smartest one around here. All right, we got baseball deals continuing to flood in. Aaron Judge is staying in New York. Other teams in the American League are not happy with their ownership. We have Cowboys sweet tickets to give away today, plus Babe Laufenberg, Michael Irvin, and Jason Witten in order, and the Texans are making a quarterback change for the Cowboys. It's all coming up Thursday edition of who? I got him. Caught him sleeping right there.
Oh, man.
I was looking at the chessboard, dang it.
Thursday edition.
Shannon, RJ, and Chop.
Is coming up on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Back Nation.
This is Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I believe the Jacob deGrom presser is tomorrow. So we're going to hear from Jacob deGrom on whether he wanted to actually leave New York or not, as there was a report yesterday from a former teammate saying he wanted to stay in the Big Apple.
Yeah, Mark Canha said that he had, as early as mid-November, he had said that he wanted to stay with the Mets. But that something changed over the last 3-4 weeks. Maybe it was $185 million. I don't know.
Wait, let me correct that. It's today at 1. So today at 1, it's going to be the Jacob deGrom press conference heard here on the Fan.
Knowing Jake's recent history, he'll probably get hurt at noon, not be able to make it. But
what ratio of slander to support have you received for?
Oh, it was expectedly 80%, 90% slander.
I've had people text me saying, "What the hell is Chop thinking? Well, what is he talking about?"
Because I watch the sport. I mean, it's just I follow the sport.
That's what I say.
He watches more seam ball than you.
Yeah, I just follow the sport. The guys, look.
I put up a poll question for the Tolos on how they feel about it. Almost 2,000 votes. The options were love it, hate it, excited but not smart. I would have voted in the excited but not smart. I'm supporting RJ Choppy in his argument with the overall thinking.
That's what I voted too, by the way. Excited but not smart.
Excited but not smart. 51% leading the way voted love it, needed a true ace. 12% hate it, it's old, hurt, too much money. And 37% excited but not smart. So that was clearly in second place.
Yeah, and I'm fine like being in the 65-35 or the 35-65 category. Because that's, I do think that, unless you have complete goggle blinders on, like you understand that the guy's been hurt. Now, you could say he's been healthy 8 of his 10 years. Yeah, it's true, but the most recent years he hasn't been. Like if he has been hurt 8 of his 10 years and the 2 years he was hurt were 9 and 10 years ago, I wouldn't worry about those injuries at all.
I'm just more, I have a bigger problem with the timing of the plan. Like, I've been searching around for a new house, right?
Ugh.
Going to Plano, going to Gavin Dawson's hood, Sunnyvale. Man, you give on Sunnyvale.
Oh, it's just, you see, I am
schools, awesome schools. Private area out there.
That's they tell me. They tell me.
Have you ever been out there?
I have, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I have to, the Platinum Ford is in Forney, so it's not far.
Yeah.
Not far from there.
Like,
I've always been like give me something between Fort Worth and Dallas.
My point is, we need like some new furniture in our house, right?
Yeah.
Like, definitely need a new couch, need a new bed, need some new TVs, need like these upgrades. I don't want to get it like right now in this home. I want to get the new house and then get it all in that home. So
you don't want to have to move it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
like,
I just want to feel like fresh. Like it makes sense with the overall plan.
Gotcha.
Brand new home. Let's get the furniture and all the different upgrades. I don't know. It's just a thought process thing with me. So with the Rangers, it's like, where are you? Like you're really far away. You're 18 games back in your own division. You're really far away. This is a 34-year-old finishing piece, but we've talked about that stuff. deGrom is going to talk today at 1 o'clock. Yeah. Now maybe they're not done.
Look, if they get Carlos, then let's just say Jake deGrom is worth. Let's just say he's worth 6. Let's say he's worth like 6 wins. All right, now you're down to 12. Let's say you get Carlos in here. Now he's worth 4 wins. All right, let's just say that's what it is. Now you're down to 8. Then you add another bat. And then now you're down to 6. And all of a sudden you keep creeping up a little bit, and you add a couple of bullpen pieces, and now you're down to 4.
Meanwhile, Aaron Judge got his money, $40 million a year from the New York Yankees. Xander Bogaerts leaves. The longtime shortstop from the Red Sox goes to San Diego. So A.J. Preller continuing to spend with the Padres. And the Red Sox fans, despite making another signing yesterday, they're not happy with their ownership. So these are some of the deals that took place yesterday.
Yeah, look, the Red Sox fans may not be happy, but Xander Bogaerts just signed an 11-year deal. He's entering his age 30 season. That's high. Like the Padres, and be fair, the Yankees are going to regret the back end of Judge's deal.
Yeah.
The Rangers might regret the back end of Jake deGrom's deal. They might. You never know. He'll be 39 when that thing's over. Aaron Judge will be 39. Tom Verducci said this. In the history of Major League Baseball, there have been 54 players who weigh 270 pounds or more. Aaron Judge weighs 282. Of those 54 players, how many have hit home runs over the age of 37?
Out of how many? 54?
54.
How many have hit home runs?
How many of those 54 players who were 270 pounds or above have hit home runs over the age of 37?
8.
10.
1.
Ooh.
Bartolo Colon.
Oh, because
Okay. So, like, they're going to regret the back end of that deal. They're in a different position than we are, right? They're in a win now mode, and they'll take and they have the money to take the back end of that, and they'll be okay. Well, that sounded really bad. The Padres, they're in a win now mode, and they'll be like, all right, the back end of that. And AJ Preller knows if I don't win this title, that's somebody else's problem anyway.
And the Red Sox did go and sign this outfielder, Masataka Yoshida, 5 years, $90 million. So they did spend a little bit. How about this Atlanta Hawks? A lot of things happening in Atlanta with the Hawks, right? They had their play-by-play announcer have
Bob
that
Rathburn.
terrifying stroke right there, live on air. That was a humongous social media debate, whether that should be taken down, whether that was something that was way too disturbing. It was really, really disturbing, right next to Dominique Wilkins. And then Trae Young is fighting with Nate McMillan, deciding not to show up to a game because he decided he was going to do shoulder rehab, and McMillan and him got into it. Well, how about this freaking reporter? How about this tough guy who showed up and decided to press Trae on all the Atlanta drama?
But what's public was that you not at the game. So why weren't you there?
Man, it sounded like you was at me, bro.
I'm curious. I mean, you're leader of this team.
Yeah.
You know?
My job and my goal is to win a championship, and that's all I focus on.
But you can see the perception, though, Trae. You are a leader of this team, and when you're not there to support your guys.
When you're an outside guy like you are, and you don't understand in a private matter, in a private situation, you should probably stay on the outside.
Again, I respect what you're saying about the private of the locker room, the private of the practice court. We're not here. I guess it's just a public thing of you not going to support your teammates when you're healthy about not going on the bench. So where's the disconnect there?
If I was healthy, I would have been playing.
But, I mean, John was in a boot, and he was still at the game.
Yeah, but you don't know the full story. Again, no, I don't want to.
So that's just, there's more to it. If you being healthy and just, I mean.
A private matter needs to stay private.
What is this, a congressional hearing? Dude. Who is this? I'm trying to search out this reporter on social media. Man,
it sounds
why
like
weren't you there?
Yeah, it sounds like one of two things. It's like a young kid trying to like make his mark, or this guy just got moved out of the sports beat from the White House press corps because that's how the White House press corps would go after. Well, at least some candidates. They protect others. And they go for some political party, whatever.
Despite 2 of 14 from Jalen Brunson, the Knicks beat down Trae Young's Hawks. Trae did play, scoring 19. The Hawks lose 113-89. So that is the drama happening in the ATL. Whew. There are many people saying, former players, Odell Beckham, he shouldn't sign with the Cowboys. They did him dirty. Did the Cowboys do Odell dirty? And Bobby Belt says the locker room, they may be sick and tired of this entire topic. Inside the Star on the home of America's team, we have 4 tickets to give away in the suite for Sunday for you being a Tolo. We got Babe Laufenberg, Michael Irvin, and Jason Witten on a Stacked Thursday edition. Just getting started with Sean and RJ.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Entire squad back together again. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Payton and Ryan in the back here on DFW Sports Station. And RJ, the Texans are making a quarterback change for Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Has the line been affected? They're going back to Davis Mills. Benched him a few weeks ago. I heard some Davis Mills hype in the offseason from a decent amount of people saying, wait, don't have them drafting their next quarterback with the number 1 pick. Davis Mills, I think he's got something. Well, they benched him a few weeks ago. He completed 62% of his passes, 11 touchdowns, 11 picks in the first 10 games of the year. They went to the former Aggie Kyle Allen the last 2 weeks. He was not good, so now they're coming back to Davis for the Cowboys on Sunday, and this thing has stayed in the 16.5-point range for the point spread.
Yeah, I don't think Davis Mills moved the line very much. He may move it 1 point in either direction. You never know. I mean, shoot, there was a time, at the end of it, Cooper Rush wasn't, his line was only moving about 4 from Dak, where it should have been 6 to 7. At least it started out at 6 to 7, and then it settled in around 4-ish late. But yeah, Davis Mills ain't moving that line. I can't imagine.
Bobby, was there ever any justified optimism about the future of Davis Mills in Houston?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't a bad prospect coming out. As a 3rd-round quarterback, if you say that quarterback's worth a 3rd-round pick, then that's not a bad player to take a shot on. Kirk Cousins obviously was a 4th. Dak was a 4th. That's a decent player with decent upside.
3rd rounder from Stanford.
Yep, and there was some talk that people thought he should go in the 2nd round. I was talking to Broadus last night. We were recording, and he was saying that he still actually likes Davis Mills. After watching him, he thinks that he's a decent player, and he thinks he's a lot better than Kyle Allen. So,
well, that's a lock to take the Cowboys in the points. Then if Broadus likes a quarterback, then you may as well go all in on the Cowboys with the points. I'm joking. I think that's too many points.
If he likes a quarterback and he hates an offensive tackle, the quarterback will be bad and the tackle will be great.
Oh, you're saying he can't evaluate tackles either?
No, his own joke all the time is if he says an offensive tackle is not strong enough, they'll make the Pro Bowl eventually in their career. Because he said Terrence Steele's the latest one to get him like that. Not strong enough. And then he's like, well, now he comes out here and plays his ass off.
All right.
So he's a big bench press guy.
I guess so.
He looks at the bench press.
Yeah.
All right. He's weak.
He wants the big burly, let's move boulders type of guys.
So Micah Parsons was asked by reporters, can you share any talks you had with Odell sitting sideline at the Mavs game? Were y'all socializing before and after? And here's Micah with the timeline he was told by OBJ when he would be able to get on the field.
He told me 5 weeks. He said 5 weeks. So, I mean, only a person, I believe, no trainer, no doctor, no anybody in the league can tell a player how he feels. It's your body, and that's just for anything. Whether any part of your body hurt, no one could tell you how your body's going to feel except for you. So if that's what he said, I always believe it, or any other player, if they push you to play, say, no, my body hurts, I can't go. And you have to respect that.
Reporters putting it out there yesterday, the Cowboys made no offer to Beckham during the visit. They obviously have all these medical questions. Jerry was stopped in the hallways yesterday. Choppy and Bobby were out at practice, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Jerry said, we're still working on it. Declined to elaborate on health, calling it sensitive. Bobby, you get the feeling inside the locker room? Well, you know what? I think Tank Lawrence is going to speak for all of us. Players, media, fans, when he was asked about all this drama.
No, it's fair to say that I'm trying to reach a Super Bowl. So if he can come and help us do that, or, yes, I accept him. But, if we're going to just do the circus, no, I don't, I'm focused on this year, this team, what we have in this locker room right now, and on the journey that we're going.
They're all tired of it. That, like, I mean, they like him here, and I think there's probably a tinge of disappointment too, that they're all frustrated yesterday because they know where he's at, and it's like, ah, crap. Okay, he's not going to be able to help us right away. But I mean, we played the audio yesterday while you're out. CeeDee Lamb on SportsCenter was asked about. Sage Steele was like, "Hey, I got to ask you about Odell Beckham Jr., right?" And he said, "You don't have to, but we can." And then Zeke yesterday gets asked, are you just ready to be done with the Odell Beckham questions? It's like, I don't care what y'all ask me. You can ask whatever. But I mean, it's just there's a general fatigue of just like, there's nothing left to say.
Yep.
It was disappointing finding out he's probably not going to be ready for a while, and we're just done with it.
Did the Cowboys do Odell dirty publicly? There are analysts, there are former players, T.O. You have Mike Florio took the Cowboys to task yesterday on ProFootballTalk.com saying Odell Beckham, the general thought is from many now, Odell shouldn't sign here even if it's next year because the Cowboys put his business out there. We didn't get these leaks out of Buffalo. We didn't get these leaks out of New York, and they did him dirty, RJ, by putting his medical business out there publicly because it definitely came from them. Dirty?
Dirty. No, I don't think it's dirty. I don't think they did it in a like.
I'll be Odell. Like, what? Why'd y'all? How'd it get out? This doesn't help me. It makes me look worse. It's not going to get me signed this year. It obviously came from you all. So why would I look favorably upon that?
I guess I would respond if I was somebody else. I'd be like, were you trying to deceive all the teams thinking that you could play this year? Am I supposed to help you just bilk people out of money? Am I supposed to help you out there?
And
that's what he's doing.
And you're going to have to give some type of explanation for why he's not signed, right? What else are you going to say? Like when your fan base and your players are lining up at your office door, Steven, Zach, Jerry, it's Micah. Hey, why isn't this done yet? Bobby, what's your... Go ahead, Chop.
Look, I mean, is it the Cowboys' job? No, but they should not. Nobody should purposely try to lower somebody's value. Look, I would imagine it's against the CBA anyway. There's probably some kind of collusion or whatever involved with that. But, someone's going to ask you why you didn't sign him, and you say, look, we didn't feel his medicals were right.
Florio's got to go into it legally. And he said a source told him the Cowboys' decision to leak this was, quote, astounding. Even a suggestion that Odell, who just sued Nike for breach of contract, should sue the Cowboys for violating his medical privacy rights. Quote, how could he even consider signing there now? From Florio's source. Bobby?
It's a wonder why Florio never gets good information out of the Cowboys with articles like this guy should sue the Cowboys. The thing is, how would this hurt Odell Beckham's value? Any team that looks at him is going to see the medicals the same way. So this is literally just putting information out through channels to let your fan base know that's very disappointed and wants to hold you accountable. So it doesn't hurt Odell Beckham. It just lets fans know Odell's not ready. So if Odell's worried about fan perception, I guess he'd be annoyed with this. But any team who checks him out is going to see the same medicals the Cowboys did, and they're going to go, he's not ready.
I would let me devil's advocate here. What if the Cowboys are just saying this to the fans to appease the fans when they didn't want to go money-wise where he is, and he's ready to play in 5 weeks? Or 3 weeks.
No, I don't think that they... I think that's the reports you've seen. That's the reports the Cowboys have kind of put out through... Like, the Worders report yesterday said mid-January. And that's mid-January is 5 weeks from now.
Was this on local radio?
This was local Twitter. And he put it out there.
What a douche nozzle.
I like it. He put it out there and said mid-January. That's 5 weeks. That's what Micah says. That seems to be what Jerry inferred when he talked to us the other day. He's like, well, when's available? Available could mean, a snap. It could mean the Super Bowl. So I think everybody's being pretty consistent here about the same timeline. It's just the optimistic twist you put on that timeline.
Here's T.O. Something feels like it turned T.O. on us. He always had it out for Garrett, but it feels like he's kind of been turning on the star a little bit as of late.
Baltimore, I think it's a good fit for him. As far as the teams that everybody keeps throwing out there, the Dallas Cowboys, the New York Giants, if he goes to either one of those teams, it's going to be short-lived. It's going to be a short-lived, season. He's going to go there for one check or two. You know what I mean? Then you're going to be watching the playoffs. Go to a team again with obviously a good quarterback.
That was from the game in San Francisco. So that was a playoff, maybe Dak shot.
That was a Dak shot for sure.
Go to a team with a good quarterback. Meanwhile, he's talking to a team that's got Brock Purdy. He was talking to a city with Brock Purdy.
And he's talking about another team where the quarterback is hurt and may or may not be able to throw in the postseason.
Can't throw healthy or not, so it doesn't matter.
So that's T.O. and others being like, oh, you want to smear me? You want to put out the medical reports? Screw that.
I think T.O., his little bit of negative energy towards the star comes specifically from... I think he said this before in a couple different interviews. He felt like Jerry lied to him on his way out. Like he thought he got lied to on his release. And so that's why he still holds a grudge. So he's got a Jerry problem these days.
All right. Meanwhile, Florio last year floated the Rams and Odell ended up there. Yesterday, Choppy, he put out filthy. He says, as this year's OBJ free agent sputters, I'll say this, watch the Eagles.
That made me raise an eyebrow. We haven't heard the Eagles.
Nothing makes me raise an eyebrow because it's 98% in my mind he's not playing at all.
Right.
So you can watch the Eagles for next year. This is now a next year thing. This has all been exposed.
Right. And I think it'd be a mistake to go to him for next year. Like to me, like I shouldn't say a mistake, but if he's not playing this year, why would I not just draft a wide receiver?
But Bobby, before we get to any of that in the future, your confidence meter has now plummeted, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we all said it was going to be based off of the medicals. The only thing that saves it now, if Jerry is not involved, if Jerry was not involved in this decision-making process, I don't think there's a day 2 of the visit. They see the medicals and they go, we're going to pass.
Right.
I think that's what it's at. I think Jerry being involved and having an affinity for this players is where it's at. And I think it's interesting. It doesn't make you raise an eyebrow with Philly, but if they get him signed, and it is a 5-week process, and he has 5 weeks to learn the playbook and everything else, it's not going to raise an eyebrow if, let's say, Dallas is the only wild card team to win, the only road team to win in the wild card, and then you're rolling into Philly, and Kelvin Joseph is going to cover Odell Beckham Jr. in his return. You're not a little worried then?
If it's 5 weeks, that's Odell's timeline to Micah.
It sounded like it was...
Everyone else is saying 8.
Yeah,
I think we've heard 8 once. There is a reasonable. I think it's a window. I think there are people saying he could be back in 5. It could be as long as 8.
Have we ever had this much damn hype about a guy who could come back unsigned for 2 games or 3 games ever? I can't remember it. This is like completely out of control.
I mean, Deion didn't sign with Dallas till week 10, or didn't start playing until week 10 in '95.
Yeah, but he was also in the middle of a baseball season, so
right?
It's not like he was doing nothing.
No, I know, but I'm just saying in terms of like you weren't getting him for most of the season, and that discussion was going on opening night.
Yeah.
Like it was 10 weeks of hype until he got here. I do think it's funny, by the way, just back to Florio, where I'm just saying, hold on, he throws out there.
You can't go after Florio nonstop and defend Ed Werder.
I'm not. Here's what I'm just gonna say is that I don't like the smarmy. Remember last year we told you the Rams.
Yes.
It's like, okay, well then I'm going to pull out all the other times you told us look out for things that never happened.
I definitely acknowledge Mike is self-important and very whiny and very, there's other words I could throw out there that would set off political text messages. I don't know what it is. I draw the whiny ones that people hate with Orlovsky and Florio, but Mike's been good to us. But I get it, okay? I understand. Hey, at least he says the name of the station, unlike Rappaport. Rappaport does the Werder stuff, too.
Rappaport said the station the other day.
What, because he was on?
Oh, wait, I forgot. I forgot. I need to tell you guys about that during the break.
Oh, what a tease.
No, I just, a tease for the commercial break.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Meanwhile, Zeke was like, what do y'all want from me? They asked him, hey, man, why didn't you go to the Mavs game with Odell?
Well, I'm supposed to go to every game, every concert now. What I can't rest. What I can't take it.
Judge, you didn't want to go all the way to Arlington.
So I can't chill out at the crib. Like if I was out all the time, then y'all be on my
for that. So which one y'all want?
So there, Zeke or Steven's laugh. You got to have it on loop.
Zeke's laugh all day. Steven's laugh is more like the.
So there's the further maturation of Zeke Elliott saying, "Hey,
now that's just proof that you're getting old. When you decide that you would rather stay home than go out and fight traffic." That's it to me. It's the traffic issue. It's not going somewhere. I don't wait at stop. Like if the stoplight if I see the stoplight by my house, it's got more than 2 runs through it, I turn around and go home. I don't wait at stoplights.
27-year-old running backs are old.
They are.
So that makes sense.
They are.
Live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch and YouTube, we have a sweet ticket giveaway. Cowboys 4-pack. For Sunday against the Texans in the 7 o'clock hour, 8 o'clock hour, Babe Laufenberg, 9 o'clock hour, Michael Irvin, followed by the future Hall of Famer, Jason Witten. Jimmy Garoppolo is back to being gone for the rest of the postseason. Von Miller is out for the year, and Tom Brady and Sean Payton flirting with each other again. Around the rest of the NFL for the 6 a.m. club next.
Well, let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters, and these.
And segment here brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss. That's soda.
Sean and RJ here on the home of the Rangers, the commercial break take. I'm leaking over like I've been the past 48 hours on air. Bobby Belt in studio. We got Payton and Ryan in the back. So this story coming in, the punt god, Matt Araiza, no charges filed. Reset this story, Choppy, which got him cut real quick with the Buffalo Bills.
All right, so back in August, on August 27th, he was released. About a couple of days earlier, like on the 24th, he appeared in a civil suit along with two other teammates at San Diego State. And the other teammates were Xavier Leonard and Nolan Iwaliko, resulting in accusations of a sexual assault against a 17-year-old girl. And he was released by the Bills a couple of days later.
Gang rape story.
There you go. He was, yesterday, they said that he will not face charges on this one. And he was released. He's 22. He says now he's eager to get back into football. But he did say that, in quote, I'm grateful that the DA of San Diego discovered all the facts about no criminal wrongdoing. I'm excited to continue my NFL career. And, this is now it's a situation of now what? Should the Bills did they act too hastily? Should they have put him on the commissioner's exempt list?
And can someone go out and just get him today?
Could they, Bobby? Or does he fall under waivers because he was a rookie?
No, you should be able to go get him. I think the bigger issue for the Bills at the time, not the bigger issue, but one of the big factors for the Bills at the time was you didn't tell us. Like this was something that he knew he was accused of, and that was part of the release too, was just we weren't even informed that you were involved in this or that this was hanging over your head. All right, we can't trust you, you're out.
Yeah. Now look, I think, it's obviously different if this is more of a local story for us where we're really diving into the details of the case and we're like, yeah, he was found innocent, but all the evidence. The Bills know that. The National Football League knows that. But, on the surface, it's aren't you just supposed to hang on to him until yesterday to see if he's innocent or guilty if you have a 50-50 question, unless you are just so ticked off that he lied to you or you felt the public pressure to go ahead and release him based upon accusations. I don't know the case that well.
I don't. If they felt that he lied to them, that's you can't lie. You can't lie to your boss. That's a fireable offense. I get it.
Or suspendable.
It's more suspendable.
We caught a one day. That one I'll defend.
That wasn't a lie.
That
wasn't a lie. We were protecting somebody else.
Yeah, it was a lie.
We weren't snitches. Okay.
We weren't snitches. Yeah,
that's an honorable thing.
We lied over snitching.
Yes. And I will stand by that all day.
I will too.
Now this may be
we had other snitches and snakes involved in that story, but next commercial.
Yes, defendant Choppy here, not defendant, but defense attorney Choppy. If I did nothing wrong, did I lie?
Here's the thing. The question is, when you say, shouldn't you hold on? Shouldn't you, what position do you play?
Yeah.
You're a punter and you lie to me?
But you're the punt god.
You're the punt god, though.
You're the punt god who went third in the draft, by the way. I had talked to some people. Apparently the whole reason...
The third punter?
He was the third punter picked. And a lot of people apparently looked at it as, when you talk to special teams coaches and stuff in the NFL, they went, he's got a leg. He has no clue how to use it. There's no directional punting. He doesn't have touch. He can kick it 80 yards. That's great. But, you can't get him to put in there. So, if you're a punter in Buffalo... you move on. If you're a corner in Dallas, you hold on for a little bit.
All right. So we're going from Jimmy Garoppolo out for the season to maybe being back for the playoffs and then probably being out again, according to Kyle Shanahan.
It's not a list frank. They don't have to do surgery on it. Still going to be a big recovery, but much less than what we anticipated, which is awesome news for him in the offseason. He'll be good to go right away, so it won't be like last year. I mean, there's that way outside chance, late in the playoffs or something like that, but I'm not really real optimistic about that, but they didn't rule it out.
Way outside chance. So probably no Jimmy G for the rest of this year. Meanwhile, they are sweating Brock Purdy's NUTS nuts in San Francisco. I was like, what's the purpose of spelling it? Might as well say it.
Good God. That's so aggressive.
Here are the quote. Like, literally, they're sweating his nuts. Here are the quotes that Bobby gathered up. Kyle, he's got some balls over there. Forgive me for saying it that way. Debo, he definitely has balls. It takes nuts to call a timeout without Kyle calling it. And then they're referring to him as, this one I can't say, Big C. Brock in the 49ers.
Oh, really?
Locker room.
That's a good nickname.
So they're loving his moxie.
Big Clock?
Yes.
Like Big Ben?
Yes.
Is that what that is?
Absolutely. I like that name. That's a T-shirt.
Reset the power rankings that y'all had yesterday when I was out. I'm curious to see 1 through 5 or 5 through 1.
All right. So Payton was in here doing his, so he
So all I have to do is go up and down the standings exactly by record.
Absolutely.
That's not true. Because read them off. Read them off.
Read the names.
Payton had Buffalo, Philly.
Whoa. Buffalo won.
Philly, Kansas City, Cowboys, Cincy.
Okay.
Bobby had Kansas City, Buffalo, Philly, San Fran, Cowboys. I don't know how you show your face in that locker room. And I had Kansas City, Buffalo, Cowboys, Philly, Cincy.
Wow.
Miami from 2 to out.
That is a dramatic.
And San Francisco doesn't move into your top 5 at all.
Well, they lost their quarterback. I do take that into
And
account.
they beat your number 2 team. So were you painfully wrong about number 2 then?
No.
Or is San Francisco so good they can overcome quarterback?
I don't know how Miami could go from 2 to out. That's a hell of a drop.
Either Miami's got to go all the way out or San Francisco's got to come in.
Or he has such a lack of respect for Brock Purdy that you lose to Brock Purdy, you deserve to get bumped out.
Well, look, San Francisco would not move up. You cannot lose your quarterback and then move up. I don't care if you win the game or not. I need to see them win. I need to have him see. I need to see him have more than a good half. I'm just gonna need to see it. I'm sorry. Like you were picked last in the draft for a reason. And in terms of Miami, they just got beat. You went for me, and Cincinnati earned the right to be in there.
That wasn't my reaction.
But Kansas City just got beaten. You didn't drop because
Kansas
them.
City has Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, but
Kansas City.
It seems a little inconsistent.
No, it's not inconsistent. Just like you couldn't hear Sean, you also can't hear logic.
You guys committed. I mean, the disrespect towards the Eagles is a little homerish on this show.
Where?
They're not even anyone's number 2.
They're Peyton's number 2.
Okay. Besides Payton,
they're Bobby's 3.
Bobby's 3, and you have the Cowboys better. I thought you felt like Philadelphia was still the best in the East.
Well, they're going to win the East.
You have the Eagles at 4?
I have the Eagles at 4. The Cowboys, the Eagles are going to win the East, but I think the Cowboys down the stretch. If you were to tell me right now who's going to have a better record between now and the end of the regular season, I would say the Cowboys have a better record.
And then you only have the Bills and KC above Philly?
Yeah, they're top team in the NFC for me right now.
Okay. That's not too bad. My bad on that, except for choppy criticism. 877-881-1053. All right, Sean Payton and Tom Brady flirting with
Sean? How do you pronounce that?
We'll get to that at 6:40.
Okay, right.
Pat McAfee set the record straight yesterday again on his show. But seeing Payton and Tom Brady flirting with each other on that Weasels podcast, Jim Gray, somehow. I don't know how, but that's another side topic. But they're sitting there saying, you never know what can happen. Sean Payton said Tom may not be going into broadcasting with that Fox deal very soon. So there's some flirtation there with Tommy Boy and Sean Payton again after they helped get the Miami Dolphins fined.
Yeah, will they be a package deal this offseason?
The way you were phrasing it last night was making it seem like Sean Payton's taking the big gamble that a fan base and an organization will be taking the big gamble having to take and accept Tom along with Sean.
Yeah, I know, like Tom, is
Sean Payton the more sure thing of the two in the package deal? That's the way I felt you were phrasing it.
Well, I mean, over 5 years, I think he would be. Now, maybe not in year one, right?
Let's make it a tough question. Like
year one.
For 1 year, like, is Tom Brady done? That's what this is all boiling down to.
Yeah, like your package. Is the package of Tom and Payton better than what you have right now? So, like, if you're like Miami was the last place that he was there. So would you rather have next year Tom and Sean Payton or Tua and Mike McDaniel for next year?
Which package do you want, Sean?
Brock Purdy's.
For next year, do you want Tom and Sean Payton or Dak and Mike McCarthy? Just for next year.
Oh! Great.
Dak and McCarthy. Easy.
Hang on. Why is it easy?
I mean, look, at the end of like you guys know, I've been a
Homer?
a Mike McCarthy critic.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy's done a great job this year.
Yeah,
he's done a really fantastic job this year. And when you look at it, ultimately, I think Sean Payton's a better coach, but ultimately, at the end of the day, their results over a long 15-year stretch, they're about the same guy results-wise.
This may be an impossible. You sound like chopping now.
I'm just saying they are, even though I think Sean Payton's better.
Okay, this may be impossible. I know it is impossible. I'm looking at RJ. I wanted to kind of stack the 6 in order with the quarterback and the coaches. We may have to separate it, but Dak, Tua, Brady with McDaniel, Payton, and McCarthy, like for next year, with a package deal. Give me the 3 QBs, Chop, and then give me the 3 coaches. Next year, you got a year to live.
I'll go McDaniel, Tua, Dak, McCarthy, Payton, Brady.
Ooh.
So Brady's the worst of the bunch.
Brady is playing like the worst of the bunch the last 2 years.
I know he
well,
is.
I'm sorry.
Not the last 2 years.
I don't.
Did he lead the league in touchdowns last year?
Yeah, but I don't think he was not like.
Okay.
There was a lot. Look,
he led the league in touchdowns.
Dak was 37-10. Was Dak as good as 37-10 last year?
Good point. No. I'm glad that you admitted that.
I will say this.
Okay, thank you. I can be reasonable.
Are we talking pre-divorce Tom or post-divorce Tom?
Well, he's currently in post-divorce mode, so post-divorce Tom.
Because post-divorce Tom is much better. In the last 4 games, he's got, if you like touchdown passes, in the last 4 games, he's got 2 fewer TDs than he had in the first 8. They're winning games. They've won 3 out of the last 4. His passer rating's higher. His QBR's up. He still is 20th in QBR for the year.
So just give me the 3 and 3 in order. Let's go. Quarterback.
Right now.
No, for next year.
No, I know. I'm just doing right now. I would order them Tua, Dak, Tom. Right now. Next year, I mean, is Tua going to be able to do this again? I would assume Tom is going to have a better year. I would think. I would probably not move it though. I would probably keep it the same.
Tua, Dak, Tom.
Yeah,
and then coaches.
Keep it the same. Coaches. I don't have it. I mean, look, I would probably. I think McCarthy and Sean Payton are the same guy.
Okay. And do you think Mike McDaniel's better?
And I think Mike McDaniel's better than both.
Okay, so you'd go Mike McDaniel 1. All right, interesting. Interesting little exercise right there. Von Miller is out for the season. So if he wants to play with Odell, it's not going to happen for the Bills' playoff run with the ACL injury. And I think Odell's sitting there at the Suns game last night. There he is back in Arizona contemplating his decision to accept no offers made. This is DFW Sports Station. We're giving away Cowboys sweet tickets for Sunday against the Armpit. That's a way of saying thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. Babe Laufenberg, 8:40. Michael Irvin at 9. Is Michael going to accept defeat, that this Odell thing is over? And then the future Hall of Famer Jason Witten at 9:20 this morning. Woo! Thank y'all for being Tolos. Pat McAfee settles the morning show debate. And you hated this guy before. RJ is going to put him number 1 on his all-time most hated list for what this NBA player did to Christmas and his children. We got to figure out a way to talk about it after this.
Coming up in the next G-Back Nation.
at noon for Cowboys Texans. If you're listening during the 7 a.m. Expressway, commercial-free after headlines, we're kicking out the 4-pack to you right here on DFW Sports Station. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. Thank you for being a Tolo. Then Babe Laufenberg, Michael Irvin, and Jason Witten, right in order here on The Fan. So yesterday, I heard, literally, thanks to the Fan Twitter and Instagram account, a little debate over the pronunciation or mispronunciation of my name, all thanks to Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee show, one of the few out there that gives us proper credit. They try to give us proper credit whenever Jerry comes on, and they try to say the name of the show. It's in good spirit.
Yeah.
Good attempt to do so.
Here's what Jerry Jones said about Odell Beckham Jr. and his health to Shan and RJ in Chop. Is Chop on her?
Or why would you be confident in signing somebody that you haven't seen work out coming off an ACL?
What I love the most is they play the clip, and McAfee is still talking all mic to all of his guys.
Chop? Who is that? Who is that guy? What is that?
Trying to figure it out. Play it one more time, Payton, as the clip starts, all the background discussion.
Here's what Jerry Jones said about Odell Beckham Jr. and his health to Shan and RJ in Chop. Is Chop on her?
Or why would you be confident in signing somebody that you haven't seen work out coming off an ACL 9-10 months ago?
Did he answer that? Did he talk about that at all?
No, because remember, I don't think he was on Shan RJ Chop last week.
Shan RJ Chop.
So we have from Derek Holland, the RJ and Choppy show, and now we have it renamed from Pat McAfee. But they tried. That's all I care about is the attempt. That's all I care about.
That's it. That's all you care about.
So how did this evolve into a pronunciation argument?
So we're sitting there just talking about that, and then we get into obviously McAfee butchering the three names, or at least saying it's a three-name show.
Yeah.
And then I think we just kind of organically went into, the pronunciation of your name and how, it's easy to say Shane or Shan, because we were talking about like Sean Foster. Remember him, the basketball player? Or is it Shane Foster? We can't remember.
Yeah, that's what I can't remember.
And then we had said, and then I was like, well, first of all, I don't think his name is Sean. It's Sean.
Say it again?
You.
Yeah.
Your name's not Sean. It's Sean.
Okay.
Come on. He does. That's the same thing. He is trolling.
Let me hear what he said yesterday, Payton.
Yeah, because it's not Sean. It's Sean.
There you go.
Is that what it is?
Right there, you said it differently. Live on the air 10 seconds ago, you kind of said it the same. S-H-A-N, it's supposed to be Sean. Sean. That's Sean. My parents. Yeah. My parents' fault. Okay. I don't get mad at McAfee. Curse from day one. The anxiety. You want to talk about anxiety issues? Attendance, roll call, every day in school. That's anxiety. First day of class, college, Little League announcement. You going up to the plate.
Yeah.
Having this type of name to get butchered. Better than my brother, whose name is Yusuf. But that's easier to even read than S-H-A-N and get it butchered. But yesterday you did say it two different ways. Sean. S-H-A.
Sean.
Yes. You can hear the U.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you can hear the W.
Shan and RJ and Chop.
And there you go. You can hear it like that. Yesterday I sided with Choppy.
There's no difference. The only difference is he's more abrupt when he's apparently saying S-H-A-N, but it's not. He's just like, Sean. Like he does the same.
That's a different pronunciation.
No, you are using the same phonetic.
All right, say my name, Bobby.
Sean.
That
is how I've said your name my entire life.
Because I'm not going to correct you. I'm not going to go, Sean.
But if he says it that way, you're not going to ignore him. Like you're going to say, oh, like that's me. I'm Sean.
So are you telling me that the entire time I've known you, you've known I've pronounced your name incorrectly, or are you just now hearing it?
No, because when we're speaking to each other, you don't go, hey, Sean, it's Bobby. Like you don't say my name to me.
I'll refer.
I haven't listened for it, but I don't care.
Right.
It doesn't upset me. My parents screwed it up. I got to deal with it for life. I'm not going to raise a fit over it.
I'll try this one on you, Bobby.
Okay.
What is the kitchen soap?
Oh, okay. You're going to do Dawn and Dawn, which sounds exactly the same.
First of all, it doesn't sound exactly the same.
Yeah.
Dawn. Right? Okay. Who is the guy? What was it? Oh, Genghis
Khan.
There you go. Difference. Khan. Dawn. There's a different way.
No, there's no here. I hear the same thing. No. I hear the same syllable.
Khan.
There's a difference when you slowly try and emphasize it, but in conversation, no. It's when you
we're not talking
Khan,
about
Dawn. Nobody says like it. Nobody goes Sean. They just say Sean. Period.
But you're missing the point.
Tell me the difference between there and there.
there and there.
So,
You suck.
Payton, you try. Go ahead. Say it the two different ways. Say the way it should be pronounced.
Sean.
Again?
Sean.
Okay.
And then Sean.
There's a difference.
It's
a long name.
Sean, ridiculous. How are you going to tell me what the way it's supposed to be? How are you the emperor?
Because
of
you're the
names?
man who says Jeff.
You're telling me the way my name is supposed to be.
I'm not saying the way I'm saying
you are saying
you're telling me the way your name is supposed to be. I'm telling you that you saying the two differences. There's no difference. It's the same pronunciation when you say it.
Sean Sharif. That's the way it's supposed to be. Sean Sharif, not Sean Sharif, not Shawan Sharif. Pat McAfee, apparently, they got the word that this was being talked about on the morning show, and they corrected it.
Here's from Ari Mirov. Jerry Jones had a change in tone this morning when talking about Odell on local radio, potentially with Sean and RJ Choppy. Obviously, we got that right. We heard them yesterday on 105.3 The Fan. They're doing their best down there, and we appreciate them.
Thank you,
Down
boys.
there in the Lone Star State. Number one in the DFW.
That's pretty good.
Area. That's a big area. That's three cities. That's 3 cities there.
3 cities, baby.
So there you go. All right.
Denton shout out, man.
Moving on. I don't think there is a way to really talk about this. All I'm going to say is he's maybe the most hated player in the NBA already, Pat Bev. Just Google Pat Beverly for an off-the-court story, and you're going to hate him even more, especially Choppy. Nothing like the grandmother who's charging for for Christmas dinner. Nothing ticks off RJ more than anyone trying to ruin his holiday spirit. For any holiday, someone tries to put a damper on that, and you are the devil. You're the worst.
I am the worst at this. I'm the worst in general. But yeah, this grandma.
No, they're the worst to you.
They're the worst to me.
Yeah.
This grandma is charging her family for Christmas dinner $18 a head.
Woo!
She's charging the adults $18. Her 12 and 3-year-old, her 12 and 9-year-old grandchildren have to pony up $6 each.
This can't be true.
And the 3-year-old, there's 2 of them, are being charged $3 a piece. She charges the adult women less because they have families and work part-time. This is one of the worst human beings on the planet.
But why? Is she a professional chef? Like, what's the deal? Do they not chip in? Or do they not bring any meals over? I've never heard of this.
I've never heard of anything like this. She says she spent dozens of hours scouring grocery stores for the cheapest and best deals when the price of groceries are skyrocketing. And, so she's got a pension. She's a widow. She's taking in some money. She's trying to on a fixed income, she says. And she is cutting her expendable income in half. And she's going to save it. And she is charging for Christmas dinner. And I would politely tell her to go screw herself.
But Pat Bev is much worse than this.
Much worse.
Much worse.
Much worse, because Pat Beverly is going after children.
Yes.
And I have a problem with it.
Yes. And Bobby Belt isn't too far off.
That is not true. There's a total different, and I don't want to get into it right now because there's probably children in cars listening, but still, it's totally different.
877-881-1053, truckwork.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station with a Cowboys ticket giveaway. All right, speaking of some food, we may as well, I guess it is breakfast time. There's no good time to do it during morning drive hours because we don't know when everyone is eating, but this Food and Drug Administration list that you have,
God,
this is gonna scar. It's like when you have the stomach issues I've had over the past few days, like certain foods right now, like I never want to see them again. I never even want to think about them again. They just sound gross to me for the future of time. I think this could do that.
Yeah, this could. Now, this is a report that came out about the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, and what they actually do allow in your food in order to be passable. Okay. The average 17-ounce jar of peanut butter is legally allowed to contain up to 5 rodent hairs and still meet the regulatory standards.
How did this get out?
Daily Mail.
This is legit then.
Yeah.
So it can have 5 rodent hairs.
5 rodent hairs.
Oh my God.
Who's counting them?
That's a good point. The 3-ounce bag of popcorn is allowed.
Because we all have peanut butter in our house.
Yeah.
We all eat popcorn.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
A 3-ounce bag of popcorn is allowed to have one rat poop pellet, and a standard 1.5 ounce bar of chocolate is allowed to have up to 30 insect parts. Insect fragments include legs, antenna, and other parts of the bugs that can find their way mixed into the products. These food defects end up in food during the harvesting of raw materials and the manufacturing process.
I wanted to save this right for Bobby because he's already freaky over his food. So this is going to mentally scar.
Yeah. The FDA says in this article that it is economically impractical for manufacturers to grow and harvest these products without at least some minor contamination. Dear God.
Are those all the things?
Yeah, those are the main points they said in terms of what they're allowed to have.
When you cough to the point that tears come out, he's wiping away the tears from the coughing over the sickness. Which one of those would scar you the most next time you're eating to think about it? Popcorn, chocolate, peanut butter. Which one based upon your...
Chocolate, because it's got the most parts, right? 30 parts?
Well, it also depends what you eat the most. Right, and we're more used to hearing like insect protein, crickets are delicatessen in other parts of the world, in other parts of the country. What you eat the most of that will get most in your mind.
I find it really disturbing that Payton said that the chocolate bar with the 30 insect parts like antennas and legs and just completely glossing over popcorn poop.
I can see the
with
poop,
popcorn,
though, I think,
that'll settle to the bottom of the bag.
Good point.
But I just dumped the bag into a big bowl.
Okay, well,
but still, it will be at the bottom of the bowl.
Perhaps.
You know what I mean?
It'll settle. Whereas the chocolate or the peanut butter, you're just like biting into.
Because there are going to be some kernels that you're probably not going to eat at the bottom of a bowl or a bag. For me, the worst thing's the peanut butter.
That's pretty gross.
The hairs.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Wouldn't you prefer a hair instead of a part? An insect's part versus just a hair?
It's just thinking that the hair is in your mouth.
I don't.
That's gag for me. And gag for you.
I don't do well with like thinking of those sorts of things and visual. The very famous video with two females and a glass.
Oh yeah.
I was one of the ones who vomited when I saw it. I think.
Oh really?
I think about it and I start.
Yeah. That's.
Trash can right here.
Oh my God.
I hate it.
Oh no. Oh my God.
Get him, Ryan, zoom in on the fake cam. Get him on the fake cam.
Oh gosh.
All right, let's get to headlines. Let's get to headlines. Man, that mic is going to be real juicy.
Oh, God. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go. Get out of here.
Ryan, change the camera.
Get out of here.
Then Ryan zooming on. Get on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. He's hovering over the
God.
trash. And the more you talk about it, the more you think about it. It's like me when I.
Hang on. Here, turn this mic up.
No. Get that mic on. Turn it off, Payton. No. It's like me over the past few days with the upset stomach. Like I gagged.
Yeah.
I went to the bathroom on 2, and you walk in there and it's musty, and that gym. It's on the gym floor, and I puked right in there.
Oh
it's
man!
Like you're already thinking about it. Your stomach is already upset.
Oh my
God!
We need to go to break, but I feel like we're gonna miss the payoff. Choppy, start recording this live Instagram
my
feed.
camera's broke.
Live IG feed. Headlines and a Cowboys sweet ticket giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on. And we'll let you know what happens in the commercial break right after this. Dang it! I have the commercial read. All right, let me get you on over to Trajan Wealth. Woo! Sitting there in bed yesterday made me even more sick, right? It's making you sick looking at all the red in the market right now. It can be pretty stressful.
Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Sounds like the Cowboys are about sick of all the Odell Beckham talk. Good morning, Metroplex. Time for headlines. And this hour, during the Expressway, commercial free, up until 8 o'clock after headlines, we're putting you in a suite. 4 tickets in a suite for Sunday. Cowboys against the Texans. And Choppy, you and Bobby were out at practice yesterday, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco.
Yes, sir.
Sounding like the Odell injured timeline keeps extending.
It sounds that way. It sounded like there's people within the organization that think it's going to be as high as 8 weeks before he returns.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to Tyron, right? Like when Tyron goes down and they're like 10 to 12 weeks. It's just, I think on the conservative end, it's 5 weeks. On the more liberal estimate, it's 8. And so I think that's what you'll have varied opinions on it. I'm sure some people think he's out for 2 months. There are others who think he could be ready by mid-January.
Micah Parsons was asked by the media, what did Odell tell you during Mavs night, courtside at the AAC, about his timeline?
He told me 5 weeks. He said 5 weeks. So, I mean, and only a person, I believe, no trainer, no doctor, no anybody in the league can tell a player how he feels. It's your body. And that's just for anything, whether any part of your body hurt, no one could tell you how your body's going to feel except for you. So if that's what he said, I always believe it, or any other player, if they put you in place, say, no, my body hurts, I can't go. And you have to respect that.
You know who nailed this? I've been thinking of all the input, all the commentators, all the guests on the show, and you know who was sneaky right about this?
Who dat?
Our guest at 9 o'clock. Michael Irvin came on weeks ago, and he dropped that on us. He goes, I think this is more about next year than this year, right? We looked at each other and we're like, what? No.
You're right. Yeah, we did.
Michael said that. And he's been talking to Odell. And, of course, he's got the bat phone to the Joneses. So we got to ask Mike at 9. Did you know a month ago that this was probably a small chance of happening this year? I think Michael Irvin, he floated that out there to us.
And if he did, and he does have the bat phone, did he let the Joneses know? Did the Joneses go into this eyes wide open knowing
Good question.
that there was a good chance Odell wasn't going to play? Or are they genuinely surprised by the medicals?
Great question. You have a strong opinion one way or the other? Because you could see Jerry doing
I don't know, it's tough.
all this for the headlines and the hype.
It's tough because Camus told us at the beginning of November.
That's Jay Glazer. That's me and his nickname.
He told us at the beginning of November that he was cleared. He was going to be cleared next week. And Glazer is a confidant of people in Dallas, too.
Yep.
And so could it be they were getting conflicting words? It's possible.
DeMarcus Lawrence, I think speaking for all of us when asked, do you want Odell here? And Tank I think he's had enough.
No, it's fair to say that I'm trying to reach a Super Bowl. So if he can come and help us do that, or, yes, I accept him. But, if we're going to just do the circus, no, I don't, I'm focused on this year, this team, what we have in this locker room right now, and on the journey that we're going.
So he's tired of it. Bobby, you got that feeling yesterday as well being in there?
Yeah, they're all burned out on it, I think. And I think there's a little bit of disappointment. Like, I think they're coming to terms with it's very unlikely he's coming here and can help us this year. And so I think that they're a little disappointed because they've spent a month getting excited about it themselves. Like, hey, we might be able to add another piece that can really help us. And now they're like, crap, all right, just reload, go forward.
Then Mike Florio floated the Eagles out there as a possibility yesterday.
Yeah, and that raised some eyebrows, at least for me, raised my eyebrows. Like, wait a second, I hadn't heard much about them. The other teams that were kind of suitors were like Miami, Kansas City, maybe Tampa. If you wanted to do some secondary favorites. But I hadn't heard Philadelphia. And okay, wait a second, they've got pretty good receiving core already. And now they would want to add Odell?
Right.
All right. Okay. What do we know there?
Meanwhile, Tyron was back on the field. his first practice since August 24th with the injury, and his first practice with Jason Peters. Michael Gelkin saying they chatted at length yesterday. So big number 77 back out there practicing.
Yep, and our very own beat bulldog, Clarence Hill, did try to run Tyron down and get answers. So we're like getting ready to go over and get more media availability, and Tyron's walking to their weight room, and Clarence is walking by him going, hey, how'd you feel today? And he said, felt great. He's like, you going to play this weekend? He goes, it's up to them. So I don't think he's got any chance to play this weekend. He looked great out there. Looked like he was moving around really well. Zeke said that he thinks the defensive ends probably got bruises to their chests from getting hit so hard, and said he felt bad for them. But ultimately, I think we're looking at Jacksonville. That should be the return date.
Meanwhile, the Texans are bringing back Davis Mills to face the Cowboys on Sunday. Mills was benched a couple of weeks ago.
Big neck, too. Huge neck.
Davis?
Very long. It's like a 7-inch neck.
How long?
Like the prisoner neck, that guy? The inmate? He got arrested again,
no,
by the
length,
way.
not girth.
Oh, not girth.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I only focus on girth. Davis Mills was 62%, 11 touchdowns, 11 interceptions until Kyle Allen came in, stunk it up. So they're going back to Davis Mills, who they began the year with.
Yeah, this is when you bench a quarterback only to bring him back like 2 weeks later. First of all, you never had a quarterback to begin with, and you know that it was like you were trying to catch lightning in a bottle, and you were like, "This other dude ain't got it." But if you're the Texans, man, aren't you just going for that pick? That's all you're doing.
You would think so.
Better
so yeah,
be.
just let the Aggie play.
Let whoever play. Doesn't matter. They're both going to lose.
You're saying the Aggie's going to take you to the number one pick?
Yep.
With your Longhorn love there?
That Aggie will.
Von Miller out for the season with a torn ACL in Buffalo. So if Odell is thinking about going to play there, he will not have his BFF out there on the field. And Odell and Von's former team playing tonight, Rams against the Rolling Raiders. Thursday Night Football, as Baker Mayfield could be active.
I know. Like, he literally got there 2 days ago. It's crazy how quickly he got there. But those Raiders, since that loss to the Colts, they've won 3 straight. And they've got a relatively easy schedule over the next, over the rest of the way, because they do play, Brock Purdy, Bobby. So that they should be pushovers.
I also play Kyle Shanahan. Like I say,
you can't win without Jimmy Garoppolo. That's okay.
You absolutely can. You beat the number 2 team in the NFL, Choppy, just last week.
Who got credit with the win?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, Mike McCarthy got credit for Dan Quinn coaching them to a victory against the Saints last year. It's just a technicality.
We have some interest in this game. I'm interested in the Raiders now a little bit.
I mean, they're 5-7. So there's 3 teams that are 5-7 that are kind of winning some games lately. Raiders, Pittsburgh, and Detroit. Do any of them have a chance to finish above 500?
Raiders don't.
Pittsburgh, Detroit.
They're all 5-7, and they've all won either 3 straight or some form of 4 of 5.
You tell us about the Lions. You love the Lions.
Their offense is pretty good. They couldn't stop a nosebleed, though. That's their problem. And then they lose 1-score games.
Here's the Lions' future schedule. They host the Vikings at the Jets. Those are probably...
They're favored against the Vikings.
They're favored by 1 point still?
It's now 2.
Jalen Reagor, the receiver who was acquired from Philly.
Say it correctly.
Jalen Reagor.
Yeah, like Angelo Cataldi in Philly.
He guaranteed a victory yesterday. Said, yes, I'm saying I guarantee we will beat the Lions.
Jalen Reagor feels like he can guarantee something.
Yeah, I think you should probably just throttle back a little bit.
Be quiet. All right, let's go around the world of college football. Sonny Dykes got an extension.
Yes, he did.
At TCU. So congratulations to Coach. We gotta get Duggan or Dykes on before the college football playoff. And Deion working in the transfer portal?
Working in the transfer portal. Already, according to reports, there are upwards of 200 players that are interested in transferring to Colorado, some of which are 4- and 5-star players, plus obviously recruits. Early signing day is next Wednesday. Early signing day is next week. They've all expressed interest, and apparently the NIL money is starting to pour in a little bit. So this is a program that hasn't been any good in 15 years. They've had one winning season since 2005. They seem to have re-energized the fan base. All the fan base really needs is hope, and they seem to have that. If he gets players, then game on. We don't know what their conference is going to be like in 2 years, or what conference they're even going to be in. But this is a program that's got a national championship in the last 30 years. It was 30 years ago, but
this is why if I was a bigger, more high-profile program, I would have offered Deion the job. I really think it's beneath him. I'm not matching up with these programs just did last year, but Florida State and your Miamis and places like that, Now,
I will say, I think now Miami's in a much better fertile recruiting ground than Colorado. It's not even close.
Very fertile.
There are a lot more advantages that Colorado has over Miami, though. It's a state institution. It's a big school, obviously, and most importantly, in Miami, you might have to worry about academics that you would, it's a private school that you would have to worry about in Colorado. But also, Miami and UCLA are in terrible shape because their stadiums are off campus.
Yep.
And you're 30 miles away. Your stadium is 30 miles. It's like 30 miles away. Or 30 minutes away with traffic. It's just not feasible. You got to have an on-campus stadium.
I think I agree the job is beneath him. But Deion couldn't get. I agree that the job is beneath him. But Deion couldn't get Alabama right now, right?
No.
Okay. So I think that if he goes to Colorado and shows he can pull all these players and he has success there, then he can get any job he wants. Okay. And so I think that's probably the thought process.
The jump from the HBCU to Power 5 was unprecedented to begin with. That's Deion Sanders. And, he didn't want to be anybody's assistant, so he was never going to go that route. But, would Nebraska have been more on the lines of what you were thinking?
I even view Nebraska as a job that has dropped beneath him.
Okay.
I say he spends
Nebraska is they've dropped out of the Florida State Miami level the way we grew up.
Yeah, but Miami's dropped out of that level too.
Yes.
Miami's kind of
but Miami going there versus Nebraska, is it easier to get kids to?
Well, it's definitely easier. You don't have to get on an airplane. If you go to the University of Miami, you never have to leave you don't have to leave Dade County.
All right, that's headlines. We have humongous breaking news. On the international level, this is humongous breaking sports news. We'll bring it to you and put you in the suite in Arlington Sunday for Cowboys Texans with a Tolo ticket giveaway next.
But let's get you over to Blue Chew.
to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, we have humongous breaking news on an international level. CBS News is reporting that Brittany Griner has been released by Russia in a one-for-one prisoner swap for an arms dealer. This, according to a U.S. official, that is the breaking news from CBS. As you go more and more into the article, by the way, President Biden 5 minutes ago tweeted, I spoke to Brittany Griner very recently. She is safe. She is on a plane. She is on her way home. So she was traded one-on-one. Get ready to see the memes all over social media for the international arms dealer, Victor Bout.
The Merchant of Death.
This is him?
That is his name.
Ooh.
The Merchant of Death. Very fair swap. Very fair swap.
Yeah.
A dab conviction for the Merchant of Death.
Dab?
Yeah, like one of those
little pens.
Little dab pens.
Oh,
things.
Okay. Didn't know
your little oils.
Didn't know the lingo.
Yeah, the
little hash for the Merchant of Death.
Yeah, the Merchant of Death.
Hash. Hashish.
Sean is 40.
What is it? What's the cool way to say it? Tell me. Let me get your son on the hotline.
Just the vape pen.
Weed pen, man.
let me get Belt Jr. on the Diamond Factory hotline.
A little wax.
How did Micah react to this?
Well, so a portion of this story is there's already some social media frustration that the retired Marine Paul Whelan, I believe it's pronounced, was not part of this swap.
Yes.
And he's about to mark his 4th year in Russian custody. So Micah Parsons quote tweeted that.
On espionage charges.
Yes. Micah Parsons quote tweeted that and said, wait, nah, we left a Marine? Hell nah. So I don't know. We'll see if he gets any social media pushback. These days you can't comment on anything too
polarizing,
touchy without somebody trying to get you to take it down. So we'll see.
So I don't know how this usually works, like in terms of trades, right? Like how much is the high profile
salary cap
play into it? Shut up, Bobby.
Well, it sounded like Jerry negotiated this one. It was as bad as he's been lately. Good gosh.
Did you have a strong opinion?
She should never have been in a jail to begin with.
Right.
That's my strong opinion.
Yeah.
But I also don't think you should swap the Merchant of Death. I think there should have been a more fair exchange.
Yeah, it should have been.
Like, did we not have? We had nobody else. We had no other Russians in custody that they wanted, other than the Merchant of Death.
The Merchant of Death.
It just seems like it's like, wow, this is.
Come on, man. But what if they just say no? And they're like, no, we want the Merchant. It's the Merchant. We gotta see the Merchant's medicals.
Okay, I'll give you a Merchant of Death for an espionage case.
Yeah. Like, are we?
So people are going to be upset, no doubt about it, that Brittany Griner was traded insteid of Paul Whelan.
No.
Or in addition to.
Or in addition to.
Yes.
It's I don't think anybody's upset that she's coming home.
No, everybody. I think it's a positive.
I didn't say that. I said instead. People are going to be upset instead of, like Micah Parsons tweeted.
People will be upset from that angle, and then you'll have people upset that there are people upset about that. That we should just be celebrating that, and it is. It's good news. It's good that she's coming home.
She never should have been there to begin with.
And so I think that there will be people that are frustrated by don't make this about somebody else. She needed to get out too. She's a human too, and that's I mean she absolutely needed to get out.
Fair.
This is good news.
And I agree with that.
Yeah, but it's funny to poke fun at. Wait, hang on a second. Like
the evenness of the trade.
The evenness of the trade. As somebody said, we didn't even get any of Russia's first round picks. Like we didn't get it. Like that's
we gave up a first. Well, I don't even want to say for what, because that'll turn out.
Because human life is human life. Like, she deserves to come home.
But crime versus crime was like a first for
absolutely
a six.
Were you about to make an Amari Cooper analogy?
No,
if you're just looking at the
was this trade made in the cold outside on the road?
I don't even want to call hers a crime. I hate calling hers a crime.
It's ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was a political move for them to keep her that long. It was completely unfair and unjustified and ridiculous. I don't know how these trades usually work. If Whelan is innocent, then hopefully he gets out of there as well. I hope all of them over there, sit there and burn in hell and rot, which they deserve to do, especially the leader. But it is good. I hope everyone has a universal reaction to it is good. She was unjustly punished for 9 years. For 9 years. Come on. Yeah. And now she is out.
And the people are saying, Choppy, she broke the law. Yeah, she did. It's a dumb law. Okay? It's like in Indonesia. All right? Indonesia now has a law where you cannot have premarital sex in Indonesia. And that includes tourists.
What?
Guess what? If I go to Jakarta, I'm not following that law.
Oh, you're living in sin?
How are they going to find out?
Who
That's
knows?
what I always want to know.
It's Indonesia. They probably have cameras in your rooms. I don't know.
Can they afford cameras in Indonesia?
I have no idea what they have there, but the point is,
Look
I
up
don't
their
respect dumb laws.
Look at their cap numbers,
situation.
Bobby.
Yeah. Guess what? If I go to the World Cup, I'm drinking a beer.
No, you're not. Stop acting tough.
Well, I would never go to the World Cup.
If you sit there and watch someone get handcuffed and carried out of there after having their beer spill, your ass ain't getting in line.
I don't respect dumb
out.
laws. That's why I don't follow the speed limit. But it was a dumb law that they had Brittany on. It was a dumb law. And yes, she technically broke
And
the
for
law.
everyone saying that here, then you should never argue your legal case for the maximum amount of years you can get for a possession of an eighth. Fine up to, jail time up to, or a pound, or whatever you get jail time for. I don't know the rules on marijuana. I stopped eating edibles a while ago.
Who buys an eighth anymore? Buy in bulk, man. Just kidding.
469 says, guys, I am a black pot smoking veteran of the Army that is honorably discharged. This is a slap in the face to the armed forces.
Slap in the face to the armed forces. Okay. I mean, you're gonna have that reaction. People are gonna be ticked off at the person who was released versus the one who is still imprisoned. But man, how about that interview? That's where my media mind goes too. Like, who's gonna get the sit down? And what details are we going to hear from Brittany Griner on how she was treated and what type of life she was living? Woo! That is going to be a crazy interview. So President Biden tweeted about it, and now it has taken over all the news cycles. It's trending everywhere. Brittany Griner for the Merchant of Death. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. Don't you just wish you could have a nickname like that? Something like, what a cool nickname.
Merchant of Death.
Well, that's a badass nickname.
Yeah, it is a good one.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, yeah, what would be, what's on that level? Like you see, you got to do
the great one, Gretzky.
Mm-hmm.
His airness.
By the way, the great
Magic.
one. The great one is a super overrated nickname.
Why?
It's just so it's like the awesomest. Like that's not a good nickname.
Right.
I thought you were gonna have a hot take that Wayne Gretzky was overrated.
No. I just mean the nickname itself. The great one. It's like, okay. You're just saying he's the best. Okay.
Okay.
The Playmaker.
The Playmaker's
that one.
awesome.
The Playmaker's a great nickname. As is his airness. Like, that's a great nickname.
Magic.
Magic is a great nickname.
Yep.
King.
Yeah.
King's with James, it's great.
Yes.
King James is that's a clever play.
I like the unit. Randy Johnson.
Not so much.
Big unit guy.
The big unit.
All right.
Bartolo Colon, the big girth. I just gave him that myself.
I've never heard that. Yeah.
I just gave it to him.
So there it is. That's the breaking news on Brittany Griner. Let's send you to the game on Sunday in Arlington for y'all turning it on, leaving it on. Do it up, Payton.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of sweet tickets. That's SUITE sweet tickets plus parking this Sunday when your Dallas Cowboys take on the Houston Texans. You can win your way into the Tolos suite right now and watch the boys. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
That's awesome. That is an amazing giveaway. We are not even allowed in the suite for some things that happened years ago, maybe or maybe not with my friend group during a Giants game, but you're going in there. You and 3 friends, just like for Jared Sandler's charity auction. If you win the golf bay for our show, who's going to have Darren Woodson and Derek Holland in there, it's you and 3 buddies.
Yes.
That's going to party it up at Top Golf, and you guys got someone on the board yesterday, $1,300.
$1,300. We're ahead of G-Bag. We're now behind KNC, which is pissing me off. But
does Holland know? See, this whole thing would be over real quick. We need Holland on the chat. If Holland is aware of this little contest back and forth, this thing will end real quick. So
he is aware of it. He was saying yesterday, he's like, why am I in their bay? He's like, I do the show with you guys. He was talking mess yesterday, but then he was endorsing it and retweeting our stuff.
Wait, he
yesterday.
didn't want to be in our bay?
No, he was just saying like, why did I end up in that? Why am I not with you guys? I don't know how that happened.
Oh, with KNC?
Yeah.
You know, we should trade him.
Yes.
For the
Brittany
merchant.
Griner?
For someone who can still throw 80.
Oh no, Derek's throwing harder than he'd ever thrown. He's in like mid-90s now.
It was a joke, but thanks, Leo Mazzoni. Appreciate it, Maddox. I was trying to get my insult in.
Hey, I look at my Leo Mazzoni on the cam.
No, but hey, and Payton promised us yesterday, if we get up to 1,500, Payton's gonna let his entire facial hair grow out for 6 months straight. He's gonna refuse. So basically, if you get to 1,500, call in and give that 1,500. Payton is committing to not getting laid for 6 months.
No, he'll have a much greater chance than what's happening
No,
now.
because he has patches that don't grow in, so you're gonna have patchy beard.
Very Joe Dirt.
Okay, so go ahead, win the Cowboys tickets, and come join us this Sunday, Topgolf in the Colony. I feel like maybe we should put Holland on the block. I don't like that. Holland for who else out there would you want to trade him for?
I mean, look, the
Nadell?
problem is you put.
I might rather have Hicks. He's from my hometown. Can be. I'm a big Matt Hicks fan. Mike Adams, I love.
I love Mike Adams. If you put Holland on the block, the problem is like he's going to even spend more money against us. Like he's already doing.
Oh yeah, good point.
Like he's already doing.
All right.
We'll
go
keep
Wolverines.
We'll keep it. Yeah.
We'll
go
keep
Michigan. Go Blue.
877-881-1053 to hit us up here on the show. Choppy, Mike McCarthy, who will join us tomorrow at this time, says he turned to analytics years ago, made that transformation in the offseason. The analytical grades are out.
Yeah, and I was curious when I saw this, and I love when I see these articles. It's a study of how analytical each front office is in, they do in various sports. Now, these were done by analytics people within the sport, so it wasn't like reporters just guessing. This was done by like they would contact the analytics department of each team and do it that way. So it was an analytics survey. It was kind of ironic that it's very, very split. You get some good teams and some bad teams near the top and near the bottom. But the most analytically advanced team.
Now, this is for this season?
Well, it's front offices. Yeah, it's the most analytically advanced front offices.
Okay, front offices.
Yeah. Number one, and they are blowing everybody else out.
Hang on, let's see if we can guess. Did you look at the list?
I didn't look at the list.
Philly?
Philly's third.
Baltimore.
Baltimore's who I was going to go.
Baltimore's second.
Ooh.
Give us a division.
San Francisco.
It's AFC.
Who am I missing
Big
here?
time analytics. All right, go ahead. Give it to us.
It's Cleveland. It's not even close.
That makes sense. They completely throw moral perception out the window in their roster decisions. They just go by computers.
Yes.
So they have they've really blown it out the water. Then tied for fourth, two really good teams, two really bad teams. Atlanta, Buffalo, Houston, and Minnesota.
Atlanta, Buffalo, Houston, Minnesota. Okay, so like a 2-2 score in terms of success or not.
Yeah, and then at the top three, Cleveland's a really good roster. They don't have Sean. Baltimore, and Philadelphia. Now, in terms of which team produces the highest level of analytic work, so not just the most analytically inclined teams, but they produce the best work from within that.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. It doesn't say.
Are you saying like their team is like when we look at the FPI or other things, like when we look at the analytical results, that they're
better,
the best by those standards?
Right.
Okay.
So Cleveland, Baltimore, Philly, 1, 2, 3. And then right in that fourth range, Rams, Miami, Buffalo, Cowboys. Cowboys are in there too. Now, in terms of into decision-making, who produces the most analytics into decision-making?
In-game decision-making?
In-game decision-making.
Baltimore.
Baltimore's tied for third. Cleveland 1, Philadelphia 2.
Oh, where are the Chargers in all this?
Chargers are tied for fifth. They're right next to this Arizona, Atlanta, Buffalo, Chargers, and Minnesota.
Where are the Cowboys?
They were not on that. They were not on that. So then you go a little bit further down. How about the least
The least analytical team?
Yep.
Seattle.
Least analytically advanced teams.
Ooh, let's see here. Who really stands out as just crotchety and old?
Seattle.
And, New England.
Seattle's not on there, and New England is not on there. Tied for the least.
Ron Rivera.
Raiders.
Detroit and Pittsburgh.
Makes sense.
Tennessee's there, the Commanders, the Bears, the Saints, and the Bucks. Ugh. Oh, how about this one? Does momentum exist within an NFL game? This is a big analytics. The analytics does not believe in momentum.
This is quizzed to front offices. They were asked.
These are the analytics departments in front offices.
Okay. I mean, the answer should be yes. Momentum exists.
They would say no.
They said yes, 3-1, 15-5. One abstained. Analytically inclined people have often dismissed the idea of momentum, and one said, I'm aware that I have no way to prove it. I've built win probability models, and it doesn't even matter into it. But he goes, I feel like you can feel it, and I should never say I feel anything. That's what he said.
But that's the whole, like, that's the problem right there. Like, you can't have that full rigidity, I don't think. Like there are certain things about the tenor of a game and you know, just the way that, you know, that emotion can affect how guys are playing. That's not something you can ever measure, I don't think. So when he says I can't, you know, I've tried, I can't do it, but it's something that I feel, it's like, well, yeah, that's the aspect that you're never going to be able to measure with a computer.
Right. Absolutely. How about this?
But you believe in it.
Yeah.
Exist.
Like I believe in play to play. I don't believe in week to week.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. What position is the most difficult to evaluate?
What did you say?
What?
Commissioner?
I said missionary.
Yeah, I was trying to.
Only for making eye contact.
I don't.
What position?
Don't do that.
Is the most difficult to evaluate for analytics? What position is the most difficult for analytics to evaluate?
Corner.
Quarterback.
I would think quarterback would be the easiest.
Quarterback, they don't have any idea. It's like when we try to figure out who threw the interception, they have no idea what the reads were.
Corner
was second. Safety was first.
Yeah.
O-line was tied for second with corner. And what they say, a lot of what you're trying to measure with safeties are things that don't happen as a result of them. It's tough to measure a counterfactual. Scouts say the same thing. There's so many plays at safety where nothing happens and they have minimal impact. They also said about the offensive line that with player tracking, it's easier to do that now, but they don't know. Which position is easiest to evaluate?
Running back.
Defensive end.
Both are tied for first. Wide receiver and then quarterback were also there. Now, does your team have an analytics staffer on headset with a coach during the game?
They know this? All the organizations? Like,
they're asking the organization.
They're asking the analytics staffer within the organization, is somebody on your team on the headset with the head coach?
The Cowboys do not have one. Bobby, you would know this.
I don't believe they do. Tom Robinson's their director, and I don't think he is.
Well, they only asked 21. I guess there's only 21 staffers. I don't know. 13 said yes. 8 said no.
Okay.
All right. When your team makes a decision you disagree with, which area is that most likely to occur? I'll just give it to you. Positional value was number one. So, like, they draft a linebacker over this. And finally, name a player. I got two more. Name a player is generally underrated based on perception.
Like the position?
So, like, an individual player that the analytics folks think is massively underrated within the league.
By their own analytics?
By analytics in general. So, like, this player's perception nationally is bad by the old school.
Center or D-tackle?
No. It's a player. It's an individual player. So
can you give us a position?
Quarterback.
Dak Prescott.
No. The analytics like Dak.
I know. That's what I mean. That the analytics would say he's underrated by general perception.
No, it's Kirk.
Okay.
Kirk got the most votes, along with Tyler Lockett. You know who got one vote? Cowboy Brian Anger.
Wow.
Oh, they did poll Tom. That's
now,
good.
Which player is the most overrated based on your analytics-informed opinion?
Oh, gosh. No, I already know the answer. I'm gonna cut my mic off.
Trayvon Diggs.
Trayvon Diggs, number one. Tied with Russell Wilson.
Everybody thinks Russell sucks.
Also receiving votes, Zeke, Minkah Fitzpatrick.
As overrated?
Zeke.
It is flu season.
It is. Zeke, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Derrick Henry, TJ Watt, Chase Young, and Derwin James.
I do think this is telling. The most overrated player is also the second position that we acknowledge we don't really have a great handle on with our analytics.
Okay. Corner.
They don't. Yeah, they admit that. So there you go.
All right, there it is. Little analytical view here on Sean and RJ. We got Bobby Belt, Payton, and Ryan in the back as President Biden is speaking right now about the breaking news. Brittany Griner is free in a prisoner swap. He said this is a day we have worked towards for a long, long time, and this is blowing up all over the news headlines everywhere. All right, we have a couple of different stories on a subject that is very, very hotly debated amongst the three of us individually, and now we need to have a whole discussion on it. Tipping.
Oh, okay.
We have coffee tipping. We have airline tipping being brought up. Guilt tipping. Bobby Belt got in trouble with the wife the other day for Boomer Jacks tipping.
Yeah.
What's your principle on this?
I generally will, as a baseline, whether they're good or bad or whatever else, like I start off at 20% and then I go up from
So
there.
if they're bad, you're still giving 20.
If they're yeah, like I mean honestly probably like unless they're just aggressively screwing things up or they're rude, then they're getting cut. But if they're just like if they I got to send something back or this, it's 20% baseline.
Do you have a history in the service industry?
No.
Okay. Choppy, where do you want to start with the tipping arguments?
Well, let's we can start with
start of the tip. Where do you want to go?
There we go.
Just that though.
We can just start with Starbucks, right? You want to?
Okay.
All right. So Starbucks has unveiled this new tipping system.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, do we all hate what they're doing where they turn the computer around to you? That's nowhere near as bad as the server with the little machines now.
Yes.
I hate that. Even at the nicest restaurants, I know it's forcing you. I guarantee you there's a study done. These restaurants and servers are making way much more. They're making way more because you're pressured right there to give them the tip while staring them in the face with that stupid, tacky machine. What?
No, you just said you're
Should we
pressured.
shut up? Not everything has to be a smart-ass comment. Not everything has to be a sexual innuendo from you. Where you're sitting there with the computer screen right in your face. I hate that.
Look, they do it at Sarah and I went to the Stars game, and they do that when we go to the bar, buy a beer. They just turn that thing around.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, hang on a second. I'll tip you for pouring my beer, but you ain't getting 20% on a $15 beer for pulling the tab.
I give them $1.
Yeah, whatever happened to $1 a drink?
It used to be $1 a drink.
That's what it used to be. And now people are like, 15% at the bar, maybe 18% at the bar.
And they're looking at you the whole time. They're staring you in the eyes. They're like, all right, you want to tip me? You want to give me some extra money? I'm working hourly here.
But in the restaurant at the table, you tip more because they're standing with that machine, right?
I would think so.
You've never experienced it?
Yeah, but I don't remember. I always do 20% regardless. Like that, I don't judge service. You just get 20% from
Wow. Okay.
I don't. People have bad days. I give you my 20% and I move on.
What I don't like is when they turn that screen around to you, they always say the same thing. All right, this is going to ask you one question, and then that's how they phrase it. They don't just turn it around. I've had an experience where they flip it around, and that's the general way to say, it's going to ask you a question. I'm like, okay, okay, do I want to give a tip? All right, there it is.
So Starbucks started this thing, and they have this, they do the same thing now where they turn the screen around to you, or they will hand you, if you're at the drive-thru, they will hand you like a little cell phone looking thing that you can add a tip. It's just, and they're supposed to ask, it's going to ask you if you want to add a tip or not, and you don't have to. Well, this is creating such anxiety among the Starbucks baristas that many of them are just selecting no tip
before they turn it around.
Turn it around.
What, because they're feeling anxiety or guilt for making you tip?
Yeah, they're feeling anxiety about that, which is like, oh, okay. But the problem is that is illegal.
What's illegal?
You can't. You're touching
like filling it out for me.
You're filling something out for you.
Okay.
And Starbucks is saying, guys, you guys can get fired for that. Real simple. Real easy. You're going to get fired for that. It's not like technically like law illegal.
Sure.
It's like company policy, right? It's against company policy. Because you can't tell somebody, you can't fill out the tip for a customer.
Well, anyone who wants to sue over that, you're an idiot. They're trying to save you money. I appreciate them feeling guilty and not making me tip off of my $8 coffee already. So go ahead and get mad about it that your right was taken away not to pay more. Kaylee Cuoco. Kaylee Cuoco.
Yeah.
Right?
There you go.
Kaylee C.
Penny from Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory. She sparked a debate a while ago. Should flight attendants get tips? This is an interesting one.
This is. Now, she appeared on a series called The Flight Attendant and did an interview with TMZ saying, hey, should we be tipping flight attendants? And we pay airlines, we pay big airlines. One trip was $5,000. So this one woman said, no, I paid $5,000 for this trip. I'm sure they were going overseas.
Okay.
You're paying $5,000.
But if you pay for a $1,500 dinner, you're still tipping the server.
Yeah, you're buying a fillet for $55. You can probably get in a store for $18.
Right.
Or whatever, right? You buy it in bulk.
What do you think, Bobby? You're the big tipper around here. You think flight attendants do enough to be tipped on a flight?
Not the flights that I'm on, but I fly Southwest, so it's very basic what they're going to do for you on that flight.
Fired.
I'm just saying,
Good gosh.
That's not about the Southwest employees. It's very basic what they do on those flights.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. They basically come by and go, "Are you buckled?" Or they try to wake up Odell Beckham, and that's it.
What do you think? You love flying?
If I order a drinky drink, and they hand you the thing, right? There's a lot of times I think I've seen a tip option. I will tip if they do, if they're doing that. But no.
You're the world traveler. What do you think?
Yeah, Payton.
Well, see, on my flights they give you the meals and stuff as well, so you kind of have to tip on that. But yeah, the automatic drinks, so you get the sodas or the juice or the water, whatever. I don't tip on that. But yeah, if I order like a drinky drink or something, alcohol and stuff, I'll give it a couple bucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, what about something? I've tried to give cash before. They said we're not allowed to accept tips.
Right. Well then, tough break.
But do you do do you tip the housekeeping at a hotel? Like, do you ever leave cash?
No. The one we were at in Oxnard, never cleaned the room.
Never cleaned the room once. They don't do that. It's post-COVID in California.
Oh.
They're not cleaning rooms. You got to ask for it.
Oh, that's right.
I tipped Brian since he was cleaning the room the whole time.
That's right. Did he
tucking in his bed.
Did he make up your bed?
He did make my bed one day.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
What a beast. Yeah, I think that they would deserve more than an airline steward or stewardess for coming by and giving you your one drink. Because I feel like when you ask them for the second drink or maybe the third, they get a little bit annoyed. I'm talking about in the seats in the back, not up front. Up front, it's like another world. I mean, it's first.
My gosh.
I mean,
you can't go back.
Oh,
you can't go back there.
You can't go.
Once you're up there, you can't go back.
Yeah. So and then I thought there was one more tipping story in terms of trying to figure it out. Like the big tipping controversy has always been when you go and pick up a carry out.
The takeout.
Which I've never tipped for that, and you do.
I tip if it's packed well.
How do you know? You don't open the bag and take out the containers and see if it's packed well.
Well, if it's tied or there's a staple there.
Yeah.
That's a good tip.
Okay.
Like the way they do it at when I go get Chinese takeout or whatever, I mean, they tie that bag 48 times. Okay. I absolutely love it. It's so well packed.
Okay.
That food's not going anywhere.
Do you, for pickup, carry out, tip?
If I'm having to sign for something and there is a tipping option there, I feel guilty and hit it every time.
Wow.
Yeah, I do feel guilty.
And I usually, if it's 15, 20, 30 or custom, I'll just hit 20.
All right. Let me ask you this then. This is, maybe it's, this is tough. Every time you're checking out from the grocery store, you donate every time to the cause with the credit card swipe?
0 out of 100.
Okay, interesting.
I click no thanks.
And you? Where's the guilt there?
I'm sorry, unless it's a roundup.
I self-check out a lot of times, and I don't think it asks you as often there.
Okay.
But I will, when you go through Panda Express, and they always ask, do you want to round up? I'm always like, yeah. And I just
I'll round up.
All right. I think it's going to
get
get you back good karma in life.
If they ask, I'll give $1.
Okay.
They'll say how much. I'll say $1.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just a rounder.
Any other ones?
That's it from a tipping standpoint. That's all we got from a tipping standpoint.
All right. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105 through the fan. How about the truckwreck.com text line? They always have the best responses and feedback. Or Bobby, is that on Twitch?
No, 407 says, back to the flight attendants. I'm a flight attendant. Maybe 1 out of 100 people tip. It's not required, but we do check on the people who tip more. So there is actually some benefit. If they get a tip, they'll come back, check on you, make sure you're handled.
I got a buddy who gives, when he gets on an airplane, he gives like the 2 flight attendants right in the front, like mini chocolates, like Hershey Kisses or whatever. And he says they always find them at some point during the flight. They always find them and bring them something.
Well, it's like in a crowded bar, my buddy will go in and he just hands like $40 to the bartender. Does that it has to have an impact, right?
We did that in Mexico.
Bobby's done this before.
He was with me when we went to Buffalo Wild Wings. It was a packed night and our server wasn't great already, and he came by, and so like I gave him the tip at the beginning. I gave him $100, and I was like, "We're gonna be here for a while. I just want to take care of you now, so you know we're good." And then he did. He paid more attention to us the rest of the night.
When we went to Mexico, Sarah and I, we gave the start of the day, we gave the bartender like $10, $15, whatever it was, and we never waited. When we got to the bar,
it
helps.
helps.
We went right up there, and they just stopped what they were doing and made our drinks.
This is interesting on the Twitch. Mass Text says, I worked in a Four Seasons for years. 75% of the time, the housekeepers don't get the tip. Room service and minibar people always come in first before the room is cleaned. So I guess they will clean it up.
Oh, man. Tip hierarchy. All right, coming up here on Sean and RJ, Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Then Michael Irvin, followed by Jason Witten. So the back-to-back Cowboy Hall of Famers here on DFW Sports Station. We know, though, that the real experts, they're in Vegas. What are they thinking about not only the Cowboys, the NFCs, what's going to happen? What's Vegas saying about Jacob deGrom on the Rangers? That's next on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105 through the fan.
But let's get you over to the all-new
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Micah Parsons, very active and vocal over the Brittany Griner release. That breaking news happened about 45 minutes ago. We'll bring you Micah's thoughts that he's going to get asked about. I wonder if Cowboys PR has hit him up yet. Has he gotten a phone call or a text? Bobby Belt put you on the spot with his Brittany Griner, President Biden opinions.
Maybe. I'll tell you what. Fortunate he's doing it today, a day after his media availability. He gets a whole week.
Yeah. Okay. So the next time he could be asked about it would be on Sunday.
Yeah. Who's going to ask him?
Clarence. Y'all need to get Clarence a Christmas gift.
Clarence genuinely does all the dirty work for the beat, and I genuinely appreciate him for
Hell
that.
yeah. It's awesome. Does he just like asking the questions that have to be and doesn't care about the response or the tone from the subject?
Yeah, I mean, he's been here since 97. I think he's just, at this point, he's just fearless about it. He doesn't feel uncomfortable asking it.
All right. The true experts, of course, are in Vegas. They have the Cowboys as a 16.5-point favorite over the Texans, who are going back to Davis Mills at quarterback. By the way, this hour, not only Micah Parsons on President Biden and Brittany Griner at 8:20, Babe Laufenberg 8:40, Michael Irvin at 9, Jason Witten at 9:20. So do not go anywhere. And we've already given away sweet tickets to Cowboys Texans on Sunday for turning it on, leaving it on. Let's start off with Jacob deGrom. Press conference later on today. It's happening as the newest Ranger is going to be introduced out there in Arlington, and that is going to be at 1 p.m. today on The Fan. The Jacob deGrom presser. ERA over under for the upcoming season, 2.75. We haven't talked about NL to AL numbers and how much.
I don't know if that's a big of a deal anymore.
It isn't?
A little bit, but the NL's got the DH now.
Yeah,
so I don't know how much of a big of a deal it is.
The DH, but I mean, he also struggled. It was injuries, obviously, but I mean, he didn't look quite the same last year coming back at the end. So
all right, so over under. Under 2.75 last year. It was a 3.08. Choppy? Career, it's a 2.52.
Yeah, I'll stick with his career number. 3. Because that was the only time. That was the first time since 2017 he'd been above 3.
Yep.
I'll say under.
Okay. Starts.
Under.
His start number, the over-under, is 26.5. Let me give you his games started throughout his career. Starting in 2014, 22, 30, 24, 31, 32, 32, then 12, 15, 11, COVID affecting one of those years. But the last 3 years, 12, 15, 11, the over-under is 26.5. You're going under, RJ?
I'm going to go under. I'm sorry, did you say they set it at 26.5?
Yes. They set the amount of starts made in the regular season at that number.
Under,
but barely.
Barely. Strikeouts, 225.5. Over the past few seasons, for reference, from 2017 on, 239, 269, 255. Last 3 years, he has not gotten over 150. 104, 146, 102. Again, COVID and injuries. Were you about to quickly say under?
Yes, that's kind of a surprising number to me. Under for sure.
225.5 with the strikeouts. Bet online with these numbers if you want to try to make some money.
220. Look, if you think he's going to get 20 starts, he's going to get 225 strikeouts.
You're talking about 9 strikeouts a game.
Good math.
If
you're right.
I mean, but yes,
Okay,
yes,
good.
but his strikeouts per 9 for his career is almost 11.
Yeah, but I mean, like, look at the years where he started 22 games, 144 strikeouts, 24 starts, 143 strikeouts. You've got, I mean, he's not, if he gets to 25 starts, I think he's under.
25 starts. 25 starts is under 225. That seems really, really low. I'll take the under because I don't think he's going to get enough starts.
The starts. Okay. Over under win total is 11. Obviously, that is determined by your offense and his pitching, but over under 11 wins.
Man, I'll
push.
The good news for him is that the offense is good. Like, the last time he had over 30 starts, he had 32 starts in 2019. He only had 11 wins in 32 starts.
Is the bullpen any good? Are they going to blow leads for him?
But the Rangers' offense was top 7 in baseball last year, and that's with, Simeon and Seager. Simeon having a terrible start to the season. So I think the offense will be better, and that will help him out. But yeah,
you said top 7 in baseball.
Yeah, in runs.
Okay, they were 12, number 12 in baseball.
Oh, so for the American League. Yeah, American League.
American League.
So the offense is much better than that Mets offense was a couple years ago. Remember that Mets offense? I mean, he was losing games 1-0.
Yeah, he got screwed.
Yeah.
He got screwed big time. They were 5th in the American League in runs scored. So over under 11.
Again, I don't think he's going to get 25 starts. So I'll take the under.
Right around there.
Push it.
Yeah, I'll push or barely under 10 or 11 wins.
For comparison's sake, the deGrom replacement, Verlander, the ERA over under is a 2.95. Strikeouts are 200.5. The wins are 13. And then Carlos Correa next team, really close, Twins, and then the Cubs and the Giants are tied.
Man, the Giants probably are going to try to break the bank on somebody. They had all this money they were going to give to Aaron Judge. They were going to offer him. They offered him the same deal the Yankees did, 9 for $360. Correa had a chance to stay with the Twins. He opted out. It's a good option for him because he's going to get more money.
Prime time odds on Colorado. Over under win total. I want you to guess where they set it, Robert.
They were pretty bad this past year. 5.5.
It is 5.5 on the dot. Anyone feel good about an over/under for Deion year 1? Or you wouldn't bet? You wouldn't touch it?
I wouldn't. Look, that's a bad team. They're 1-11, but I have no idea. I could not even guess on that. I have no idea what kind of talent he's going to bring in. I imagine that transfer portal is going to be. This is going to be the best transfer portal year a team's had in a long time. I can't. They've got.
Better than USC last year?
Yes, for one reason. USC had a lot of good players already there that you were going to replace, right?
Yeah.
Colorado, I would be willing, there were not 11 offensive and 11 defensive positions up for grabs on USC going into last year.
Right.
There are literally, there are.
What is the percentage turnover going to be on Colorado's roster? It's going to be through the roof.
Let's say they have 100 players on their roster.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bet you
70.
I'll bet you only 20 to 30 are safe.
30 might be high.
That's an awful team.
Yeah, I mean, even at 5.5, no matter how much they get in the transfer portal, I'd go under.
I would tend to agree with that. I just don't know what they're going to get in the portal. Like this is going to be amazing.
Will Deion still coach Colorado week 1 of the 2024 regular season?
Yeah.
The odds are yes, -200. No is +150.
You got to pay him out too much.
What conference will Deion coach in next after the Pac-12?
Big 12.
SEC.
SEC is the leader, then ACC, then Big 12, then Big 10.
I only said Big 12 because Colorado is going to, I think, go to the Big 12.
Oh, okay. Note, if he stays at Colorado for 2024, this will be graded as no action. Okay, they didn't have the team moving conferences, so that's interesting.
Okay.
All right, bet online on the NFL. The favorite to win the Super Bowl as of today.
Kansas City.
Buffalo.
Interesting.
What is going on? Didn't you read something the other day about Buffalo being the favorite? You read something yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, why is Buffalo being viewed as the prohibitive favorite?
Because they're number 1 in my power rankings.
The Payton Russell effect, yeah.
Yes.
I honestly think the main reason is their talent is so good, right?
On both sides.
Right. Their talent is so good, and they have them as the team to beat in this. They're the buzz going around the sport. They've got the Bills as the best team in the league, as the team to beat, and I just don't get it. All these insiders are saying Bills are the ones to win. Bills are the ones to win.
Was that and I don't know how much it would have changed it, but was that pre-Von Miller?
Yes.
it was.
Okay.
It was.
Yes.
Now, that was late yesterday afternoon, right?
All right, so Buffalo is 1. Kansas City and Philly, you have one that's going to be 2?
Typically, Vegas goes a team in the other conference, even if the other team is better. I'll say Philly.
They tied them 5-1.
yeah.
So 5-1. Who do you think is next? Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philly.
Cowboys.
San Francisco.
It's the Cowboys and then San Francisco in order. So the Cowboys 13-2. San Fran is 8-1 after losing Garoppolo. That supports Bobby Belt's argument
Damn right it
about
does.
big CB. Cowboys, then San Fran. Who after that?
Cincy.
Good job, RJ Choppy. Who after that?
Miami.
Baltimore.
Good job, Bobby Belt. Miami. After that, it's Minnesota, then Baltimore.
How long is Lamar out for?
What was it? Hours to minutes to weeks to days.
Because I looked. So without Lamar, they go from 28 to 22 points a game. They are 6-10 without him and 45-16 with him.
Woo!
So 6 points a game. That's not that's they go. San Fran goes lower than without Jimmy. They go from 28 to 19.
So ESPN has the Cowboys with the best chance to make the Super Bowl. Win the Super Bowl from the NFC. Vegas has the Eagles as the favorite to still win the conference. 2-1. The Cowboys are 13-5. Just to get to the Super Bowl. All right? NFC East. How heavy of a favorite is Filthy? 2-9 to win it. Cowboys are 13-5.
All right, so 2.5 to 1 for the Cowboys.
Yes.
And the Eagles are 2-9 is such a huge favorite. You got to explain that. You got to bet $9 to win 2.
Wow. MVP.
Patrick Mahomes.
Mahomes.
It is Mahomes. Second.
Hurts.
It is Hurts. Good job. Who's third?
Burrow.
Is Burrow having that good of a year now?
He's been really good, and he kept playing really well and got them on a winning streak without Chase.
It is Joe Burrow third. Fourth.
Tua.
Yeah, how is Tua not up there?
Tua is fifth behind Josh Allen.
Oh, okay.
Josh Allen had 6 games like Davis Mills. We need to stop pretending that he was ever on Patrick Mahomes' level.
What's the QBR? What's the QBR for Josh Allen versus Tua versus Mahomes for this year?
Tua was first for a very long time. I think he still is. I'll get it.
All right, so it's Mahomes, Hurts, Burrow, Allen, Tua, Geno, Tyreek, Jefferson, Brady, Cousins, Lamar. Defensive Player of the Year?
Micah Parsons.
Micah.
It is still Micah at 1-4, followed by Bosa, Chris Jones, Max Crosby, and Judon.
Okay.
You got the QBRs?
Yeah, it's pulling up.
You gave me the look. I thought you gave me the look.
Yeah, I'm giving looks of disdain.
Coach of the Year. This is always a fun argument on the show.
It's what's his name? Sirianni.
Sirianni's going to be the favorite. I don't know how Mike McDaniel is not up there. I don't know how Mike McCarthy would not be up there either. Both guys, Mike McDaniel, if you give coaches credit, which a lot of people do, give them credit. I mean, he took Tua from something that nobody thought was going to be any good and turned him into an MVP candidate. And from McCarthy's perspective, he went 4-1 with Cooper Rush.
Raccoon Eyes is the heavy favorite at 1-2. Second, you disrespected Kevin O'Connell. Third, Mike McDaniel. Fourth, Robert Saleh. Fifth, McCarthy. So he's up there, top 5.
Finally getting up there. They've had him outside the top 5 most of the year.
Yeah, McCarthy last week was 40-1, and now all of a sudden he's 18-1. That was quite a jump.
Here is your top 10 in QBR. Mahomes 1.
What's the number?
78.5.
All right.
Tua 2 at 77.4.
All right.
Allen 75.
Okay.
Hurts 69. Smith 64. Goff 60. Carr 60. Lamar 59. Dak 59. Burrow 59.
What's that Dak QBR tell you with all these numbers that the Cowboys have the best offense in the league since his return?
Well, he's also 6th in efficiency per play. It tells me that he may have been pretty bad game 1, and he only has, 5 games to his ledger? Is that right?
No, he's 7 now, isn't he?
Is he at 7?
He's played 6 games since he came back.
Okay. I mean, that's still low enough for week 1 to really impact it.
Last week he was not good.
Babe Laufenberg at 8:40, and then the Hall of Fame 9 o'clock hour with Michael Irvin and Jason Witten. Micah Parsons being very vocal and active this morning on the Brittany Griner news, including a message for President Biden, and Bobby Belt is going to be in love with Dana White after what he said about soccer. That's all next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan. But I'm in love with DFW Security with the better protection, the smart security.
33.
All right, the guest list is about to get crazy. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Michael Irvin at 9. Jason Witten at 9:20. The Sandman, Jared Sandler, has popped in studio. What are you getting ready for the Jacob deGrom press conference out there in Arlington today?
No, I just wanted to check on your bum.
Oh, my rear end?
Yeah.
It's stopped up. I should have gone and gotten some dinner with you last night with the fancy dinner that you had, but you're looking good in the Rangers polo. What is your one question for Jacob deGrom if you ask? Do you ever ask questions out there?
I usually don't like to do the job of the writers because they can be lazy, so I will ask one-on-one. If I were to ask, I like for my purposes as a broadcaster, I'm always curious about the evolution of pitches. So I'd probably ask something about, the evolution of his mid-90s slider, which is one of the most fascinating pitches in baseball to me.
Wow. Okay. Why is it fascinating?
You just don't see starters throw a slider with that velocity and with that level of command and have success over the course of, an entire start or whatever the case might be. A reliever for one inning, maybe, but for a starter, it's just unheard of.
So the Jacob deGrom presser at 1 p.m. Sandler may have the mic back on after we play this Dana White audio. It'll be Jared against Bobby, and it could get ugly. Babe Laufenberg, then Michael Irvin, then Jason Witten. But look, the breaking international news is Brittany Griner has been released. The story from CBS, she is coming home because of a prisoner swap. RJ Choppy, the Merchant of Death, has been released in exchange for Brittany Griner.
Such a cool nickname, the Merchant of Death. I can't think of maybe 5 more that are more badass than Merchant of Death out there. So she is getting swapped for him. It was a one-on-one prisoner exchange. And there was a lot of talk about this leading up to it. Like they were trying to do this negotiation for what seemed like months and months and months. And they weren't sure. Russia has always been saying this is who they wanted. They wanted the Merchant of Death. And the U.S. was balking at that. And something happened where they finally gave in.
Yeah, I wonder, when they talk about how they were balking at it and how there was hesitancy to do it. We've seen complaints this morning or criticism that they didn't make the swap for the retired Marine who's over there on espionage charges, Paul Whelan. I wonder if maybe was that one of the hangups that they were balking at? Were they balking at the 2-for-1 and then eventually they just said, I wonder if that was a factor because this sounds like the same swap that was being presented was Griner for the Merchant of Death. And so I don't know what would have changed all of a sudden now other than maybe the U.S. was trying to negotiate for the Marine and ultimately said, all right, fine, just 1-for-1. I don't know.
What is entailed under what's under the Merchant of Death umbrella?
I think he's an arms dealer.
Okay.
Yeah, illegal arms dealer.
So Micah Parsons has been very active responding to this on social media. He immediately went to Paul Whelan, and Whelan's family, by the way, has responded, not to Micah, but in general. Micah, wait, we left the Marine. Hell nah. Then President Biden tweeted, moments ago I spoke to Brittany Griner. She's safe. She's on a plane. She's on her way home. Micah responded to that. We're still not voting for you. So Micah Parsons letting the political affiliation and feelings be known. Bobby, did you know, does Micah talk any politics in the locker room?
I don't know, and I still don't know what his political opinions. I don't know that that's any sort of
endorsement,
an endorsement, or that's just more a criticism directly there. But I think
he knows how to get the contract.
Yeah, he does. I bet Mike McCarthy.
Say something about Jerry, Payton?
No, I was just.
You want to say it with your chest?
I bet Mike McCarthy's looking forward to the first question that gets thrown to him at his press conference this morning.
Yeah. So Mike has got 8,900 retweets for, wait, you're telling me we left the Marine, and 5,000 retweets from 35 minutes ago. We're still not voting for you.
Is he getting ratioed?
No. I mean, let me. I have to
How
go
does
back
the ratio work?
Let's see here.
He's got
quote tweets. It's quote tweets and replies combined. If it's more than the retweets, which it's not. He does have more retweets than quote tweets and replies combined, but it's close. It's like 3,500 to 3,800.
He's got 5,500 retweets.
No, that's when you see that number. You got to click and open it to see which ones are quotes and which ones
I
are
always
retweets.
think we leave likes out of this. Likes to me are the one. He's got 25,000 likes on this.
Yeah.
Like that's I don't know how the ratio works. Like because now but I don't know what the like button means anymore. Does it mean the same thing as it used to mean? Like did Elon change the like button? It's blue now.
No, that was a myth, I guess. Somebody debunked that.
Just translate. What was he ratioed or not, and what does that mean, Bobby?
Was he? No, he was not ratioed.
So that
and
means what?
Ratioed basically means you're stirring up more response than you are retweet endorsements, and so he has not gotten more quote tweets and replies than he has retweets.
All right. Is there a general reaction to this? This is great. She was unfairly imprisoned for way too long for such a small violation, or is it's a disgrace that Paul Whelan is not the one coming back home, or the United States is weak?
You want fan text or you want Twitch?
Whatever you want.
All right, let's go with let's do Twitch here. Let's see. That dude has his private army, the Merchant of Death. He sold weapons to the Taliban. He's one dangerous mofo. Bro, I love Micah MVP. A lot of that. And then you go to the fan text, and it's, a little bit different. Micah's trying to get Jerry to pay him some more. How come nobody's asked LeBron about this yet? Wow. Let's go. Micah, wow, a lot of Micah support. A lot of Micah support here. Micah stay off Twitter. Buying a Micah jersey, burning a Micah jersey.
Wow.
All over the place.
All right. You chuckling over something?
I was chuckling because I read, why hasn't anybody asked LeBron about this yet?
All right. So there you go. And then Paul Whelan's family has responded supporting what the United States did. There's no greater success than for a wrongful detainee to be freed and for them to go home. The Biden administration made the right decision to bring Ms. Griner home and to make the deal that was possible rather than waiting for one that wasn't going to, and then they go on. So showing support for the move that the United States made. Very classy statement from the Whelan family. So keep them coming in. 877-881-1053. I thought this was fake yesterday when I read it, and then Payton got it on the cut sheet. Dana White commenting, Jared, cover your ears. Dana White commenting on soccer.
I respect so much how talented you have to be to play hockey, okay? Soccer, whole nother ballgame. Can't stand soccer. I think that it's the least talented sport on earth. There's a reason 3-year-olds can play soccer, okay? You run around and kick a ball. Yeah, Landsberg said, you wouldn't say that if you were in Brazil. I said, dude, I say this in every country. When you're playing a game where the net is this big, right, and the score is 3-1, are you me right now?
That's a blowout.
Do you know how untalented you have to be to score 3 points when the net is this big? Now in hockey, you have guys on skates, right, with crooked sticks, where they have to hit a puck into a net that's the same size as the goalie. Okay, that's a sport that the score should be 3-1.
Damn right, Dana. Damn right.
Jared, what do you think? Being a diehard soccer fan.
What is his sport? UFC or QCF or whatever?
Yeah, something manly.
I could stand in the ring for 20 seconds and get my ass kicked, like the patsies that they throw out there to face some of the guys.
Oh, wow.
I think his name is Patty, right?
Patty Pemberton or something?
Patty the Batty.
Yeah.
I do think that all the fighting and combat sports, it's incredible how great a shape they're in. Listen, I get it. I understand that there are people who don't like soccer and they're gonna angle their beliefs however they want.
But to argue against the athleticism is ignorant.
Yeah, that's stupid. These guys are as
the least talented sport. It definitely takes talent.
Yeah, and
you're not just kicking a ball and running. There's a reason why everyone thinks that the biggest joke of a youth sport is 3-year-old soccer. It's the cutest and the biggest joke because they kick it and everybody just runs and follows.
Kids soccer is the worst. It's the most unwatchable sport there is. Youth soccer.
Yeah, but
then you get to a high level. Like every sport played at the highest. So sports at the highest level. Every sport played at the highest level has some beauty to it. Some, even if you don't like it, at the high and World Cup is the highest level.
But people talking about the talent of it I think makes you sound stupid.
Yeah, you can not like soccer. You can say it's boring. I get it. I do love soccer. I'm biased, but if you want to tell me, hey, I think it's boring watching them run back and forth and kick that's fine. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you. That's your taste. These guys are in incredible shape, and they might not be cut and ripped, and they might not look jacked like Anderson Silva or something. These guys are so strong.
There's some beta aspect to soccer players.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Is that like
no. I like Sandler's face there. I want to hear him engage on this.
There's some non-alphas out there.
Oh, I'm not. Basketball's the same way.
Yeah.
Guys, I love Luka. I was at the Mavs game on Sunday. Luka complains about every call, even when he blatantly fouls a guy. And yes, Devin Booker, he flops as much as anyone, but Luka jerks his head back a lot too. I mean, all these guys flop. I don't blame guys for flopping because they get calls from it.
Look, I'm not going to impugn a comment, but I think Europeans are a little soft in that. If that's where we're going.
All right, Texan RJ Choppy, hardcore Texan RJ Choppy. I'm a man. We don't have enough time left in the segment. We got to get to Michael Irvin, Jason Witten, and Babe Laufenberg next on 105.3 The Fan. But first, we got to get you some legal help. You're sitting there, and you got the big dent in the side of your car, or you got rear-ended like I did in the ride share in my Be Odyssey NFL insider Michael Irvin, brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. But look at this guest list. We got Jason Witten, Michael Irvin, and Babe Laufenberg right now on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Cowboys color analyst here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Babe. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. And yeah, that lineup is like a motorer's row. It's like the 1927 Yankees, but I'm the leadoff hitter. I'm just going to bunt, try to get on first, maybe steal second, let the big bats come up behind me.
All right, let me ask you a serious question. When you sit down with Garrett and Aikman, who had more accomplished NFL careers,
well,
you don't sit there and feel like you gotta speak third in a football discussion, right? How do you work that? How do you work that balance?
Well, it's interesting because obviously, Troy's at the top of the food chain there, but it's amazing how they respect my opinion more than they respect their own. They know I know more football than them. No, I mean, Mike McCarthy was never an NFL player,
right?
Andy Reid was never an NFL player.
Belichick.
Right? Bill Belichick was never an NFL player. So I kind of see myself like them. And I think they see me the same way. No, actually, we have, in truthfulness, we have great discussions. I don't think, nobody ever says to me, well, you weren't a starter for 12 years in the league.
Right.
I do like, back in the day, Roger Staubach would always trump Danny White when they played together, and they had like a ping pong competition, whatever it was. If Roger lost at ping pong, Roger would then say, yeah, hey, Danny, did you ever win the Heisman? So those guys always have that trump card, right?
And Jason Witten is coming up at 9:20. Did you go out to some of Witten's head coaching debut games this year?
I did. I went to 2 games this year, and, I always say the number one thing in life is you got to show up. So I went out there, basically to support Witt. And but I will tell you this, and we've all kind of been there. You didn't have to look at his team long to say that's a well-coached team. Matter of fact, after the first game, I texted him, and Witt is not the best on text messages. You can bring that up if you want to.
Okay.
Because I talked to his wife Michelle at one point, and I said, "Hey, is Witt mad at me, or did he lose his phone?" Or but he's not the best text.
So he doesn't respond, you're saying?
Correct. And so, at first you're like, gosh, am I? It's one thing if you text a guy saying, hey, you owe me money. Lots of times you don't hear back from that guy. But
yeah, I know.
But honestly, you go out, you go out and you watch a 6th grade team or a high school team or whatever. It doesn't take you long to say, man, that's a well-coached team. And I also think about the kids that get Jason Witten or any of these NFL players that are so accomplished, and thinking, man, you telling me you're a high school kid and Jason Witten is coaching you? If you don't learn something there, it's on you.
Babe, how challenging has it been preparing for the Texans this week?
Very. I won't lie to you.
Much harder than the Colts.
Actually, a little bit. So the Colts seem to have a few more people. You knew Matt Ryan, right?
Right.
Watch Matt Ryan. So it's a little more difficult, and I don't think Mike McCarthy has the appreciation. He always talks about uncommon opponents, right? It's harder for this coaching staff. Well, it's harder for the broadcasters too, Mike. Let me just fill you in. But they're a bad football team. I don't need. That's not a revelation.
What name?
It's like if you thought Indy was bad, wait till you see this group.
Give us some names that we need to know.
Well, Brandon Cooks obviously, and they're playing. They're back now to Davis Mills at quarterback, who I kind of like. They need a little help around him. Kyle Allen was benched after a couple of games, and the funny thing about Kyle Allen, okay, he's in a group with Cooper Rush, and there's a couple of them in there, a couple other guys, and I wish I had their names. I did when Cooper was playing, but Kyle Allen started out his NFL career 5-0. And I'm sure he thought, this quarterback thing is easy.
Yeah.
I think he's won like 2 of his last 15. So it's been difficult. And you know what? I do see some parallels. It's funny, playing Indianapolis and Houston in back-to-back weeks. You go back 3 years, if you were to circle this on the calendar back when, you would have said, oh, here comes Andrew Luck, and then here comes Deshaun Watson. And Indy was a good team. We kind of forget watching them now. That was a really good football team for about 15 years with Peyton Manning and then Andrew Luck. And Houston had, they went to the playoffs 4 or 5 years, right?
Yeah.
They had Laramie Tunsil. There was a left tackle who's still there. They had Deshaun Watson. They had DeAndre Hopkins. And if you were in that division, you said, man, that's going to be a handful for the next 5-10 years there. And obviously we know what has happened since then.
Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys analyst, join us here on 105 through the Fan. Odell to the Cowboys, think it's dead? Do you think it's still alive?
I would say it's still alive just because I think it has a pulse, but I'll be honest with you, maybe I'm in the minority here, but, I don't even care. I wish I just want it to go away from my perspective.
Yeah,
I'm bored with it.
You're not in the minority.
Okay, good. But, I'm bored with it. And if a guy won't work out for you, which he won't work out for a reason. He can't work out. He doesn't want you to see what he has. Hey, that's like you go on a blind date, right? And your buddy wants to fix you up. And you say, well, show me a picture of her. No, I can't do that. Well, why can't you do that? Right?
Yes.
Why can't you do that? Because you will never go out with this one.
Yep.
So it's a little bit like that. It's almost like Odell and his knee is that blind date that you really don't want to see the photo of. But again, what I love is just on the same vein, but a little different subject here, but Michael Gallup is coming on. I feel like those last 2 weeks, you see a guy where you say, okay, he's over that, whatever the hurdle was that he had mentally, physically, he looks like a guy that's really ready to play some really good football for you.
And Babe, it's not just Michael Gallup stepping up, but it feels like CeeDee Lamb has really, come into his own in that number one receiver role over like the last month or so. Kind of when honestly this Odell Beckham chatter started. What kind of improvement have you seen from Lamb? Do you think it's just been about getting the opportunity with his quarterback and finding that rhythm?
I think somewhat, and I said at the start of the season, he's your number one receiver, but it doesn't make him a number one receiver. Just like he may be the ace of your staff, right? The Rangers had an ace last year. I don't know who it was. But, no, I mean, they had a number one starter.
Yes.
They didn't have an ace, right?
Yes.
We hope they got one now. But so CD was that guy, but I do see the improvement. I think also, if you go back to the Giants game, and this – other teams kind of tell you as much as anything what your team is, I think. They had a 3rd and 15 at the 15. Now, I don't know why the Giants played man, but they did. But they went over and doubled up CD. That left Dalton Schultz on that corner route for the touchdown. Remember the left side of the end zone?
Yeah.
So Giants said, we're going to take away CD, beat us with somebody else. And that's when you start seeing that true number one receiver. The other part of it very quickly is that it becomes a mental grind for that number one guy when he's getting doubled for a majority of the game, or when teams say, we're going to take this guy out. It becomes a mental grind. And I had a conversation with Bill Parcells about Micah Parsons earlier in the year. And he talked about the mental grind it is. Can you fight through the double teams all game long? Because, hey, sometimes, now I'm not saying this is Micah, and I know you have other things to talk about with Micah, but sometimes it gets mentally discouraging for that guy. You've always got two guys on you. So the easy thing is to say, well, I'm not going to make this play because they're double teaming me. Now, Micah has not done that, but I think CD is going through that a little bit in the sense that, okay, they're going to try to take me away now. How do I combat that, and how do I deal with it mentally? The one-on-ones for CD on third down are kind of behind him now, right? He had Amari there last year. He doesn't have Amari Cooper this year.
Who won the Griner deal?
You know what? I haven't, honestly. I woke up and I listened to you guys, and I kind of, got to Twitter to see, so I have not seen.
You want the compensation? You want the terms?
Pardon me?
You want the compensatory picks and the terms and everything?
Yes.
We'll give it to you later.
Has he scouted the
What I would
Merchant of
really
Death?
like-
Stop
What I would really like is, I thought that was like a pro wrestling guy or something. I don't follow wrestling, but I thought, huh? But what I really like is the baseball thing. So I would like him to say it's Brittany Griner for whoever, and a hostage to be named later.
The hostage to be named later. I see it. Babe, we were having this discussion. We've been having this discussion all week about San Francisco and what San Francisco still is without Jimmy Garoppolo, now with Brock Purdy. Do you still consider them a title contender?
I do because of that. Well, I guess I consider them a tough team to go through when you get to the playoffs because of that defense. But are you going to be capable, if it is indeed Brock Purdy for the rest of the year, are you going to be capable of going out and winning 3 or 4 games in a row against playoff competition? I don't know that I see that. But, is Brock Purdy Dak Prescott? Can he be Dak Prescott, right? We saw Dak Prescott as a rookie go 13-3. Now, Dak was a 4th-round pick, obviously. Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick in the draft. But, man, they're so good in so many other areas that I think most teams, I would say, well, there goes their playoff run, or there goes any hopes for them. But, they're so good on offense. Shanahan is so good as a head coach. Their defense is obviously fantastic. I mean, the defense is allowing like just over 3 yards a run. So good luck with all that. But hey, I think anywhere if the Cowboys become a wild card, as it looks now, but hey, things can change. We all know that. Any of these games are going to be tough. Going to Tampa's beat them the last 2 times. Obviously, 49ers out there is going to be tough. Minnesota is the one I probably would want to play because the Cowboys do have recent wins over them. They beat them with Cooper Rush. They beat them with Dak badly, obviously this year. So I don't think the Cowboys would have the fear of going up and playing Minnesota in Minnesota.
That was very entertaining, from blind dates to scouting reports on possible wrestlers. Thank you, babe. We'll hear you Sunday, brother.
All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Babe Laufenberg and a Jason Witten scouting report for 920. Babe Laufenberg on the Diamond Factory hotline. It's time for Hall of Fame Cowboy Hour, starting off with the playmaker, Michael Irvin. Is the Odell Beckham dream officially gone? We'll ask the playmaker next.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time. I'm sure the Playmaker is doing the same thing as our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. What?
Bobby's fist pump is like he's a truck
That's
driver.
how I fist pump.
He's got it reversed, like he's a truck driver pulling the horn.
So Jason Witten, by the way, coming up at 9:20 this morning. I said this a couple hours ago. I've been thinking about all the Odell opinions and the analysis, and I feel like, what do they call it in movies? An eggs, like hidden eggs that you're supposed to like Easter eggs.
Easter eggs, yeah.
I think Michael Irvin dropped an Easter egg weeks ago. He was the first one to say, think about this Odell thing maybe a little bit more next year than this year. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? And I think Michael may have known something. Good morning, Playmaker. How are you?
Y'all are funny, man, but y'all are good. I got to give you that. Y'all are good. No, I'm doing well. I'm doing much better this morning now. Yesterday was a whole nother thing. I was trying to get back home, and I get to the airport, supposed to take off and land in time, enough for me to do the show. They put us on the plane. We go out, then we sit out there for a while, then we come back, and the plane didn't leave to 7 hours later. And they kept saying, well, you can leave on the next one, but we don't have a first-class seat. I said, well, when is this one leaving? If they would have just told me, you're going to be here for 6 hours, I'd have dealt with coach. But don't keep pushing it back 30 minutes at a time, and I keep holding on to my first-class seat. Those are the times I said, I got to get over that flying private thing. I just got to get over it.
Yes.
But outside of that, man, today I'm in the gym. I'm feeling good. I'm back on Good Street again. Now let's talk about this Odell Beckham thing.
Is it done? Is it over? It feels like it's done and over.
Well, I hope not. I hope it's not done. I hope it's not over. You know what I mean? I understand if somebody comes out and tell me, hey, it's a little longer process this time, because mentally, it's a difficult process. That's the one thing that scares the hell out of you when you first come back. Remember Michael Gallup said, I need another week. I need another week. It's the fear. Even though that knee was repaired and it's literally stronger than your other knee, it's still the fear of going through what you just went through, that whole grinding process. It scares you so much. So, yeah, Odell got to go over and get over that twice. Like, it happened twice. So, yeah, that's why I knew it may take a little time to get him back on the field. But his talent is always needed, even beyond this year.
Beyond this year, like, to me, if he's going to be here for this playoff run, then that changes everything. I'd be in. But, like, if it's going to be next year, this team is in a position with money to, maybe draft somebody instead of signing another $20 million wide receiver, which they just got rid of.
Yeah, but you can draft who you want. What are the odds? Okay, here's your question. What are the odds that Odell Beckham gets back closer to Odell Beckham, or what are the odds, chop and chop, you do numbers all the time, are you going in the draft and finding you a Justin Jefferson, someone close to that? You see what I'm saying? Those odds, I would almost say it's better leaning in, let's just get Odell Beckham than going to try to find another guy that we don't know if we're paying out like that. You know what I mean? I'd rather have that bird in hand. If I can get it back healthy, I know the kind of ability he has, as opposed to that bird in the bush. Well, his numbers say he can do this, but we don't know what his head says when he hit the NFL.
Mike, when's the last time you spoke to Odell?
We texted probably about a week and a half ago. You know what I mean? Because I've been trying to push him to the podcast so I can talk with him, and he's been pushing me off. And that's the first hint I got that something may not be right. Because I was like, man, let's just chop it up and talk about it. He said, well, why don't we wait till around Thanksgiving? This was way before Thanksgiving. He said, well, let's wait around Thanksgiving. And I said, why wouldn't he want to start stirring it up and chopping it up if he was ready to play right now, coming back around this time? The more conversations about it, the bigger the number goes. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't really want to do that just yet. So I kind of got a little something, and maybe he was just not ready.
Would you have advised him to work out, or you understand why he hasn't for teams?
Well, that all depends on, what he looks like. Because if you're asking for a certain number and you go out here and you look way less than that number, then that's going to be hard. You rather lead people up in the world of what we're doing, looking at all the possible greatness and never thinking about all the possible negative. But if you see him limping around on the field when he tries to work out, then that negative rushes your brain. So I would rather work out if I'm going to be the one to sign him. I would, if I'm him, I would do just what he's doing.
Do you know where he wants to be? Did he get swooped up in all the attention and the Mavs game and Micah and Diggs and Jerry? Do you know if that made a great impression on him, or do you think it's more likely he's mad as some journalists are accusing the Cowboys of leaking his medical information out there? Do you think the Cowboys may have done him dirty here in a sense?
Listen, man, I was looking around on all the social media when he was supposed to be visiting all of these other places, and I didn't see any brouhaha, what they call it, brouhaha in them other places. Yeah. Well, you saw the brouhaha here, and he loves brouhaha. He loves brouhaha. That's his thing. Brouhaha is his thing. So ain't no way that played a negative effect. I don't care what got out. You know what I'm saying? When I hit Odell sometime, he's on that little Twitch thing or whatever, playing video games, and I'm talking to him with all these people watching us talk. I said, oh, my God. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I know this before I say something that I don't want everybody else to not know. You know what I'm saying? So don't be so trust me, anywhere brouhaha, that's always good. That's never bad.
Michael Irvin, Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you, Michael Irvin, think that Odell Beckham plays this season?
I think Odell Beckham plays. I think but what would he give you is the question. You know what I mean? And here's the downtown, I would say, which is the downside to that, is if he tries to get out there and ramp up and get ready or whatever, and he's not playing right now, that those same bright lights that you love so much turn on you and become dark. Oh, man, this was a bad idea. It's a bad pick, bad contract. Why did they do this? Why did they do that? You know what I mean? So I know he wants to be really ready when he steps on the football field, because he's going to have to deal with whatever criticism or glory comes with it.
If he plays this year, does the team he plays for win the Super Bowl?
Say that again.
If he plays this year, and we don't know who he plays for yet, but if he plays this year and he actually gets on the field, does the team he play for win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, if he plays for the Dallas Cowboys. Right.
There you go.
But Mike has
that's what I'm trying to sell it to. That's what I say to him, man. Listen, man, you think the Giants going anywhere? Y'all stop playing, man. And even the Buffalo got in there. I told you there was a joke. Oh man, when we first started at Miami, there was a joke they put out about Jimmy that I kind of used for Buffalo. I said, man, first Giants ain't going nowhere. You know that. In Buffalo, they don't eat cereal in a bowl in Buffalo. You know why? Because they'll lose them. That's why. They lost all
made the bowl to the bowl, y'all.
Yeah. You come back to that, because they used to say that about Jimmy in Miami when we first got there. We lost the first bowl game in Penn State. So that was the joke. So I dropped that back on them. But I like to say it. I may be bull joking, but I ain't lying. No, they have lost all the bowl games, and ain't nobody got Giants going to the Super Bowl.
But your confidence level has gone down over the course of the past few days, right?
Confident level in what all Odell Beckham may possess and give us this year.
In Odell being on the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, and Odell being on that. Yeah, you feel a little bit has come off of that. Just a little bit of the excitement has come off of it. But you know how this is, man. We don't know. And Jerry's negotiating too. Jerry's right to say, well, yeah, it changes if you're not playing this year. Even if I want to pass this year, I should say that, because then I got to work the numbers even past this year. So I'm still, I may have dropped a little on the hopeful list, but I'm still pretty excited about it on the possibility list.
Deion, give us your Deion. I have a question about Deion. Sorry, Mike. Give us your top 3 in the NFC in order right now.
Okay. Well, listen, and this thing changed drastically last week because San Fran. You had. I'll give you the top 3. I got Dallas, Philly, and San Fran up there. Those were the top 3, and right on the outskirts, I told you Minnesota. Oh, Minnesota's out there. But now with what happened in San Fran, you got to tie Minnesota in, and I got to double up that bottom 3 at San Fran and Minnesota. I'm not cutting Minnesota. I'm not cutting San Francisco out because if you can get serviceable at that quarterback position, you can still do great things with that play designer, the scheme that those guys have, and that defense that they have. So all I will do is bring Minnesota in that grip.
How do you feel about Deion at Colorado?
Listen now, this is I only laugh, Coach. When I talked to him, he called me yesterday. And he was talking about, because now people are turning on him and almost want to say, like, you're leaving the brothers. I'm going to stop people. We got to stop some of this stuff we do. First of all, we talk about we don't get opportunities. And then when a guy like Deion gets opportunities, we talk about, he's selling the brothers out and taking the money. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
You can't split the baby like that. You got to take the head with the feet. Come on, stop doing this, please.
Mike, let me ask you a follow-up because we talked to you about this after your original COVID take. And maybe we have a soft spot now for Stephen A. after he came on the show. Stephen A. catches these criticisms. Jalen Rose. What do you say back to your black followers, spectators, viewers when they say, "Oh, you're a sellout, Mike. You're supposed to be saying this. You're supposed to be saying that." How tough is that to deal with in your situation? For your opinions.
Well, first of all, no one likes to hear that if they have any kind of love for their people. And so even the people that say, "Oh, that doesn't bother me," then I got to wonder if you say that doesn't bother you. That should bother you. I don't care who says it, whether it's real or not, and you can know it's not to be real, but it still should bother you. But by the same token, anytime progress is made, it's met with skepticism. It's met with doubt. And sometimes people look back in the long haul and say, "Oh, okay, yeah, maybe that was a good idea." They don't go back and say, "Oh, I'm sorry for saying these things about you," or "Maybe I should have looked at it this way." "Oh, I'm sorry for saying these." It's just part of the process. It's just part of the process. That's why they say if you're any kind of a trailblazer, you're going to get the brunt of the win because you're running out front. And when you're changing things by running out front, people always throw the brunt of the win in your face. And sometimes when you're in a position like these guys are, in a position like a Stephen A. or Deion, where you're influencing people and you're out there making decisions, you're trying to change things from out front, and you're going to get the blowback in your face because you're a trailblazer. That's just the real. That's part of the process. You just got to keep pushing.
Will Deion win big at Colorado?
Deion, I'll say this again, and I say this all the time. People tell me or ask me anything about him, and we talked about this, I think yesterday, the day before that when he called me. Wherever Deion goes, he's going to make it better than it was when he got there. There is no getting around it. I call him, guys like him and Steve A, my little big brothers. You know why? You know why I call them that? And why they could be my big brother even though they're younger than me? Because they're so regimented and they're so directed. I can't even try to regiment myself that way. Now, I'm very hard-working and directed, but these guys are do. You know what I mean? Well, it's 9 o'clock, they're going to be there 8:45. On the dot. Don't worry about it. They're going to be there early. And I just can't possibly do that. And I love that they could, but that's how they are. And they're going to have success no matter what they dip their toe in. That's gospel. That's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I'm just letting you know. They're going to have success no matter what they dip their toe in.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it as always, man. Absolute gold. We'll hit you up later.
Absolutely, buddy.
right,
That
thanks,
was
guys.
Odyssey NFL insider Michael Irvin. Insider calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. Rangers guest list is blowing up on the station. Chris Young is going to be on at 10:20 with KMC. Then the Jacob deGrom presser at 1. Then deGrom on the station. Right after that, Jason Witten live next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Diamonds Direct. And here's a little gift for you boys and girls. At last-minute surprise sale on all earrings. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I think it's tomorrow. I think that starts tomorrow. For these 3 days.
RJ and Bobby here on your home of America's team. When's the last time we had this guy on, fellow Tennessee Volunteer?
Super Bowl, I think. Let's see. Probably 4 or 5 years ago. Minnesota Super Bowl, maybe?
The future Hall of Famer, recently named High School Coach of the Year, Jason Witten, on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, man. What's up?
Good morning, guys. How you doing? It's been a while.
It has been a while. We heard from Babe Laufenberg not to text you because you're a horrible texter. Is that true? Can you explain?
Man, Babe's putting my business out there, but he's 100% accurate. I didn't get back to him in the proper amount of time. So I think he's letting the whole world know that I didn't get back to him.
Okay, do you get back quickly? Like we all have, my phone only rings for the wife. Not even for the parents. I have it on silent. You get back immediately to the wife and the kids, or are they even on the delay?
Sometimes they're on the delay, but, honestly, I probably get back to them a little bit quicker than everybody else. I'm working through it. We all got strengths and weaknesses, and that's one of my weaknesses.
Wow, you played for Jason Garrett, didn't you, with that answer? We all have strengths and weaknesses.
That's exactly right.
I wanted to know which coaches you channeled or took stuff from. Who did you find yourself borrowing the most from when you had this great year coaching this high school team? You were like, dang it, that's Parcells. I'm turning into Garrett. Who are you most like?
Man, I feel like there's a lot of, when you're building a program, there's a lot of Parcells you can pull from. I just think, I don't know that I was as tough as he was. Certainly didn't have the language that he had with me during that process, but there was a lot of one-liners that I felt like I heard myself saying that I grew up hearing over and over and over again. So, you just try to implement a little bit of all those guys. You try to take the good from all your coaches and a little bit of your experience as a player. There's a lot of things that, frustrate you about certain coaches, and you say, you know what, I'm never going to do that when I coach. Every once in a while, you find yourself there, and you got to remind it, man, I always said I wouldn't do that. Come on now. Get back on track.
Have you had to deal with the unruly parents whose kid thinks they need more playing time yet?
Oh, yeah. I think every high school football coach will say that, but I think I'm a little bit still in the honeymoon phase, and this guy's played for the Cowboys, and now he's going to coach our kids. How cool is that? But I think I'm coming out of that honeymoon phase. And I think, with all those families in high school, you hear coaches say it all the time. I mean, I think it comes with the gig sometimes, but my parents have been pretty good. I got to admit, they've been they kind of let us do our things as coaches. Certainly helps when you win a few games too.
10-2 record, Liberty Christian Warriors. I know you're never going to say like you're out scheming everybody, but I was just thinking, like, do you feel like you have an X's and O's advantage, or like the football knowledge out there at this level of coaching has it surprised you? Is everyone pretty much even, or are you like X's and O's wizard out there drawing stuff up on the whiteboard?
No, listen, it's Texas high school football. These guys are really good football coaches. And, I think it's a little bit different because sometimes, at college and NFL, you can predict what teams are going to do in certain situations. In high school, sometimes like, what is that? I've never seen that before. What do we even call that coverage? And so it challenges in that way. Of course, you got the whiteboard out there. Our kids, they kind of laugh about it, but we draw them up in the dirt usually every game or probably every quarter. You feel like you try to see what they're doing and adjust, right? It's a game of adjustments. And, coaching high school football, I want to, certainly impact these kids and use the game of football to positively impact them, make them better young men. But I also think you want to help them. And so as a coach, you want to give them some scheme stuff and improvise a little bit on the run. And so those kids have been pretty good. And, when it works out, you love it, you take all the credit, and when it doesn't, you blame it on the assistant coach. I've learned that a long time.
Were there any kids or parents who did not know who you were?
No, I think they all knew. I think they all knew.
Okay.
Hard not to.
Just making sure. Jason Witten, presenting sponsor of the Army-Navy game. He and Brian Dawkins are putting the rivalry aside for this fantastic game that is coming up, which we'll get to in a second, Chop.
Jason, do you see yourself, so like as your coaching style, like we always hear college coaches coach differently than pro coaches. Is your coaching style more college or more pro?
I think it's more college. I mean, just because everything's spread out, right? Everybody's running the spread, and I think it mirrors the college game, playing with more tempo, playing faster. And so I think it mirrors the college game more than it does the NFL game.
Do you think, 10 years from now you would prefer coaching a college program or an NFL one?
Or a high school?
I don't know. I think there's a part of me that you like building a program. And, I think the opportunity to recruit and what that looks like, maybe it's a little bit easier of a process to get in somewhere. And, I mean, you've seen it with Deion, right, of building a program. You can make a big jump at a college program if you have the right people and you do it the right way compared to the NFL. The margin's so tight in the NFL. But there is a piece of the NFL that's, it's high-level X's and O's, and you guys know I love that piece of the game, and there's nothing like that, right? I think anybody that gets into coaching, there's a lot of reasons why you want to do it, but the scheme piece and finding a way to help your players is at the top of that list. And so it's been a good experience for me. I've really enjoyed it. Being around these young kids, it's kind of reminded me of why I fell in love with the game of football. Doing it here in Texas is pretty awesome because these kids are talented for sure.
How much have you been able to follow it, and just what are your general thoughts on this Cowboys season so far?
Well, I've been able to follow quite a bit. I find myself rooting for those guys. I tell Dak and Zeke and Zach Martin and the crew, and I'm the biggest fan. And I think when you're out of it the first year, it's a little bit harder. But as you get in the second year, you become a little bit more of a fan of the game. I love the way they're playing. I think it's complementary. I don't see any real weaknesses on the team, and I think they're playing their best football at the right time. They've gotten healthy, got a lot of weapons, setting up pretty nice.
More likely that you play again, broadcast again, or stay in coaching? Are you done playing for sure?
Yeah, that's not happening. That and the broadcasting is not happening. I think coaching's pretty clear. Process of elimination. You get old, you got to move on from playing. You suck in broadcasting. You got to move on from that.
Stop it.
Going to coach. But that's my true passion and what I love to do most. I kind of, for probably my last 5 or 6 years playing, it would bother me when I was playing, but. People would say, hey, he's a coach on the field. He's a coach on the field. I appreciate that. I know what they were getting at, but ultimately I'd say, I'm actually a pretty good player too. It's not all just smarts and pregame studying. So I love the coaching piece. I'm all in on it, and I have a great impact on these kids. It's been really cool.
He is the future Hall of Famer Jason Witten here on Sean and RJ. USAA is celebrating their 100th anniversary of serving the military community. Top 3 sports environment I've ever been in for Army Navy.
Great.
We usually get Roger Staubach on, and this year Jason Witten teaming up with Brian Dawkins. What are you doing for this special event, Jason?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty neat. USAA is celebrating their 100th anniversary, and with that, they're giving away 100 vehicles through the Recycled Rides program. So obviously we're going to go celebrate the game. It's a bucket list item for me. I'm excited to be out there and, see the experience, and I think it's just pretty cool for any football fan, to see these all the students on the field, the rivalry, the camaraderie, but then ultimately at the end of that game, they leave as one family, protecting our country and the commitment they've said. I salute those guys. What true heroes. But I'm going to represent the Navy side, and obviously Brian's going to represent the Army side, and we're giving away a vehicle to a Purple Heart veteran, and pretty awesome to be able to honor those guys that way. And I'm just honored to be a part of it with USAA. So I'm just hoping, no snowballs come at me from the Philly fans, and I can come in there and join the great night.
Man, it was good to have you on. It was good that our Vols got back to relevance this year. We appreciate it a lot, man.
Yeah, how about those Vols, RJ? They're doing pretty good, aren't they?
Can't beat it, man. It was a good year.
How many cigars did you smoke, Jason? Did you participate at home smoking the cigars after these wins?
I did not, but, I did have 3 of them when I was in college, beating Alabama all 3 times.
That's
so
right.
See them do that again against Alabama.
Hey, brother, congrats on the success. We know you'll keep killing it. Come on anytime, and thank you for the time this morning. Good to hear you're doing well.
All right, you too, guys. Take care.
There he is, the future Hall of Famer Jason Witten on the Diamond Factory Hotline.
That was the long tradition. Beat Bama, you spark one up. It's the Tennessee tradition.
Always just for Bama?
Just for Bama. That's always the big game. And then, somewhere in the, early in the 90s, when Spurrier was there, Florida became like the big game, right? Because Bama took a downturn like in the late 90s, and Florida became the big game. But they always sparked one up, no matter what, against Bama.
Bobby Belt has been monitoring Micah Parsons, who has been active this morning on Twitter after the release of Brittany Griner, who was traded to Russia for the Merchant of Death.
Yeah, the "we still not voting for you" tweet has been deleted. So that one is gone now.
So President Biden updated. Brittany is free. She's safe, and she's on a plane back home. Micah tweeted back to President Biden, "We're still not voting for you." So he deleted that?
He did delete that. So he's had 3 tweets since then. About an hour ago, he said, "My last tweet was no shot at Brittany Griner. I'm super happy she's back home as she should be. I just have family who have served, and it's crazy to me that the president wouldn't bring him home too. I'm the furthest thing from a Trump supporter, but I'm not a Biden fan either." He then comes back 20 minutes ago and says, "Just spoke to some people that I respect and trust. I should have been more educated on the topic and not tweeted out of emotion for my family and others who have served. For that, I apologize. Also, if what I'm told about the attempts to bring retired Marine Paul Whelan home are true, then the best outcome was accomplished. I pray for Mr. Whelan comes home, but I'm extremely happy for Brittany and her family. I am not too prideful to admit when I've made a mistake."
Wow. So there you go. Micah Parsons with a very, very busy morning
Yes,
on social media.
A very busy morning.
We've had a busy...
He angered and made everyone happy at one point, and literally with one tweet. Everybody in the world had a reaction to it.
And we've had a very, very, very busy show that continues with the KMC Masterpiece. They're loaded up with the Rangers' Jacob deGrom coverage today, along with Chris Young. We crosstalk with KMC right after this.
But let's get you over to...
segment brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
Tomorrow on the show, Mike McCarthy will join us live at 7:15. We will cross-talk with Houston Radio at 9 a.m. We've been loaded this morning with Babe Laufenberg, Michael Irvin, and Jason Witten. And the KMC Masterpiece is going to have the baseball version of that as they are on the road. The Texas Roadshow Sports Cards and Memorabilia. That is the venue for the KMC Masterpiece today. Good morning, fellas. Corey, exact address. Where are you guys at?
Oh, man. It is located at 1836 Cannon Drive, Suite 300, right here in Mansfield, Texas. And, Kevin, I always like to say Canaan because of Varsity Blues. So it's like, is this West Canaan over here, or is this East Canaan?
I think this is just regular.
All right, 1836 Cannon Drive.
We are more of a Friday Night Lights show.
Oh, yeah, because we got Leland in our
I
suite.
don't want your life.
Hey, Sean, how does it feel to still be in second place on the Jared Sandler suite thing that we're doing?
We can do a side bet.
Hold on.
We can do a side bet.
Get Nick and Sam to bid like $10,000.
Oh man!
No, as my emergency button, I'm planning on just telling Holland like at the last second, like, come on, get someone. Well, give someone the money and have that person call in to beat KMC. But congrats, good cause, and you guys are in first place. What are the standings right now? Are we behind by $100?
We're behind by 700.
Oh.
Yeah, we get that.
It's 2,000 for KNC, 1,300 for us, 1,200 for G-Bag, and then 500 for the Get.
But the difference is we have content for our show, so we don't spend the entire time just pumping up what the bid is.
877.
Oh, really? No, you just really.
What time is that Mike McCarthy replay again?
Oh, my God. RJ, all right, guys. Okay, let's cool it here. We're all the same team.
You started it.
I did.
You
I like
started
to stir the
it.
pot.
Why do I get drug into these things that Corey? I feel like I'm the person who has to fight Corey's battles when he starts these things, so I'm removing myself from that situation.
You snapped him.
So what's the setup there? Is it just like cards everywhere? Is it all memorabilia? What have you already scouted out, Bassick, in terms of a card that you want or you want to trade for?
Obviously, tons of cards, but I'm staring right in front of a Nolan Ryan autographed jersey that's framed, and also a Michael Irvin autographed jersey that's framed, kind of the old school Thanksgiving jersey.
Okay.
He autographed it, and then also put Hall of Fame 2017. Is that what year? Michael Irvin, or is it 2007? I don't even know.
17.
Well, also right behind you is the wall of cards,
Yes.
which they are very famous for, behind both of us in the Zoom, and Corey's showing it off. So all kinds of great stuff there. And I will also tell you, if you're interested in helping out a good business, Texas Roadshow is another spot that donated a bunch of stuff for our charity auction for My Possibility. So love them for that reason as well.
And they're honest.
Look at that background on the fan cam. That's sweet.
Wow, that is pretty cool.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we have Texas Rangers General Manager Chris Young joining us today at 10:20. Really excited to talk with him. G-Bag was kind enough to let us have him for the day, so I appreciate that.
That was nice.
And then we do have the Jacob deGrom presser at 1 o'clock today, and at some point, Jacob deGrom will be on this station. It could be right after with us, or it could be with G-Bag, so we're really excited about hearing from the new ace.
Mike, what do you want to hear from Jacob deGrom? What are you going to ask him? Sandler says he's already got the mid-90s slider question covered. That's what he is the most fascinated by. What about you?
Well, I don't know if he can really answer this, but what makes him believe, and I have to put it a little bit nicer, that he can stay healthy these next 5 years?
Yes.
I think what you should say is that you were concerned you were going to be healthy enough for the press conference.
and I will. We have Chris
it.
Young on at 10:20 today, the Rangers general manager, and I'm going to ask Chris Young that. Obviously, you've invested more than $1 million per start in a guy. What makes you believe that he's going to make the starts?
I have the over-unders in Vegas.
I heard them this morning. They're so high.
Okay. Let's see. Well, if you think they're really high, then maybe we should be a little bit worried. Over,
I'm
under.
worried.
Y'all can just spit out the answers for whatever you feel confident in, yes or no. deGrom over under from Vegas with the ERA at 2.75.
Under.
I'll lean under too.
Okay, that's good.
I'll go over.
Starts. Over under is 26.5.
Oh, under if that's the number.
I'll go under.
That number just seems so high because I was listening to y'all earlier and I was like, "Holy cow, that is!" So
I was
high.
thinking 20 to 20. Thought I was optimistic on that number.
Strikeouts then tied to that. Over under is 225.5.
Under.
Yeah, let's say he makes 25 starts.
He's gonna get 9.
Bobby, what was your multiplication on it earlier?
It'd be 9 strikeouts to start.
225. I'm going to go under.
I'm literally right on that number. I'll be optimistic and say over that he makes 25 starts and averages 10 strikeouts a game.
Because for his career, he's at 11 strikeouts per 9, like that.
Yeah.
And now, granted, he doesn't pitch 9 innings every time. So
Right.
if he only pitches 6 innings, that's Bobby help me out. That's what 6 strikeouts per 9 or 6.5, 7. So that's still not going to reach it.
His over under win total is 11.
I know that I did not FanDuel. I did yesterday Baseball Reference. They do the projection. I'm not saying they're perfect at it, but it gives you an idea. I think they picked him to be 7-5.
They only projected him to pitch 101 innings, though.
Yeah, I know.
Which is extraordinarily low.
I would lean under because I do think they'll be careful on how many pitches he throws per game. And to get wins, this hasn't changed in the major leagues. To get wins in the major leagues, you really do need to pitch 7 innings. And how many times is he going to pitch 7 innings to really secure those wins?
Mike, I don't know. I've never seen a study done on this. Maybe there has been. I just haven't paid attention. But a guy like him because it makes no sense. Like now the Mets offense wasn't great, but he had 30-something starts a couple years ago, and he only had 11 wins. And he had a really, really low ERA. Have you ever noticed that, like, if a pitcher, like a really great pitcher, the offense just goes dead that game for whatever reason with him?
He's the extreme. He is the most extreme pitcher I've ever seen on throwing.
Felix,
6,
too, 1 year,
7,
right?
8
Felix
innings.
1 year.
Right. But, and I know that he didn't really pitch much recently in Jacob deGrom, so they were an average team in New York. The last couple of years, they've actually been a pretty good team with Pete Alonso and Francisco Lindor and stuff, but he wasn't healthy enough to possibly rack up wins with their offense. But I don't know. For some reason, it can happen. But I almost feel like, did it happen a little bit to Martin Perez this year?
Yes.
As and you could maybe look at Yu Darvish during his time with Texas. For some reason, now he has struggled to hold on to leads, but it was also really, small leads, 2-1, 3-2 through 6, and then in the 7th inning, it seemed like, there could be something where Yu Darvish would give up a run or two. You're like, dang it, we just took the lead. But it wasn't like for Yu Darvish, they were kind of scoring 5-6 runs, which I love Colby Lewis, but it felt like for Colby Lewis, they would score more runs for some odd reason.
All right, I want to see which of these food facts that almost made Bobby puke earlier this morning on the show is going to scar you guys the most. Bobby, I'm not trying to get you to puke again. Don't stare me down.
No. Remember, it was the glass that really made me start getting going.
The glass?
The 2 females, 1
Let's
glass.
not. Yeah. No,
Okay.
guys.
Choppy, give it to him.
All right.
Of the 3 food facts.
Mark that.
All right, so the Food and Drug Administration allows these basically disgusting things to be in your food without denying its acceptability.
Put the fan cam on KMC so I can see just their reaction to each of these facts. That we'll be able to judge them. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. A jar of peanut butter is allowed to have up to 5 rodent hairs in it. It's a 17-ounce jar.
All right.
How did they come up with that number, too? They're
17.
sitting around, they're like, 6 is too many. What I could do 5.
Got to draw the line somewhere.
Got to draw the line. I think a nice round number like 5, if that's a round number.
But
It's
so
a
0 is
5.
too optimistic. They're like, well, we can't not have rodent hair in your peanut butter.
Building up the immune system.
Actually, what they do, Kevin, to your point, they do say that the FDA says it's economically impractical to grow and harvest products without at least some minor contamination.
Okay.
People eat rats. I've watched those shows.
Well, interesting you said rats, Mike. A store-bought 3-ounce bag of popcorn, which you eat all the time,
Yeah.
can ship with 1 rat poop pellet in it.
You eat like 16 ounces of popcorn a day.
A whole rat poop pellet?
Yep.
Does that mean Mike eats 5 rat poop pellets a day?
We don't know if it's one per bag, but it's allowed. If there's one in a
Okay,
bag, then they can sell it.
Well, it's a 3-ounce bag, so if you get a 15-ounce bag, you could have 5 pellets, right?
Oh.
How many people in our country do you think have been digging into a bag of popcorn and pulled out a rat poop pellet?
Well, I think when it's popped, the poop explodes and goes overall.
Good Lord. Okay.
Oh, my
And then
goodness.
I hate saying this real quick, but we have a little bit of a moth problem in our pantry. And I think our kids have the idea of like the door's optional, as in closing it.
Yeah. My son's like that too. I could totally see that.
So I was about to pour a bowl of cereal, and I saw a lot of these kind of white pellets in it, and I was like, that doesn't look right. And it was a whole bunch of moth eggs.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
I wouldn't blame your kids. I would blame whoever's in charge of cleaning your house.
Yeah, that too. And then finally, guys, a standard 1.5-ounce bar of chocolate,
Sue,
is is allowed to have up to 30 insect parts. Insect parts include antennas, legs, wings. Yeah.
Like cockroach stuff.
Yeah.
So which one? Which
I've
one?
eaten insects.
Which one bothers you the most? What would scar you the most? Poop for Mike.
Yeah, poop, 100% chance.
Kevin.
That's so many insect parts. I'm going to say the chocolate bar because that's so many.
Corey?
You don't know, dude. It's covered in chocolate, man.
I don't want to eat chocolate insect parts.
Just,
I mean, I guess I do.
Yeah.
People do it all the time.
Yeah, no, it's the poop. I don't want to eat poop.
They do it in Seattle at the Mariners games. They eat chocolate-covered crickets.
That is true.
And then finally, Bobby, don't be wrapping up. You get to end with the Micah Parsons trends. Since Micah Parsons went after President Biden this morning over the release of Brittany Griner, the trade.
And did he apologize now?
He did. There are 4 names, though, now that are circulating, 4 meme names that are circulating. I only gave you 3 of them, Sean.
Okay.
So we've got MAGA Parsons.
Oh, dear.
We have Pass Rush Limbaugh.
Oh, my God.
That's really
That
good.
is amazing.
We have Tackle Carlson. And then you have NRA Lewis.
NRA Lewis?
Ray Lewis.
NRA
Lewis.
Okay.
I think Pass Rush Limbaugh is
That's
just
the winner for me.
Tackle Carlson?
Tackle Carlson's really good. Sack Hannity.
MAGA Parsons?
regardless of what side you're on. Those are clever.
Yes.
They're great.
They're great. They're fantastic. All right.
I'm on USA side.
We had a loaded show. Eat some poop, Mike. We had a loaded show. It's going to happen. Popcorn. Poop corn. Poop corn. The KMC masterpiece on the road. Next on The Fan. Get us out before we get in trouble.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and Big Voice Man is a little misleading today. Today, we are out at Texas Roadshow in Mansfield off of 1836 Cannon Drive, Suite 300. But you know what I always say, if I can make it here and I am directionally challenged, you can make it here. Outside of all of the amazing cards and deals, which we'll get more into, Texas Roadshow and Roadshow Cards have partnered with Tyrese Maxey. They're doing a holiday toy drive. Anyone who brings a new unwrapped toy to drop off at Texas Roadshow will receive 10% off of their purchase. So look, they're taking away their profits to help people for charity. They gave us stuff last month to donate for My Possibilities so we can do for our auction. So these are people who, they're just good dudes and ladies.
And I haven't seen the ladies yet.
Okay, well, this is a big operation.
They're good. They're definitely good dudes. I know
right
that
now,
for
all
sure.
you can see is Cody.
Yeah,
There's more people,
but
than
he's
just
cool.
that.
Cody's cool. I appreciate that. That's awesome. No, I love this shop. The shop is set up perfectly. The wall is amazing. I'm excited that I thought that was Weedley for a minute, but that is the Black Lotus. I've seen one of those open before. I've never seen those.
It's on HBO.
No, it's a different thing, but I've seen one of those open before. Dude lost his mind on his YouTube whenever he opened that thing.
And you have gotten a couple of cards off this wall in the past when we were here.
I posted up my Larry Bird and Magic Johnson cards.
Were you looking at the Michael Irvin?
Yeah,
jersey?
I was.
That's
I was
fair.
looking at all sorts of stuff, but I posted that up, man. It's really exciting to do that. I am still looking for the Kareem card, so I know that one sold the night before I bought those two, but I'm still searching for that one at the moment. Might be able to see if I can get some help finding that here. So this is a great place, man. I love being out here.
All right, so this first segment is going to be challenging, but we're going to give it a shot nonetheless. The point spread is really high, but let's try to seriously discuss the threats the Texans present. Now, my case for this was not helped yesterday.
You need to look at Corey for this question.
So Landry Locker was on with the Get Right, and he was like, I don't know. They pretty much suck across the board. Like, he gave much more insightful details about all of the reasons that they're terrible. But can you come up with any plausible reasons for why the Texans could be challenging? You want me to tell you all the negatives first? I got a lot of negatives.
So here's one of the things is that the Cowboys go in without the mindset that they it matters. Like, that's how we've treated it all week is meh, they're bad, right? Like, they're a bad team. So that would be the biggest challenge, is making sure that you are motivated to defeat a poor team this week.
But at least you know you won't be distracted.
Well, there have been plenty of distractions this week, and I think Micah may have helped add to that just a little bit. I mean, the Odell Beckham thing, but which I do think that you can kind of close that book real quick today and say, all right, now let's focus a little bit. The Micah stuff's going to be interesting today whenever the media meets up. With them, I'm interested to see where that goes.
We will have Mike McCarthy at 11 o'clock. Will the first question be about Micah's tweets?
Probably so. Absolutely, probably so. Sorry, I'm dealing with somebody who is irritating me right now.
Okay.
So, but yeah, that's one thing that can really cause a problem. With the Cowboys' focus this week is just where they are. The other thing too, though, is Kevin. I think one of the things that helps them is that they're still chasing Philadelphia.
Yes.
By still chasing Philadelphia, like, that's a huge factor in the fact that you stay motivated this week, because you have to go beat that team. You're still setting up to beat that team later on down the road. Last year it was Arizona. You didn't have anything really to prepare, like, oh, it's just Arizona. It was kind of where you were. But now you're so late in the season going at Philadelphia that you have all these other things that are keeping you motivated until you get to that point. And last night Nate was saying, hey, we have to beat Philadelphia. Last year it was like, okay, let's show good against Arizona, show that you're the better team. They didn't.
Right.
And you still have to show that you're better than Philly. You still have things to add to your plan.
So let's start with the bad. Mike, I'll turn to you for the bad, because there's lots of it with the Texans. They have the worst record in the league. They have the longest losing streak in the league. They have the worst point differential in the league. And they have scored the second least points in the league, ahead of only the Broncos, who are on pace to have the worst offensive output since 2000. So there's a lot of bad. I know the point spread is at 17.
Yeah.
Do you think that is realistic, or would you reset the point spread potentially even higher, which is crazy because, 17 points is wild for an NFL point spread.
I mean, obviously, the goal of Vegas is to get a 50-50 on bets because they win, right? 50-50 is perfect for them because they win no matter who wins.
Yeah.
I think the Cowboys can win this game by 40.
Okay.
I don't know if they'll win by 40.
Sure.
Because that's very tough to do in the NFL. This isn't, sorry for whatever school, Southwest, East, West, Texas State versus, Alabama. But you have to be really focused and play great throughout a game, even to beat the Texans by 40. But if the Cowboys play good, they win this game by 24 to 30 points. If the Cowboys play bad, they win this game by 7 to 10 points.
Okay. All right. Now, some potential things to look out for the Texans. It's not their quarterback, as they've reinstalled Davis Mills, because the Texans were like, well, Davis Mills is the worst. And then Kyle Allen was like, is he though? And so Davis Mills came back in. His QBR is 30th in the league. Dax is twice as good as Davis Mills' QBR, and he's 10th in the league. Now, one person to potentially be on the lookout for is Dameon Pierce. That is something that we have talked about time and time again, is stopping the running game. So Dameon Pierce started out, and it looked like he was a potential Rookie of the Year candidate. He has really slowed down since the Giants game. And so back-to-back-to-back weeks, Washington, Miami, and Cleveland. 8 yards, and 73 yards. So clearly the Cleveland game is closer to form. And he didn't get a lot of carries in the Miami game. But you don't even look necessarily at Dameon Pierce as somebody who threatens you straight away.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, he's a good running back. He's a lot of fun to watch and everything. But, man, they just have so many other holes. That's the thing. You could expose them in so many different directions.
Now, one good thing I did find. This is the best I can do as far as good things. The Houston secondary. They're middle of the road in terms of passing yards allowed this season. But, of course, on the flip side, I have to tell you they're dead last in rushing yards allowed.
Okay.
So, pretty much everything I bring to the table is maybe this is hey, maybe Dameon Pierce can challenge you. He hasn't been great the last 3 weeks. Hey, their passing defense is middle of the road, maybe even tiny bit above middle of the road. Well, they also have injuries, and their rushing defense is god-awful. So I come back to this time and time again. And I think so. I saw somebody on the text was like, but y'all said the same thing about Green Bay. I don't think so, because at the end of the day, as for all the flaws Green Bay had, and we said they were probably the 7th worst team in the league. There's a big difference between 7th worst and 1st worst, and there's a big difference between Davis Mills and Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Right? The one thing you could say about Green Bay is Aaron Rodgers has had your number. And I know we talked about this in the crosstalk. If you end up playing the Bucs in the playoffs, one of the things is going to be, hey, Tom Brady, you've never beaten Tom Brady. So at least that's something. For the Texans, I tried really hard and could not find a viable path to victory for them in this game.
Yeah, the other thing too, you could always get this is the best game of his life. I mean, we've watched the Mavericks this year, right? We've seen plenty of guys look like superstars against this team. So the thing is, Davis Mills could go out there and say, I'm playing Dallas this week. And that is the one thing about Dallas is it's Dallas. They get everybody's best game, right? They have one win,
except for the Minnesota team.
Yeah, they didn't get their best game. They got the Colts' best game for 3 quarters, and then the different class stood out there. But Houston has one win for a reason. They're not good. That's the main factor for me is that they can win one more game. All right, they can win one more game and still get the number 1 overall pick.
I was afraid you were going to bring that up.
Yeah, that's the thing is that they can. It's just that they are. I've brought this up with Indianapolis, the Cowboys are they're in a different league than the Houston Texans. The thing is, they just have to play like it. That's all they have to do is play like it.
Okay, and people are trying here. Well, Detroit had a terrible defense, and we didn't do a whole lot against them. And that's fair, but also you won that game by 18 points. I think that's like where the disconnect is. And in terms of maybe you're looking at the receivers, well, Brandon Cooks, who is still disgruntled that he didn't get traded, or maybe particularly traded to the Cowboys. He didn't practice yesterday, and his stats have been down. If you want to look at Nico Collins, well, he hasn't had 50 yards receiving or more in the last 5 weeks. So I racked my brain time and again and did not come up with a viable path to victory for the Texans in this game. Do you think that they should still play the game?
I mean, you play to win the game, is what I've been told, Kevin. So, yes, they should still play the game. Like, the Texans, are you asking if the Texans should or the Cowboys should play the game?
Well, the Cowboys,
if the Cowboys
need
don't
to win.
show up, then they
they got to
an
get
L.
that silver boot back from Houston.
I don't know if that's what they do.
Yeah,
because Houston beat Texas so many times, it only counts for one win. Shouldn't it count for like 7 wins or 3 wins in this boot? Because football games are 10 times more important. If you look at 17 versus 162, it's I guess a little less than 10 times.
But I get it.
So it should count for like 10 wins.
Hold on. Let's add this into
And the
it.
Mavericks already beat Houston once this year, I think. I don't know. They probably lost.
And the Stars exist, and they don't have a Houston hockey team.
Yep.
So, like, you
don't get any wins for that.
Yeah.
There's
So,
no
that's.
boots.
I feel like we should, though. I feel like we automatically get the wins based on that. So that's where I am with that at this moment.
Now, in addition to that, do you think I'm seriously asking about this. I'm not trying to troll. Is there any concern about distractions with the Micah Parsons Twitter stuff this morning? And I'm not saying he shouldn't have, anything like that. But it has taken up a life of its own, as things on Twitter tend to do. I would be curious if Mike McCarthy at 11 o'clock does get a question about
he's
Mike
going
McCarthy's. You think that's
and
for sure?
his eyes are going to be like, what? Are you serious? And then he's probably going to have to go to Micah and be like, Micah, let's just play.
There's
football
plenty
today.
of time in the next 24 hours for people that need to be upset about something that means absolutely nothing. Get upset about something that means absolutely nothing.
But do you think the crisis management team or whatever got to McCarthy, right? Like, hey, I just want to give you a heads up. I know you're preparing for Texans and you got to sell why this is an important game, but I just want to let you know, outside of the Odell Beckham questions, you're going to get questions about Micah Parsons on Twitter. Do you think this is another one of the reasons that some people, maybe especially athletes, don't share their opinions about things on social media?
For sure.
I think social media is great when athletes are like, hey, I'm doing my toy drive, or hey, I'm raising money, because it feels like people are ready to be angry.
I saw a tweet, Kevin, that and it's an old tweet from a long time ago. Twitter is the only place where you can say a sentence and it gets taken out of context. You say, I like pancakes, and somebody's going to say, oh, so you hate waffles.
Right.
And that's the way that it gets lined up to you. And that is the way yes, absolutely. That's why there are a lot of things I do not say on social media, just because I don't want to have to respond to people that aren't having a conversation with me. That's the most important thing, is they're not having a real conversation. They're coming into it combative, and I don't need that.
And so this all stems from Stephen Portnoy was a person who got quote tweeted. He's White House correspondent for CBS News, and he talked about the swap. Griner was a 1-for-1 swap. It did not include the Marine Paul Whelan. And Micah tweeted out, wait, nah, we left a Marine? Hell nah. And that people had lots of thoughts and opinions about that. Now, to be quite frank, I don't want it to make it sound like everyone crushed him. That tweet has 117,000 likes. So, I don't want to portray at all as if it was only people bashing him. There's a lot of people who liked it as well. But as we've talked about many times, it gets so much easier to fall into the trap of responding to someone who's mad than responding to someone who's like, hey, I really appreciate what you're saying and what you're fighting for. That is a trap that I fall into all the time as well. And then he said, my last tweet was no shot at Brittany Griner. I'm super happy she's back home, as she should be. I just have family who have served, and it's crazy to me the president wouldn't bring him home too. And then said, I'm the furthest thing from a Trump supporter, but I'm not a fan of Biden either. And then he went on to say, I just spoke to some people that I respect and trust. I should have been more educated on the topic. And so, maybe just tweeting those things out only took 5 to 10 minutes of his day. But it has created this own little life.
How many you think Cal Watkins is going to ask him about that today?
Is that your odds-on favorite?
Do you think David Moore is going to ask him about that today? Does he speak on today? Does he speak today? Or he talked yesterday. He's fine.
So
he doesn't have to talk
he's
today.
Free and clear.
Yeah, he was talking yesterday about all sorts of other stuff. So about how Odell told him he's 5 months out or 5 weeks out from being able to play. So yeah, Mike is good. He's in the clear today until at least Sunday after the game.
Man, and I like this, and this is in the vein of what you said about pancakes. Why are you talking about stank-ass waffles?
See, that's what I'm saying.
See,
dude.
that is brilliant. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield if you want to come see us. And coming up next, we will talk to Texas Rangers General Manager Chris Young right here on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
worth.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, the man of the hour, the man with the power, Texas Rangers General Manager Chris Young. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys.
What can you just walk us through your personal level of excitement when Jacob deGrom's like, I'm good to go. I'm coming to the Rangers.
It's really hard to describe. I think it's more exciting to explain Bruce Bochy's level of excitement when I called him and told him because his reaction was priceless. I think I said, Boch, I got you a pitcher. And he said, who? And I said, Jacob deGrom. And he said, holy smokes. So it was wonderful.
Did he really say smokes, or are you cleaning that up for our audience?
No, he said smokes.
Chris, hey, it's Bassick, and I'm just wondering, how long of a process did that take? Did it come together quickly, or was it weeks of work, or maybe even possibly months of work?
No, Mike, it's a great question. I mean, it was months of work in terms of our internal process. There was a lot of background work that went into our scouting department, our analytics department, our pitching department, our biomechanical department. We did a ton of background work to understand. We do this with all of our players, all the free agents that we target, to understand the decision we're making. I think once we were able to talk to Jacob and had an initial conversation, at that point, I think it came together relatively quickly, and it was a great process.
So when it comes to Jacob deGrom, obviously a lot of concerns over health throughout his career, especially the last few seasons. What makes you feel confident that you are getting a pitcher who can be pretty much healthy throughout this 5-year contract?
Yeah, Mike, I think it's a great question because there's a lot of things that go into that. And I think that for us, it was part of our process from the medical side, again, from looking at his track record, his biomechanical movement patterns, studying pitchers similar to him in terms of the way they age, the workloads that he's had up until this point in his career. And then understanding the pitcher himself, understanding the person, the makeup, the work, the desire to be great, all of those things. And certainly, I think as you look at any pitcher, and I'm living proof of that, there's no sure thing. I mean, pitchers have injuries, and I think that there's a level of expectation. There will be moments where all of our pitchers experience that. But I think by and large, we feel comfortable with, from a medical standpoint, feel very confident in our team doctor and medical team and our ability to support Jacob and all of our pitchers, and we're looking forward to keeping him healthy and on the field.
Chris, I'm curious, when you make a signing like this, that's a lot of money invested. Do you expect a leadership role from a guy? Do you have that discussion with him, and does he need to have discussions with other pitchers and be that leader as the ace, or is it just, hey, you just get on the mound and do your thing?
Well, it's some of both. I mean, you can never ask somebody to be somebody they're not in terms of a vocal leader. That said, we're very confident in Jacob and his leadership abilities. But I think most importantly, when you have somebody of Jacob deGrom's caliber on your team, it naturally elevates everybody. And this is something that I heard from a number of players, former players, teammates I respect, advisors that I have. And they just said when Jacob deGrom is pitching, you come to the ballpark with a different feeling that night, knowing that you are going to win the game. And it's pretty exciting that we now have that in front of our rotation.
Now, when you get the money for that deal, do you go into the owner's money silo, or how does that transaction take place?
Ray Davis, our ownership group, have been unbelievably supportive. I think Ray said it himself. He's tired of losing. Our fans deserve a winning team, and he's intent on providing the resources to do that. And he's been wonderful, and it's been great working with him. I'm grateful for the support and the confidence in our baseball group.
Not that you wouldn't always take more pitchers. Like, I think we all understand that. But with the move for Araiza a little bit ago and then Heaney, do you feel like the rotation in theory is set, or do you feel like you all still have the availability to shop?
Well, I think we'll always stay open-minded and see how the best ways to improve the club, whether that's from a pitching standpoint or a position player. But I think ultimately, given with Dane Dunning and Glenn Otto and some of the younger pitchers that we have reaching the upper levels of the minor leagues, I feel pretty good about our pitching depth, but it's, there can never be enough. And I think, no team goes into the season feeling great about where they are from a depth perspective. But we'll always stay open-minded in the best ways to improve the club.
So almost Sacramento King and current general manager Chris Young joining us right now on the Fan. And Chris, I was wondering at the winter meetings, you have quality and you have quantity in your farm system. I was wondering how many teams were coming up to you trying to pluck possibly the quantity that you have in your farm system.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think that's something that's been exciting for us as we evaluate really the depth of our system, is that we do have some high upside. We have some players that are going to be solid major league players as well. And, I think just realistically, there's not going to be room for everybody. So I think that other teams have been very aggressive with our prospects. We're in a great position. This is something that has been wonderful in terms of ownership support of us accelerating our rebuild, our timeline to win through free agency without us having to really give up our prospects. And I think we're well positioned moving forward. We're very excited, but we need to give these guys time to develop, and a lot of them are going to be very good Texas Rangers.
Yesterday, Chris, we were talking about left field and possibly center field. I know you got Bubba Thompson, who I believe can steal 100 bases in a season. It's just getting to first base, which I think he can do. And then Leody Taveras, who's a promising player. Would you say that left field and center field are, I don't know if the right word is concern, but where would you kind of be looking at your team right now going, hey, I kind of want to look at this part and upgrade that part of the team?
Well, I don't know necessarily if we view it as upgrade. I think solidify and provide an element of consistency that, young players are going to go through ups and downs, and we recognize that. And so there are going to be moments where each player struggles. We're going to see that with Josh Young at third base too. And, you see it with veteran players too. Mark and Corey, they have a proven track record of coming through those struggles and shortening those struggles. So I think that with those guys specific to Leody and Bubba, we believe in them. We think they can be really good major league players. I think that Leody's probably a little bit ahead of Bubba just in terms of his big league experience, the adjustments he's made at the upper levels of the minor leagues. But nonetheless, we have high confidence in both players. But we recognize that, we may need to complement those players in certain ways or provide veteran leadership around them in the outfield. So, we'll stay open-minded and just explore the market and find the best ways to put the best team on the field.
I'm not saying that either one of those players, Leody or Bubba, that you just mentioned, are old by any means, but I was kind of curious if you could walk us through maybe the stigma that sometimes gets attached to a player once they get to, 25, 26, if they haven't really hit, and people thinking, well, this kid ain't got it.
Yeah, it's probably the hardest part of being a baseball evaluator, and I think that nobody has it perfectly nailed, that different players mature and hit their primes at different points, and some reach their prime at 23 years old. Some, it's 30 years old. So you just never know who's going to reach their prime. I think it's our job to provide the resources for each player and then help accelerate that window for them to achieve their full potential. And I can't predict as to when that's going to come for each player, but I think that the better environment we create, the more resources we provide, and the more winning players we have around our young guys, the better opportunity they have to be the best versions of themselves, and that's what we're attempting to do.
Hey, Chris, Kevin, myself, Mike, we've been fans, since we could pick up a baseball of the Rangers. We've grown up in this area. Yeah. And the thing is, we watched, growing up, too, though, that other pitchers or whatever would kind of use the Rangers as leverage, and it always kind of felt gross.
I'm talking about you, Roger Clemens. I'm talking about you.
And so I just wanted to say thanks, for delivering. When we saw deGrom and that note, it was like, whoa, whatever. And then all of a sudden it delivers. So I just want to say thanks for one there. So we really appreciate that as longtime Rangers fans. The rest of this team, as we try to – go ahead.
No, just to comment on first of all, I appreciate that. I am a Rangers fan first and foremost, and I have visions of every kid in North Texas wearing the Rangers tee again, and everybody taking pride in our organization. And Ranger fans have been through a lot, and to have a moment where a player chooses to come here and believe in what we're doing, he's one of the best players in the world, and we had that with Marcus and Corey last year, and now Jacob again. It's pretty special, and our fans deserve it, and most importantly, they deserve a championship, and we're intent on providing that.
Just if I can play just a little bit of devil's advocate here, because I'm also in that, category of I love to see it, but I've been burned so many times. What would you say to people who are like, Corey, Marcus, and now Jacob came here not because of that, but because it was the most years and the most money?
Ultimately players want to win, and they're not coming here to lose. They're not coming here because they believe that winning is impossible. I asked them each as we went through the process. Certainly there's a financial component to this, and I can't tell you what Jacob's market was. I can't tell you what Corey or Marcus's market was. I know the offers that we made were very compelling, but I think the most compelling part is that they believe in who we are and what we're building. And I do not believe for any dollar amount they would have come here without the ability to win championships. And I asked them very directly, are you willing to be part of the build? Are you willing to be part of the hard work that's going to be required? Because it's not going to be as easy. You're not stepping into a situation where this team is built to win the World Series immediately. And they each looked me in the eye, in fact, sort of bowed up and said, that doesn't scare me. I believe in what we can do, and let's go.
I like that.
Man, especially, Chris, with Houston, obviously the world champs right now. Seattle has had 2 back-to-back good years. So, I mean, your competition in the division is pretty fierce right now with those 2 teams.
There's no doubt. I mean, we're behind those teams. Anaheim is unbelievably talented, and Oakland has a great way of rebuilding quickly. So it's never going to be easy. But I think we're assembling a collection of talent. We have a deep farm system. We're building this for the long term, mixing in the right veteran players that are winners, that are competitors, and ultimately we feel really good about where we are. But we recognize, we've got a ways to go, and we're looking forward to going out and proving it.
So, Chris, we are at a baseball card shop right now, which a lot of people go prospect hunting for. So when I look at guys like, I love Evan Carter, just personally, I think that he's going to be a really good big leaguer for you in the future. But a lot of people obviously want to know about Jack Leiter, and I know he didn't go to Arizona Fall League, but Kumar Rocker did, Owen White. Cole Winn obviously had a disappointing season in the minor leagues last year. Who are maybe a couple of guys when you get to spring training? I know you're going to be looking at all, but maybe can have an impact as the season progresses?
Oh, Mike, I think all the names you listed amongst many, many more, I think that there's a lot of guys that we're very intrigued by that we think have really a bright future. And what that ceiling is, it's hard to predict. I think that you see some natural talent and you can dream on it, but you also understand that this game's hard. And so I think that, these guys, I personally subscribe to, I want these guys to go through struggles in the minor leagues so that they've been through it. And when they come to the big leagues, they're not failing for the first time. So when I see guys like Cole Winn or Jack Leiter or Justin Foscue or, all of our prospects who have struggled at different points, faced adversity and gotten through it, I think it makes them better big league players. So I to some degree it's good for them, but we also want to see them bounce back. And so, the timing of each player as to when they arrive and how good they're going to be, I wish I was smart enough to predict. I will tell you that I believe in our player development system and some of the changes that we've made there and the way we're creating an environment for these guys to really be their best. And, I think as they come up and there's not as much pressure on them to perform, we have a lot of veteran players around them and they can kind of slide in and ease into their roles in the big league club. I think we're going to be in good shape.
Now, as long as you're mentioning player development and playing time, do you kind of feel like maybe Christian Wood should be getting some more playing time with the Mavs?
I have not had a chance to watch the Mavs nearly as much as I have in the past, so I'm looking forward to things slowing down a little bit and being able to enjoy some NBA basketball. My kids are killing. They keep me posted on how the Mavs are doing, and but at some point I look forward to watching them. But yes, I'm a Christian Wood fan.
Okay, I was going to let this go, but you transitioned me perfectly into it since you mentioned kids. About 4 months ago, we had a baby and named him Noah. I'm kind of thinking we might have named him the wrong thing. What do you think about the names Carlos or Rodon? Do you think those would have been better names for my baby?
Oh, you know what? To each their own, and I think Noah's a wonderful name, and I will not comment on any particular names of free agents.
Okay. Well, seriously, we appreciate it very much. And your Rangers fandom really comes through, and we're all Metroplex kids, now adults who love the Rangers so much. So we're super stoked for what's happening out there in Arlington right now.
Well, guys, I appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with us, and good times ahead. I really appreciate it.
There you go. Texas Rangers GM Chris Young right here on the Fan.
I'm tearing up just a
You
little
look
bit, dude.
so happy.
I'm the happiest little. It's great to have and listen, nothing against John Daniels at all. All right, I want to point that out. Chris Young's passion really comes across. And again, I pointed out they nailed it. They got the guy that everybody else wanted. And so that's something that's really big, and he wants to make this team a winner, Mike. I love it.
To your point, they didn't get a good pitcher. They literally got the best pitcher.
Yeah.
There's no debate amongst players or coaches or people that really are following this game. Jacob deGrom is the best. It's just a matter of, is he healthy enough to be the best? Because when he's healthy, he's the best. Verlander's not as good as him anymore. Scherzer's not as good as him anymore. I think Framber Valdez is the best left-handed starting pitcher in the game, but he's not as good as Jacob deGrom when Jacob deGrom is healthy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Before we
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece. I will turn my mic off right
I'll
here.
turn it on to laugh at you.
105.3 The Fan. That is very fair. We are out at Texas Roadshow in Mansfield, 1836 Cannon Drive. If you want to come out and see us, I do believe we might be breaking some stuff open in just a little bit. You can come see the card wall of awesomeness is what I'm going to go ahead and call it. And I've already found some stuff for my family and probably for me out here. And don't forget, if you bring by a new unwrapped toy to drop off for the toy drive that they're doing in cooperation with Tyrese Maxey, you get 10% off your purchase, which is obviously a heck of a deal. Right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Did you guys take a bus down there?
No, not at all. It was a very easy drive, and it was lovely.
Oh man, there was actually no traffic either this morning, so that was awesome.
That is one thing I like is you at some point, depending on where you're going, you'll break apart from the traffic, and I'm like, let's freaking go, but still within the speed limit. Definitely.
Well, good you guys got a road trip in.
That's right. All right, so
yes.
Mike McCarthy, this is the time of season when he has historically just thrived, like December and even into January. Do you believe, especially maybe with the schedule just a little bit, that he is primed to continue to pad a really good record in Decembers?
Well, I think if you look at the Cowboys' schedule and the level they're playing, I don't know that it has something to do with, Mike's history. But I guess it bodes well that he's adjusted to, whatever takes place at the end of the year. If you have good players, you should be getting better, right? Not regressing. So I know back in the day, Tom Landry used to always say you wanted to streak into the playoffs, not limp in or just kind of get there, right? And so I think the Cowboys have a, real opportunity to be able to do that if they just take care of their own business, not worry about who they're playing, where they're playing, just go out and kind of play to your level. And that's why I think you keep hearing when the guys are asked about, bringing in this player or that player or who playing this team or this how many point favorite you are, and they basically just say, we just got to take care of ourselves. And I think that's the best philosophy to do with 5 games to go.
Now, we were just talking with the Rangers manager, Chris Young. I'm kind of curious if you...
General.
Yeah, okay, yes, general manager. Excuse me. Sorry
Thought
about
we
that.
had breaking news.
No. Sorry. Rangers general manager, Chris Young. And we were talking about the aspect of, maybe being a former player in that sport. Do you get the sense, or if you noticed over the years, does it ever seem easier for, former players to communicate or recruit with current players as opposed to just somebody who, doesn't have that specific NFL, MLB, whatever background?
You mean like somebody on your team recruiting somebody else?
Yeah, well, for Chris Young, he's talked about he can talk to the players at maybe a level that others can't because he's like, well, I went through Major League Baseball. I went through this organization at X, Y, and Z. Have you noticed that to be something that helps folks over the years?
In regards to a player or somebody that's in management talking to guys? Players, yeah, I think players can talk to players and kind of relate to and maybe explain, what you got going. Although Micah Parsons' best line probably yesterday when they were asking about recruiting Odell, and he said, yeah, but, it's not like college. I'm going to tell him, yeah, you can come here and have the best education ever, right? Mm-hmm. So I think players know what's going on. When guys are trying to maybe switch teams or whatever. But look, the bottom line is money, right? Let's not fool ourselves.
Yeah.
Free agency, you can money whip somebody, and if they're not getting money whipped by somebody else, then okay, well, I'll take that deal. Now, if it's equal, the offers are equitable, then yeah, maybe the recruiting part has something to do with it. But I just think the bottom line is money. And then, these players probably aren't going up to management and saying, okay, yeah, you need to get that guy, pay him whatever he wants, because there's so many other things involved in a decision like I think the Cowboys made here over the last day or so, making a good call to basically right now stay away from Odell Beckham Jr. If he's not ready to play, if he's not ready to practice, what good is he to you?
Man, that's a good point, Mickey. I wonder this, as I'm following baseball, obviously Aaron Judge has got, $40 million a year. I think Juan Soto 2 years from now could get possibly $50 million a year. I'm going to ask you this as a football question. If Jerry Jones and the owners wouldn't have got the salary cap in 92, 93, and let's just say they weren't ever able to accomplish that, what do you think a guy like Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen would make if there was no salary cap and there was no franchise tagging and there was kind of MLB free agency in the NFL, and how popular and how much more money it makes than baseball?
So, and there would be no free agencies, you're saying. Is that right?
There would be no
salary cap.
There would be no salary cap. And there would be no franchise tagging, just the way MLB is. So, like, after 6 years, unrestricted free agent Patrick Mahomes hits the market.
Oh, the salaries would have skyrocketed even more than they have now.
Do you think Jerry Jones would pay like $100 million for Patrick Mahomes a year?
Yes, but if you remember, he was very in favor of a salary cap.
Right. Sure, because of that.
Because of that, right? So, yeah, I mean, I understand the argument, but where football was back then,
yeah.
If there wasn't a salary cap, there wouldn't have been free agency. Because when they decided, okay, yeah, we're going to have free agency, well, now we're going to have a salary cap. And the way they structured the salary cap, it was supposed to kind of make owners with a lot of money kind of say, okay, but this guaranteed money, that's going to get us in trouble. So that's the way they structured. So they were hoping the owners would say, yeah, we're not going to guarantee money, because the way they set up the salary cap, where you can pay guaranteed and then spread it out over the life of the contract, right? And so they thought kind of what would you call it, credit card operation, right, would discourage that. And then what happened in the very first year in '94, San Francisco said, okay, we're going to bring these guys in, we're going to pay them, and we'll worry about covering the costs down the line. And it worked. And then it was all bets off, because then all the, they won a Super Bowl, and all the other owners going, okay, that's kind of the way we got to do business, and take a chance. And that's when, at 10 years, the salaries just skyrocketed. And they said, we'll worry about 2, 3, 4 years, but I want to take care of it today. It's sort of like, why do you think the Rams are in the situation they're in, right? And as a matter of fact, before you guys came on, we were just sitting here talking, and I said, you think the Ram fans are okay right now?
Yes.
That they won a Super Bowl, and now they're sitting there at 3-9. Now, how long would that last?
Yeah.
How long can you hang on to that?
Now, that's a different question. I'm not sure, but I bet
5 years from now, because you don't have draft picks and you can't, make your roster better, are you okay with it? It's like, how long can you say, yeah, well, I understand, but we won a Super Bowl in 2021.
Well, appreciate it very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, and I look forward to this prediction.
Oh, that's right. It's Friday already.
That's right.
Tomorrow. Okay, will do.
Ready.
I better
You
scurry up.
77-0.
77-0. I think I'm going to fit in 33 in there somewhere.
Okay.
All right. I like it.
All right. I look forward to that. Mickey Spagnola.
33 first downs.
I hope he's like 33 times 2.
Uh-huh.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from Mike McCarthy. Unless he's not on time, then we will talk about other things, maybe including some of that Pro Bowl voting and who's fired up about it. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free. about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Texas Roadshow in Mansfield. They are now officially open. If you want to come on up, 10% off your purchase as they're pairing with Tyrese Maxey for a holiday toy drive. If you bring a new unwrapped toy to drop off at Roadshow to donate, 10% off your purchase.
The Tyrese Maxey that the Mavs don't like?
Yes, the very
I think
same.
they didn't, and now they're like, oh, we do like him. So that's
I don't know if he'd play the last 5 minutes.
Probably not. We do have a Tolo up here right now, Kevin, that just bought a box and he's about to crack it open over there. So that's something that's pretty fun and pretty cool that we have going on throughout the day because there's all these cool. This is like a bar, dude. You can come up and pull up to the bar, sit down, and get your shots.
I would also say if you haven't been to a card shop in, let's just say, a decade or two,
it's going to blow your freaking mind.
It's a different environment than it was back in, let's say, the 80s or 90s when cards were at a peak at that time too.
When it smelled like dust, and then they were also pressing shirts in the back for your soccer team. That's what I remember of my card shop in East Dallas.
Oh man! So we're going to talk with Mike McCarthy in just a minute, or we'll hear from him in just a minute.
What?
Maybe he doesn't really care about being on time and schedules and stuff. But we also might open some cards for the Zoom while Mike McCarthy is on. But in the meantime, Pro Bowl voting is the person who has taken the most note of this is DeMarcus Lawrence. So the voting is out, or the first fan ballot is out from across the league. Micah Parsons, most votes at outside linebacker. Zach Martin, Trayvon Diggs, they're second at their positions. And then going across other people in the top 10. Donovan Wilson, 4th. Kevontae Turpin, 6th. DeMarcus Lawrence, 8th. We'll get back to him in a second. CeeDee Lamb, 8th. Brian Anger, 8th. Tony Pollard, 9th. Dorrance Armstrong, 9th. Brett Maher, 9th. That's preposterous. And C.J. Goodwin, 10th. Now, DeMarcus Lawrence last night tweeted out, hearing I'm barely top 10 in Pro Bowl votes. Retweet if that pisses you off, Cowboys Nation. Picking out 2 retweets to win this signed football and helmet.
He saw how Jalen Smith did this in 2019.
Use a social media campaign.
Yeah, and it worked. And Jalen Smith wasn't even good at football.
Yeah.
DeMarcus Lawrence is.
He's really good at football.
So do you think that – I mean, first of all, do you think he's got a beef when he's like, I'm barely top 10, and that's for all defensive ends?
Name the defensive ends list, like the top 3?
I just know the top 10 for the Cowboys.
How many – he doesn't have, like, tons of stats. So that's the
that's what
tough
I'm trying
thing.
to figure out is where does he stand in that group? Is he good enough? I'm just trying to figure out if he's good enough to warrant that at the moment. And I think he's on one of the best defenses in the league right now. You know, like he's a key part of it, and he's the leader of the defense. I guess because Micah's on the team, it really does kind of overshadow him a little bit. But I think that
even though it's interesting about that, I think you're right. But they put him at outside linebacker, which everyone's like, see, he's a linebacker.
But I think
when you're like,
I think across the country right now, and I bet a lot of 877-881-1053. When it comes to this team, do you think Micah first, or do you think DeMarcus Lawrence first?
Micah. It's not even really a debate.
Yeah, and I think that's that way across the country, and so I think that's probably one of the reasons where it is at the moment.
Now, we didn't get the chance to talk with Mickey about Donovan Wilson, but how pleased are you that at strong safety, Donovan Wilson, 4th on the list?
Man, that's really cool that this dude who – for a lot of different reasons. A, he went to A&M, so we can support it because Kevin.
And I think they finished 4th in the West.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they finished.
I think it was actually. I think it was lower than that. Actually,
but then he comes
I think it was lower than that.
And I don't know that anybody.
Don't worry, they'll be in my buddy's an idiot. Okay, sorry, Corey.
I don't know that anybody was expecting him to be like a dominant force when he was drafted. Then he shows out in like some preseason games. You're like, whoa, what is this dude? Then he kind of floats under the radar for a little bit. Then all of a sudden he hits the stage and he's part of this thing that they're doing, but he's getting more recognition. Why? Because he's up front getting sacks. Like he's the one that they're sending in as a heat-seeking missile, and he's going and getting some big sacks there. So that's really cool to see that he's made his way there. I do wonder if he could, what other things kind of elevate him up to the next couple spots.
Now, we got Mike McCarthy. He is ready right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Message you have to reinforce over the course of the week, or with this team, do you just kind of let them know at the start and and better handle it?
I mean, you're messaging every day. I mean, today, the focus was really the competition, internally. I thought the look team were exceptional yesterday. I really liked the way the Wednesday practice, felt, looked, and everything. So I thought the team had a really good day. So, I mean, the message today was just let's get out there and compete against each other and challenge each other. Actually shared them a clip of, Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan from the 1992 Dream Team. I'm sure everybody's seen it. So it's just, the best challenges, some of the best competition I've ever been a part of is on the practice field. So, we're practicing out pads today because, we're where we are there, because it's that time of year. But, just keeping the competition and getting better each day and obviously keeping focused on beating the Houston Texans.
Glanzo for All-Star Telegram. Is Kelvin Joseph back today?
Yeah. Yes, he's back. He's in the meetings.
Sam Williams back as well?
Not yet. Yeah.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. How did Tyron Smith look in his first official practice?
I thought he looked good. He's in good shape. So this will be a good day for him today. We'll increase his his workload from yesterday to today. But I thought Tyron had a solid day, good solid day.
Okay.
Them damn braces are huge, though. I don't know if you've seen them out there.
Todd Archer with ESPN. The 2 roster spots that you have, is that something that in years past you guys would have filled automatically, but now you can kind of be patient and wait as you're looking at that?
Yeah, I think the whole roster management, as you know, since the pandemic, and I'm totally in favor of it because it gives you an opportunity to have more players internally. So, yeah, it definitely gives you some room to continue to work that part of it. So yeah, that's clearly why it's being handled the way it is.
John Michelle, The Athletic. Have you talked to the guys at all about the possibility of getting double-digit wins and it being the first time since 1996 this franchise has done that back-to-back years?
No, I haven't. That's nice. Thank you, John. But that was not in my analytical report. But no, I mean, that's fine. That's all accomplishments here are good accomplishments. I think anytime you work for the Dallas Cowboys, I go back, I look at the season we had last year. Just some of the records and the performances that we had, and anytime you can say it's the best, or something that hadn't happened in 20 years or ever how many years, 10 years. So, I mean, it just tells you you're moving in the right direction.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio. When you turn on the tape of the Texans, they're obviously relying on a lot of young guys, and we may not see the rookie Stingley, but guys like Peacher, there's some that are really jumping out at you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's very impressive on video. I mean, love his running style. But I just think probably some of the best tape that we felt was the preseason game because a lot of those guys played in that game last year. So as far as our guys getting to see them. Because I think there's 2 players left from 2018. So I mean, that's really where our mind is. Obviously, we're spending more time on the game tape just to make sure we have the personnel breakdown correct. But end of the day, I mean, you're far enough into the season. Uncommon opponent, it's definitely in that category. But you're far enough in the season, you feel like you're comfortable with how you think they're going to come at you schematically. So this is more about playing against a team personnel-wise that we haven't played against.
Calvin Watkins is asking one of these. Hankins back today or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Coach, keeping to the Texans and their offense specifically, you guys, as a run defense, have started to kind of put it together over the past several weeks. And here you're up against another dynamic running back. From a coach's perspective, what do you see from Dameon Pierce that makes him so dynamic?
Well, I mean, he's dynamic, the way he breaks tackles. I mean, I think the biggest thing for us, and not to, fluff off the importance, of what he means to his team, but it's just really the focus that we have. We know regardless of who they line up with, people are going to come into AT&T and try to run the football. So we need to stop the run. It's a focus of ours, and I really like the way we've responded, after the Green Bay game. So, and that focus won't go away. I think as long as we continue to line up, especially with our personnel and our scheme, that's going to be the point of focus. Because that's just the way everybody's going to try to attack us.
Clarence Hill, 4-star. Is there any update on Odell Beckham? Is there a timeline when you need to know something?
No timeline that I'm aware of. I don't have an update. Just to be honest with you, haven't spoken to really anybody outside of the coaching staff and players this morning.
Mike, does this defense remind you of your Super Bowl defense with the playmakers you have at all different levels?
Definitely. I think anytime you look at the numbers, very similar. That was a defense that. Really coming off of, as Don Capers' second year, and Charles Woodson was the Defensive Player of the Year in 2009. So, it was definitely a group that had playmakers on every level. So, but our pass rush is elite. I think that's clear. I think our ability to get the hands on the football takeaways, there's some similarities there. That this, when you look at numbers and, something I went back and looked at was, how many times that, the teams that I've coached where your offense and defense were both in the top 10 in scoring, because I think that's a really key statistic when you're talking about, having a complementary football formula. So, and, we were not in the top 10, I think, that year on offense. We had so many injuries, in the beginning, but that's where I really like about where we are. You look at last year's team, I think we were 1-7. So, it's just, the balance that we've been able to create last year and this year is what I want it to look like.
Michael Kelkin, Dallas Morning News. No part of that Green Bay game, the way it ended, I know was easy, but do you think in the long term that game will prove or is proving to be good for this team, its psyche, its focus moving forward?
Well, when you don't win, is it good? It's all about winning. So, I guess I would have to say no but I understand the substance of your question. So, absolutely. I think that, the lessons in that game were definitely ones that we had to be very honest with ourselves and really focus on moving forward. And I think our football team has done that. So, that part has definitely been a good thing. But end of the day, when I look at the Green Bay game or any game that comes down to the wire, we've invested so much time. I've done this for quite some time, and how much time you spend on game management, clock management, situational calls, and things like that. You're always, you really only have so many reps. So, where do you put the time in each one of those areas? And I know we have spent so much time, at the end of the game situation work. We call it's our adversity advancement segment. So it's been a daily segment that's been done, every team meeting and training camp. And so that's where I'm at. When we really work on something and we don't have the return on investment, that's where my mind goes. So, and just to be where we were in that game, and we didn't get it done. Lesson well learned, no doubt about it. But at the end of the day, it is about winning.
All right.
Is that it? All right.
Kevin, that's Mike McCarthy.
McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan. So, in the meantime, and that clap was because the press conference was short. He was like, yes, I'm pumped about this. All right. So
football.
What we did in the meantime is, and if you're on the Twitch, the Zoom, our stream, you're like, I already know what happened. Mm-hmm. We opened a box of Gold Standard, which is top level stuff.
Yeah, that's good
and
stuff.
we've gotten authorization. We've gotten.
I
need to work on my conjugations today. We got authorization from the people at Texas Roadshow that we can give away these cards to Tolos or good customers as they come in and they're purchasing stuff along the way. Maybe we'll just have our own free gifts that are high-end out here in Mansfield, 1836 Cannon Drive if you want to swing by. And we have another box of Origins that perhaps we will open later exclusively for the Twitch and the Twolos, but I don't want you to feel left out. If you're listening, you can come on up here and maybe we'll be doing, or not maybe, we will be doing some giveaways if you want to come up here. And then don't forget their toy drive in combination with Tyrese Maxey, 10% off your purchase if you bring in a new unwrapped toy to drop off at Texas Roadshow. So we hope that you come and see us. Coming up next, it's time for my buddies an idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? 877-881-1053. Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Upset-minded Aggies up a touchdown on number 5. And how about more? Moose Muhammad, one-hander, my oh my!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We played a positive Texas A&M highlight, but don't worry, it's going to go wrong for us in just a second because it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot, 877-881-1053.
Remember when they made the Final Four in baseball and they beat UT to do it?
Yes.
That's awesome.
And then
that was a great time, actually.
Micah Dallas was their pitcher who beat UT.
Yeah.
Isn't he going back?
And then we were ranked number 6 to start the season. We were like, we won't even get 6 wins.
That's football, though. Nobody cares about football. It's a baseball school.
That's true. Everyone cares about college baseball more than college football. And so we opened, was it Gold Rush or
Yes,
Gold Standard? Gold Standard. Gold Standard earlier.
It's a cool product,
And
man.
the good people at Texas Roadshow are going to be giving those cards away. And later, we are going to be opening a box of Origins football, and they will be giving those away to fine patrons who show up here in Mansfield, 1836 Cannon Drive for Texas Roadshow.
Origin, so we get to see the original story of the player. Like
Kenny Pickett grew up in. Yeah, I don't know. I think that would be super cool.
This is how Wolverine got his bones.
I don't know if that is the direction it will go,
all right.
but I think that would be really cool. All right, so My Buddy's an Idiot. Since we played the positive highlight, I'm going to go and tell you the negative highlight. Texas A&M has more players in the transfer portal right now than any school. They have 19 players that are in the transfer portal. So they did just get one of the top running backs, maybe the top running back in the country to commit yesterday, but also they have 19 kids in the portal, which I was worried about until I heard that overall, I'm still worried, but overall, there's more than 1,000 kids in the transfer portal for football right now.
All right, man. Mike, this is where we have to be better.
Can we only portal once? Maybe we just do that.
I love it. I love this,
Like-
but we need to take advantage of this. Like, we need to figure out how to somebody needs to know how to move quickly and get these things done fast, all right? Get these deals done and be prepared for them.
You mean a school?
The schools, yeah. They need
Like
GMs.
UT, like take all the A&M
They
kids.
need
or
Chris
something.
Youngs. They need somebody that's out there saying, let's go. We're keeping an eye on the portal. Even before the portal happens, we're going to know who the free agents are. We're going to move. We're going to get these guys, and we're going to have a better team. And then on the other side, those players, they need agent-like people to be working these kinds of deals for them so that they can move quickly and also make lots of money while they're at it.
So I don't know this because I don't follow college sports strong enough. When you enter the portal, are you saying I'm done with that school and I'm not coming back? Or
I think you can still go back.
All right, so that's what I didn't know. If these kids have pretty much said, we are 100% done with A&M, because when you enter the portal, that means you can't go back to your original school. I don't know. I don't know all the rules here because it is kind of new. And I am wondering this. If we are getting to a point, I kind of like that there's a little bit of free agency in college because your coach could screw you over. I understand some people are like, you committed, you go. Well, what if the coach is like, I hate you? I mean, let's be honest here.
Seen it happen a lot.
Ohio State hated Joe Burrow. They're like, you're never playing here.
Yeah.
If he would have stayed at Ohio State, Joe Burrow would have never played professional football. Like that's just
That's a
the
fact.
honest to God's
Yeah.
truth because he would have never played at Ohio State. So I understand transferring needs to happen. But now it looks like some kids are going to, and there's a kid, I forget his name, but he's done it every year. He's just gone to 4 schools. I think Quinn Ewers will end up being at
I
4
can see
schools for
that.
his 4 years. So anyways,
There was a guy, Tate Martell, who was at one point committed to A&M, and he's bounced around a whole bunch as well.
maybe they need to make a rule here. They're coming up here soon. It's like, look, you can enter the portal, but one time throughout your college eligibility.
And somebody did ask, since we're still getting ready for Jared Swinging for a Cause event this
Oh,
weekend,
yes.
for updated standings. Now, and if you want to bid on this, you can call in. Now, we're taking text right now from My Buddy's an Idiot, but if you want to bid on this, you can call in 877-881-1053. The Get Right's at 500, G-Bags at 1,200, Sean and RJ are at 1,300, and we are at 2,000 right now. Our bay will include Taylor Hearn. It'll include Brad Leland. from Buddy Garrity from Friday Night Lights. Baby Noah will make an appearance. It's going to be a big old time.
Baby Jake's
going
to be there too, except he's 14.
Yes. Okay, good. Good to know that our Bay is going to be super fun and having a blast out there. So if you can beat that bid and you want to call in, please do.
Here's the other thing, too, and I know we're supposed to pump up our show and our Bay. But right now, you can be in the Bay with Reggie and Kevin, and I believe Jesse Hawley and a couple other people.
Matt Hicks.
Right. Okay. So you're going to get to see all of us.
Yeah.
So I just want to make this clear. It's like not that you're in a Bay and you can't go wander around and go see
People
Darren
do
Woodson
that
and go see, Bruce Bochy might be there, might not be there. Usually the Rangers manager is there. There's going to be quite a few Ranger players that are there. There are going to be quite a few retired Dallas Cowboys players that are there. There's going to be possibly an NBA player or two that are going to be there, retired. But, like, just because you're in our Bay, or you're like, man, I just can't do $2,200, or I can't do $3,000, but, man, I can do $1,000. But, well, hey, man, go get that with Reggie and Kevin, and then come see us. Obviously, you're going to hang out with Reggie and Kevin, and there's going to be food there, and there's going to be, obviously Top Golf, and it's really fun. So I would just say, please, bid on ours. We want to win, but if you can't get over $2,000, there are other bays to be a part of, and you can hang out with us too. I understand we're more fun to hang out with than Sean and RJ. I totally get it.
Wow, fact. That is a fact.
But, I would say, first of all, it's a great cause. It's a great charity. Jared Sandler does a tremendous job.
He really
does.
does.
It's going to be a really fun time, and you're going to get to meet a lot of people there.
And it also gives you access to the Bowling for Soup concert.
Yes.
If you're looking for that.
I do want to add this. One year, I took Avery with me, and he was like, Dad, do you think I could get an autograph while I'm here? And I was like, walk around and go find people.
Sorry, I said no.
And you said no. Michael Young autographed for him, and so did Banny at the time. This was years ago. But
so they could handle it.
And
Mike
David,
is like
and David Murph did too, and Mike was like, it's going to be $25, kid. And I was like, wow. So I'm just saying, like, this isn't – I'm not saying go run around and do it, but it was fun for him. He had a blast doing that. So, send him around and say, get all the fan host autographs on something.
Now, is it unfair to quantify Paul Pierce as an idiot, as many people on social media did, because yesterday he tweeted out a picture of himself, Kobe, and Michael Jordan and said, who's taking the last shot with the game on the line? Still can't believe Mamba's not here. Rest easy, GOAT. And a lot of people on social media were like, right, so probably Jordan or Kobe and not you.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't. Look, I'm not saying
he's
that's
finishing third 100% of the time.
Yeah, and that's what I think.
Even Paul Pierce's mom voted him third in this one.
And I think the order they're standing from left to right is probably the order I would go. Jordan, Kobe, Paul Pierce.
I used to love Paul Pierce so much because dude got stabbed like 11 times outside of a club and comes back and has a really good career. He was a really good player.
I was really mad. That was him, and I'll be honest, I wanted either him or Larry Hughes with the 6th pick. That was, when the Mavs had the 6th pick, I was wanting Paul Pierce 1 if he was there, and then I was wanting Larry Hughes 2. Now, ended up being tractor trailer, traded for Dirk Nowitzki, ended up being the perfect scenario of all scenarios. But even when it got to 9, and then you knew the Mavs were making a trade to 9 with Milwaukee, and Paul Pierce was taken 10th, I was like, we are the stupidest organization in the whole wide world. We got another Chris Anstey. Awesome. Chris Anstey's working out great for us.
From the...
How do you feel about Chris Anstey now?
I mean, God, I haven't thought about him in so long. I like how Mike has these like long-held, passionate Mavs opinions and beliefs. From the 940, my buddy is an idiot because his name is Brandon, but he goes by Bam.
He should.
It's actually a cool
Brandon's
name.
a tough name to go by these days.
It's a very
Everyone's always chanting
person.
for you, though. Is that still a thing, or do people still do that?
But a lot of times the people forget about Brandon. So
you know what? That is true. Is because what we were doing. Look, I'm a retroactive idiot for a whole lot of things. But for saying my son in reference to Noah, and then Brandon was sitting right behind us on the couch, and then he goes, I just want him to notice me. And I was like, damn, man.
I love that kid.
So
he is not afraid to tell the truth.
He is not afraid. And so he is not an idiot, but I am an idiot.
My buddy's an idiot from the 940. He thinks an average Joe could beat a woman UFC fighter.
Just like us?
Like any of us just walk into the ring or octagon.
I don't they know so many techniques.
Chance in hell. Whether you want to go with...
We just had a guy walk in and wave and then say, that was it. I just wanted to wave and say,
okay,
hi.
well, I mean, look, I would prefer if you came in and bought stuff, but, if you just want to wave and say hi, I see the appeal of that. But whether it's Valentina Shevchenko, Amanda Nunes, or you, it doesn't even have to be a high-level UFC woman fighter. She would beat the crap out of you, me, or just about anybody you know.
Yeah, Valerie Lareda. Would she?
Yes, she would beat the crap out of you. Like, I don't know.
Your nose would be broken, or your privates would be on fire from getting kneed there or something like.
That's an illegal strike. They could also be on fire for a different reason. I don't know. Before you hit me back with, I've been training jiu-jitsu for 10 years. Like, okay,
you're not an average Joe at that point, right?
Exactly. Right. Yeah, if you're like Michael Young, for instance, like he's done a lot of, and I forget which art of training. It's not karate, but it's like one of those that he's been doing now since he's been retired for 5 or 7 years. That puts him in a different category than us. Like,
yes.
I do Peloton 20-minute boxing for cardio. That's probably not going to get me in a ring with whoever you just named, some girl that does that. She's going to kick my butt.
Yes, she is going to kick your butt.
And by the way, like, are you an idiot now? If you're a woman, NFL Network's on.
Oh, no.
Well, no, she's.
Oh, my God.
She's great.
I don't like the way we started this sentence.
Follow me.
Reset it.
If you wear low-rise jeans and you're a woman, are you an idiot?
Okay.
Because everything has to be above the belly button now with your pants.
Because I was really concerned. You're like, if you're a woman in sports broadcasting, and I was going to be like, please don't say that.
No, she's probably doing a great job. But
Mike can't hear her with the high-waisted
mom
jeans.
Like, you have to wear, like, would you look silly? Like, if she wore the jeans that, let's just say, 5+ years ago were the popular jeans, I'd be like, man, you are stupid. You are wearing low-rise jeans. It's mom jeans 100% of the time now.
And somebody asked, how is Derek Holland not in your bay? We wanted to give other people an opportunity to interact with Derek as well, but he will no doubt come hang out in our bay or walk by at some point. And also,
do you think he'll ignore us and not even say hi to us?
I hope so.
There?
Probably. What?
Yeah.
Probably not, because
Weird.
remember, he's an added bonus to our dinner.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
also, if you go check out the Swinging for a Cause charitable site,
Separate things,
guess
yes.
what? Who also has the top bid currently for the dinner? It's us.
Are you kidding?
And
Wow.
Derek Holland has said he wants to come have dinner in that as well. So that's an added bonus. So we're just winning too much.
And there's chips and queso there. That's how I sold my 14-year-old son. I was like,
that
hey, you
is
wanna
what
go
it
Sunday?
took?
And I was like, hey, you get to hit the golf ball, and even there's free food there with chips and queso. And he's like, I want to go.
Okay. Do we have time for the Deion Sanders story? Because
which one?
There's a
new one.
There's a couple of them.
We have a minute. So
okay. Well, then I will say that Deion Sanders needs to say that he's an idiot because he is not honoring commitments already made to the school. And that's not just a Deion Sanders thing. That's across college athletics. I really hate that. Is how many kids did we talk to over the years from high schools that they lost their scholarship because a new regime had come in?
Yeah,
and I know you're like, well, if they're good, they can just go somewhere else. There were so many people we talked to that have multiple offers other places, and by the time they went back to that original place this late in the game. Exactly. And so it's not just Deion Sanders, but I just hate it because another Colorado kid came out and he was like, they said they are not going to honor my athletic scholarship.
That's the tough part about when you – it's the other side, as people will say, to make it full circle. Kids shouldn't be – they committed for 4 years. Now, wait a second. Right here, those kids committed for 4 or 5 years, and they're not going to get to do it. So that's where the balance has to be. You can leave anytime you want because we're really not committed to you through this process.
You can check out anytime you want, but you can you actually should leave is what they're saying, basically.
At first, when I heard that song, I thought he said, you can't never leave. And I was
You were
like,
furious
yeah,
with the
I was
grammar.
like, what?
Yeah,
but,
I get it.
You know, I figured it out as we got a little bit older.
Riders, you grew up as a rider.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. I'm honestly asking, does this mean the punt god will be back in the NFL? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next live from Texas Roadshow in Mansfield off of Cannon on 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin, it's also
Barricade Rentals. Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority Barricade Rental. That's buyersbarricade.com.
Fancy Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
I got a question.
What happened to the rest of it?
When Mike retires from his career in radio, will he spend most of his days at a card shop, just standing around, looking at cards, talking cards with people?
Your mic's not on.
I already have my plan when I retire.
Does it include this
He's
kind
going
of
to Puerto Rico?
Yeah, there could be a Puerto Rico place for us, for me and Sue to hang out at. But I would golf twice a week. I would get a personal trainer where I would do that twice a week. And that's like an hour or 2 hours. Right? I still have plenty of time. But I would hang out at a card shop once a week. I would, whatever my day would be. Today's Thursday. I'd be like, yeah, Thursday I'm going to go hang out at the card shop for a couple hours. Talk, eat, buy. My wife would probably get, also sell. But, yeah. That'd be one day a week that I just hang out with my buddies at a card shop.
I can just watching Mike, the way he works this room, and he'll go do this and this. It seems like that would be something that he would spend some time in retirement doing.
Yeah, I could see that. And we need to help out this person. They said they have a bet with their wife that she doesn't think will mention getting dinner at Knife and Plano. That for dinner at Knife in Plano, that we won't mention the Army-Navy game. That's going to be
because of politics?
No, yeah.
Too political?
People in the United States hate the Army and Navy.
It's a football game, and it's this weekend, so we will definitely mention it. We'll mention it now. We'll mention it again tomorrow to see how amped up people are for the Army-Navy game, but consider that bet won.
You've been to that game.
I've been twice. I want you guys – well, you said you want to go. I haven't asked Corey.
I want to go too, yeah.
So
my brother-in-law was in the Navy too, and so now I want to go even more.
My best friends are in
this
forces.
year it's in Philadelphia, right? So it means next year most likely it would be in Baltimore.
I believe that's
it goes
how it
back
works.
and forth. I think it's pretty easy for us to go, to be honest. I think they really want us to go.
Okay.
It's just a thing that after we went twice,
yeah,
it's kind of like, hey, we've done both places. We're good. It is travel. Travel's not, to me, the most fun thing, but they treat us great, and you do get an experience. For us, it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. We got to do it twice, and we're like, all right, we did it. But for you guys, I think you'd have a blast for that time getting to go to Baltimore/Philadelphia and get to experience the whole Army-Navy weekend.
I want to do it. I'm in. Let's
Absolutely.
go.
Well, Spittle, if you're listening, which he does sometimes.
He's pretty frequently.
That here it is. We would like to go to the Army-Navy game.
Now, we're going to move
Next year,
We're
not-
going to
not
move
tomorrow.
into the no-joke zone. I guess for the
I
longest
hate this zone.
I know. Matt Araiza, better known as the punt god, is San Diego District Attorney announced that he would not face any criminal charges for the rape allegations that had taken place that essentially got him, that got him cut from the Bills. He was taken in the 6th round of this past NFL draft. I know people were optimistic about what he could do since they saw what he did in college, and then he was cut because of these charges. Now San Diego's prosecutors say that they are not going to pursue criminal charges. There is still civil litigation pending about this rape accusation that goes beyond just him. Do you think that will now clear the way for him to return to the NFL, or do you think, fair or unfair, damage is done?
I think he can be back in the NFL, Corey. The problem is the punting thing. Is people don't care about punters that much. If he was a quarterback, he would be back. He would have never been released.
Yeah.
If he was a top 5
perfected.
quarterback in the draft, he would have never been released. He would have just been put on the commissioner's list type of deal.
Yeah.
But because he was a punter, he was immediately cut, and it was like nobody cared that this is the best punter probably in the NFL. But I think, Corey, in the offseason, they're going to let this whole civil thing kind of start playing out, and then somebody will bring him into camp next year.
I agree. I'm interested to know if there's a playoff team that's like, we could add this weapon. like right now. And when I say weapon, Mike, this is he would be the best punter in the league. I honestly
already.
Yeah, I think he would walk in and be the best punter in the league.
Do you think Goodell would let him be in the playoffs right now?
Goodell's let a lot of other things slide before, so
That's
I mean,
a good point.
I think that there are lots. If a team wants him, and then they are willing to take on the questions and at this point, that's my thing. Is I think Mike, you have a really good point. At this point in the season, do you want to take on these questions and be a distraction to your team, or do you want to wait until later? I think he will find his way back into the league. Obviously, there will be more questions about the case itself. And Kevin, I know I haven't looked enough into it to see if there's some discrepancies. We're like, okay, this is one of those very questionable things, but it sounds like the legal system worked its way there on the criminal part.
Sure.
And now we'll see where the civil situation puts him.
Exactly. Now speaking of, then we're going to move to a medical thing. This is astonishing to me. Is you might not be like uber familiar with defensive end Henry Anderson. He plays for the Panthers. He's been out for a while. He's supposed to be on the way back. They just opened his 21-day return window. He said yesterday he had a stroke.
What?
In October.
What age?
At 31. So
I guess it happens. That's rare, right?
That is terrifying. But also, how amazing is it that they have now opened his window to return? He had a stroke in October, and he's like, I will go back and play football now.
I didn't know that could happen at that age.
I
didn't know shingles could happen either at my age, but it did. I thought that was for people
know what?
close to death, but
We could just do this as a side thing if y'all want to text in, or if you want to hit us up in the Twitch chat, 877-881-1053, or for the Twolos. Is there a weird medical condition that you've gotten that you did not know was proportionate for your age?
Eczema. I didn't know that was like if you didn't have it your whole life, that all of a sudden it would just pop up on you.
Oh.
I never had it until we were in Arizona one year. My skin got real dry, and then whenever I came back, I was just breaking out, and the doctor was like, "Yeah, it's eczema," and I was like, "What?"
Ooh, see, I don't think I believed you. I thought you were just getting Benadryl to take home against the company account. No, I'm just kidding. What a stupid.
That's funny.
What a stupid opportunity. All right, let's go from that to. But yeah, seriously. I think that's really incredible. It's unfortunately sad that he went through that, but incredible that he's talking about getting back out on the field. Now, Chase Young. All right, we've talked about this guy a lot, still have not seen him play. Chase Young was expected to be back by now after last year's season-ending knee injury. Now their hope is that he'll be back for Week 15 against the Giants. And Ron Rivera just said it's possible that he'll be back for that. If you're the Commanders, are you pushing for that? If we're still kind of in this it's possible realm, or are you like, we're just shutting you down for the whole season again, and let's regroup in 23?
I would push it a little bit because of the playoff situation.
Okay. So if they were like 4-10 or whatever, you'd be like, whatever.
Yes. And the other thing, too, which I don't know how much Dan Snyder really wants to sell the team. Or sell – I know he wants to sell part of it. It doesn't sound like he wants to sell majority of it. Would it help with the sell of – part of the team if you're a playoff team?
I think so.
So that's where I think so too, and that if we can end up winning 10 games and making the playoffs, maybe I get some more millions of dollars of selling 15% more of the team or whatever.
And this is a very interesting spot to be in with him.
Well, and you know what's fascinating about this, if you want to take this a step further, I'm not trying to necessarily involve politics, but unfortunately that's where we're sitting with this part of the story is the GOP's version of the House Oversight Committee's report came out, and they're directing a lot of their aim at Bruce Allen, who's not there anymore. So, that would depend. There's going to be more to it, but that would depend how much downfall or blame Daniel Snyder took. Because if it's a lot, well, don't want to sell the team all you like. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
But if a lot of the blame gets diverted elsewhere, then maybe he can come out on the other side of this. I'm honestly not sure.
You look at you, man. You're a spinster. With this on trying to on getting this team sold and not.
We entered the spin zone?
Yeah, we're in the spin zone now.
It's not the no spin zone?
Yeah.
Because then you'll be inappropriate with your employees behind the scenes.
Oh, my gosh.
What? That was a thing that happened.
Earlier whenever I saw you outside.
Who did that?
And I said that to you.
I'll tell you off air. But, yeah, Corey was trying to harass me on the parking lot. And he goes, I don't get to harass anybody. And I was like, you probably shouldn't. So That's good.
Are you going to report me for saying, hey, sweet cheeks?
You know what? As long as the rest of the broadcast goes fine, I think you're.
Are you talking about his cheeks?
You're blackmailing me on air.
He doesn't have a good butt. I don't think Kevin should be called sweet cheeks.
That's true. My wife tries to inflate my ego on that. She goes, "No, it's nice," and I'm like, "You don't have to say that."
She said it's nice.
Yeah, it was like, but she tried to be like, "No, it's nice."
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
It's cute.
Yeah, it was very much like he's not good at soccer, but he's trying his best. You know, like, oh, he's doing his best out there. That's my butt. It's doing its best. It's not.
I always
good.
wonder about your pants. Do you
Let's go to the next
Do you
topic.
need a
like a belt
Yeah,
so they don't fall because of my lack of a butt?
You usually don't have belt pants.
That's true.
Belt pants.
So
But when I do have belt pants, I
drawstring?
do wear a belt.
Do you
Yes.
drawstring everything?
Oh, yeah.
If you didn't, would they all fall down?
I could see that. I could definitely see that. Now, let's go from that to that is a tough transition.
Y'all are weird.
Aaron Donald, ankle injury. He's out for tonight. Or it could just be general malaise about the team. He's like,
I thought he was done for the year. Is he not?
no,
Okay.
there was question that they would shut him down for the
Okay.
year, and they said no, we're not going to do that. But definitely still out again.
You said General Malaise.
Yes.
They just got Baker, and Baker could start.
Okay,
Like, they have a shot.
Yeah, Baker could start if
he might be better at
John
defensive
Wolford
tackle.
isn't ready to go. They're going to roll out Baker. That's the thought, and I'm like, okay, great. So. You know what? He's doing his best out there. That's what's going to happen. Baker Mayfield's going to be like my butt on the football field. Like, you're doing your best, but it's just not there.
Could you imagine if that was the punishment, Baker? If you throw another horse-ass pass, we're putting you in an Aaron Donald spot for the next series. We don't even care if we give up a touchdown. You are going to get hammered by all the offensive linemen.
That's going to happen.
I don't think so, but that,
I like what Mike just
if you
said.
want to up your Amazon ratings for tonight, make that a part of it.
Dude, I'm watching this game just to see if that happens.
Who are they playing? I don't even know the game.
The
The other
Raiders.
team. Yeah.
I'm not watching.
Oh, Mike.
I don't care
The Raiders
about
are
that.
on a roll.
You know what, Mike? I'll allow this one.
That he doesn't have to watch.
Yeah, I'm okay with this.
I like
one.
the idea that Corey is the arbiter of sports content. He's
Yeah.
like, no,
Yeah.
I have decreed. You must watch at least 2 quarters.
How much time are we spending talking about that game tomorrow?
Yeah,
we
there-
got Jerry tomorrow.
There are better things in my life than Rams Raiders.
That is very
You want to hop
fair.
on Call of Duty with me tonight?
No, I don't
All right.
do that.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, so sorry struck out there. You shot your shot. Coming up next with Tyron on the way back. Cowboys fans, do you want to see a shift in the offensive line? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, the holiday season is here, which means holiday.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield, 1836 Cannon Drive, Suite 300. I've already seen a couple of people take advantage of this. Texas Roadshow has paired up with Tyrese Maxey for a holiday toy drive. Anyone who brings in a new unwrapped toy to drop off at Roadshow will receive 10% off of their purchase, and they've got a toy bucket and everything like that. It's super cool. They're giving discounts for people helping out charity, so you should come out, see us, and help out a fine business.
So if I came out here and spent $1 million today,
Yeah.
I could get 10% off of $1 million.
It's a $100,000 discount.
That's what I'm saying, man. If you're a millionaire, this is the place to be.
It's shopping. Would you trade Josh Green for Tyrese Maxey now?
I mean, obviously, yes, I would, Mike.
Josh Green's getting better.
But you would make that trade.
Maxey's hurt.
Stop it. You would make that trade in a heartbeat, wouldn't you?
Okay, let me ask you this.
I would.
All right.
Tyrese Maxey, I think, is a top. I won't say yet, but I do think in the very near future, he's a top 10 guard in the NBA.
Josh Green for Tyrese Maxey. or Jack Leiter for Tatis?
Oh, I'd rather have Maxey. Tatis, I need to know this. He has the wrist injury from the motorcycle accident. He's had a chronic shoulder injury throughout his career. He is a guy who has taken steroids. I don't think he's going to get popped for that again, but if he does, my gosh, that's now a whole year suspension. So I would just look at, and then the other thing too is I have heard from multiple people that I trust that that Fernando Tatis Jr. might be a bad teammate that some of the Padres are done playing with.
So Kevin, you
so
agree
all
with him?
four of those things is why I think you can get them for kind of, when I say cheap, is you just have to pay the contract and not really give much up for.
You agree, Kevin? You would rather have Maxey or Tatis? Because you said one time, and I think you still hold it, that you would suck Rafael Palmeiro's Congress-pointing finger for a World Series, and we still don't have a World Series.
Then I will take Tatis.
Oh, wow. This is amazing.
I've caved to the peer pressure that you just dropped in. All right. And we're going to get to the offensive line in just 1 second. But first, do you have information about Jason Garrett getting a new coaching job potentially?
This is pretty. He has emerged, Mike, as the front runner for a candidate for the Stanford head coaching job. We could see Jason Garrett back on the sidelines as a head coach again, maybe at Stanford. Do you want him back as the Cowboys head coach?
Good for him. No.
Okay.
He's proven he's average at best.
I think he can be a great college coach, though, because he loves the idea of the foundation.
I don't think he'll put in the time and effort to recruit.
Okay.
Really? No, I don't. I think he'd be, like, to your point, Corey, I agree with you there. I think he would be so lazy in the recruiting part that he would get beat up quite a bit by the teams around him. And what I mean by that is your California, your Oregons. I think he would get beat by those teams in recruiting because I don't think he would put in the energy that it takes to recruit. Recruiting is more than 50% of your job.
Yes.
Not,
agreed.
He wants it to be the opposite. He would put in about 20% of his job into recruiting, and that's where he would completely and totally lose.
That's interesting. That's a very interesting perspective there because, like, that's part. Like Nick Saban has the foundation built, right? But he also is an expert at closing deals with these guys and their families.
A guy like Nick Saban recruits over 2 hours a day.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
There's no way he can do that. There's no way he can do that by himself.
I
don't know.
But
maybe I'm wrong.
Nick Saban knows how important it is in today's world to be texting the possible recruits that you're going to have, that he spends a lot of time on his phone, not talking about football with his team, but talking to potential football players that are going to go to Alabama.
Wow.
Do you think –
that sounds exhausting.
I just don't think Jason Garrett has it in him to do that.
I don't know, man. That's a good question. I like that. That's a good question to ask him.
That sounds freaking exhausting, but I'm interested to see how that plays out.
But, I mean, think about it. If you're Jimbo Fisher or Nick Saban, you're not just texting with 20 kids. You're texting with 200 kids because you're only going to probably get 10% of them to go to your school. And you're going to, for 90% of them, they're going to end up going to UT or Auburn or wherever. And you're just going to be like, well, I have that relationship. And now with the transfer portal, you never know if they end up not liking it. And I still like that player, that he comes to me later.
No, I definitely understand your point there. So another thing that I wanted to bring up, and I've been thinking about this a lot, and maybe a lot of people are like, no, that's silly. Obviously, you make the move. Is Tyron Smith, he's back at practice, and we all know that. But then Kyle Yeoman said yesterday, I believe, is that if Tyler Smith got kicked inside, he doesn't automatically go to left guard because he had been competing with Connor McGovern at left guard, and Connor McGovern had been playing
a good
really
job, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I know best five. You want your best five out there. I guess my question is it a no-brainer to you that Tyron comes back and you automatically plug him back in at left tackle, considering how Tyler's been out there? Like, I don't have a good answer for what your next steps are. I just wanted to know if everyone's like, well, duh.
You don't think that Tyron at left tackle is the best left tackle, do you?
I do.
And Kevin, I go off this because I've heard you say a couple times he's regressing.
And the other thing is, what I think is going to happen is, like, let's say, I know he's not, but let's say he was going to play in the Texans game. My concern is Tyron Smith is out there for the game against the Texans and maybe the game against the Jags. But then Tyler Smith needs to slide back in against the Eagles. And then maybe Tyron Smith will be back. And, like, I'm worried. I get that the Cowboys do not seem to share this worry. Is like, he'll be back for the meat of the schedule. And that just kind of goes off the assumption that he's just going to be healthy from here on out. I think a slight regression, he's still really good. I'm not disputing that. I think a slight regression as well as injury concerns are what I'm a little nervous about, is that you're going to see, well, this week the offensive line goes Tyron on the left side. Next week it's Tyron Tyler. Next week it's Tyler McGovern. Like, I'm a little worried about that.
Okay, all right. Now, over the next few weeks leading into the playoffs, don't you want to find out who your best five are? So over the next few weeks, I really don't care. Like, I feel like the Philly game is the game that you're going to go, oh, that's the starting offensive line.
Yeah.
Like, that's where – so, Kevin, I understand what you're saying, like, this week, next week, whenever he starts. They say maybe he's about 3 weeks out right now. I would presume that you use the rest of the season, once Tyron Smith is healthy, to, tweak it just a little bit and see what the best option is for whenever you get to the playoffs. That's where that's going to be the most important. And you do have to have the conversation with Tyler and say, hey, look, we are going to do a couple of things here. You're the future. You've proven that you're there. We have some things we want to see first. He has, based on everybody we've talked to, he is intelligent. He understands it. He puts in the work. He's a team-first guy. So I think there are a lot of good qualities that you have with him. And I'm not saying rookie wall is something that he has hit already, but I think that it could give him a little chance to get his legs back up under him for playing a full NFL season before maybe he was even ready for it. So I think there are lots – this is really good, actually, Kevin. Like, all the things that are about to happen are good. And I trust the way that Philbin has done the offensive line this year, I trust that he's going to make the right decision to put those guys out there, not for politics, but for what's best for the team.
Politics?
Here's what I wonder as – let's just say he comes back for Christmas Eve. I think that's very likely.
Yeah.
I do wonder how quickly he can just be great. I think he can. But I'm just wondering this, to try to keep him healthy throughout the rest of the regular season for, let's just say, 3 regular season games and hopefully 4 playoff games. Or maybe just 3 if you get the bye. If somehow you win out and you take Philadelphia over for the 1 spot. Could you see where Smith, and I should say Tyler, same freaking last name and same initial, is maybe Tyron Smith, to keep him healthy, he only plays 50% of the snaps?
Okay, so
like almost a rotation?
Just like you've seen in spurts with Jason Peters out there, which is, it's interesting how much more common this is along the defensive line, where
you have to on the defense.
Exactly. But offensive line, when it happens, you're like, what kind of wizardry is this?
Yeah.
All right. So the potential then, all right, Corey, what about the potential? Because then somebody threw this out there to try to make my brain explode, is let's go ahead and see Tyron Smith next to Jason Peters and see how that looks. All right. So you've got a lot of combinations for what you hope is depth and talent. What would you think about the idea of still spelling Jason Peters out there some at left guard for McGovern, and then kind of breaking it up between Tyler and Tyron? Or is that going to be throwing out all continuity?
It's a great option. The continuity part, I think, is what McCarthy wants the most, right? Is the idea of best 5, but also best 5 that have played together. Because I go back to my example, Kevin, of you and me and Mike. We're at a point now where we know what the other one's thinking before we go do something, right?
Sure.
Like, a lot of times when Kevin does this, it means, hey, guys, y'all need to be better right now.
He started sweating, and he gave horrible body language about the DeMarcus Lawrence situation.
But we knew what we needed to do. So that was the point. And so that's where those guys playing together, when you line up, I don't have to communicate with this person about what he needs to do on this assignment because he already knows. And I can trust that he knows. That trust is very important with those guys. So earning that together is something that I want to see. Tyron has to get those reps somehow, though. You know, with whoever the left guard is going to be next to him.
Okay.
And I don't care who it's going to be. He has to be able to communicate with them without communicating. You know, the ESP part without the N.
From the 817, we'll pick this back up. I like the way you describe that. We'll pick this back up if the Eagles lose another game and it feels more viable. But I have seen a couple people drop in. I don't want the bye in the playoffs. That always seems to hurt us. I will take the bye 1,000,000%. Because just let's say you don't have a bye.
Ask an athlete if they want to buy.
It's conceivable that you could lose.
Yeah.
If you have a bye, you cannot lose. Like, you're in the divisional round. I will take the bye.
I mean,
I hear what they're saying, but I'll take the bye.
Most likely to Cowboy fans, here is your option, is you don't play for a week and then Philadelphia comes to Dallas.
Yes.
Or you play for a week and then you go to Philadelphia.
I'll take that scenario one every time.
That's your option because one's going to be the 1 seed and one's going to be the 5 seed. I guess Minnesota could win out, but I don't think that will happen.
So, yeah, I'm with you in that scenario. And by the way, somebody brought up, I know y'all can hear a beep while we're talking. Those are people coming in and out the door because it's a happening spot out here at Texas Roadshow. So it's not an audio issue or anything like that. It's just people bouncing in because they're like, I'm ready to or I'm ready to see you guys or drop off a toy or whatever the case might be. All right, so Corey Majors gets the final decision. It's inevitable that that's going to happen with the Cowboys eventually anyway, right? You do what? Like, Tyron's ready to go for Jacksonville. What's your plan of attack?
I'm playing so Tyler's not playing at a Pro Bowl level. Kevin, you pointed out the other day that he's not even one of the top 10 rookies. That
was Mike, and I did not get a vote.
Okay, that was your list. Yeah, that was your ESPN list, and it wasn't even an honorable mention.
I did not get a vote in that poll, but
I think what's interesting is if you ask a lot of people, they're like, "Man, he's playing great for a rookie at left tackle." They're not saying he's playing at all pro level.
Right.
They're saying he's playing great for a rookie at left tackle.
This isn't a first-year Quentin Nelson
so
situation.
I'm probably throwing Tyron Smith back out there for as long as I can because he can play at Pro Bowl level. I believe he can play at Pro Bowl level. And then I may be having an unspoken back and forth at left guard for a while, just kind of observing it. But I would probably stick with Tyron Smith at left tackle and then go with McGovern because he's playing well at left guard. And if he slips at all, I'm going to say let's get this beast out here and let him go.
Man,
so because
what a fascinating conversation that's going to be.
Absolutely, man. But I think it's very beneficial to the entire group as long as they understand whatever helps team win first, which I think more. This is something different. This is a different team. I really do think that there's not a lot of ego on this group, and there are a lot of guys that are very sold on we want to win together.
Now, somebody brought this up, and this is a good question because we might kind of glaze over it sometimes. Explain to me how the Cowboys get the number 1 seed if they win out, and how it goes is, and now this is assuming you still need the Vikings to lose one more game, but
and the Eagles to lose one more besides the game you beat them.
So let's just assume the Vikings end up with 4 losses and they don't matter anymore, and the Eagles end with 3 losses and the Cowboys end with 3 losses. Is the Eagles lost an additional divisional game? So the Cowboys, so right now they both have 1 loss in the divisional category, but this is all going off the assumption that on Christmas Eve the Cowboys beat the Eagles. Otherwise, obviously, none of these scenarios are viable whatsoever.
By the way, if Minnesota ends up with 3 losses because you put them at 4, it doesn't matter. Philly beat them and the Cowboys beat them, so they lose both tiebreakers to both teams.
And so that puts the Cowboys at number 1 because after record, which is tied, then it's head-to-head, which is tied, then it's divisional record, which would be advantage Cowboys. So that is how they would take down that number 1 seed.
In your face tiebreakers.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? That actually goes perfectly into somebody texted in. I bet you $1,000 you don't know what Mike is going to say or do next because Mike might not know what he's going to say or do next.
You would never take that bet.
I would never take that bet because there are times when I 100% believe that logic. Coming up next.
I'm about to eat a taco.
Okay. This next segment's going to be amazing. All right? We've got Mike Likes It with probably Taco Talk, NFL Fact or Fiction, including a big Cowboys question, and then we will also give away Cowboys suite tickets. All of that in 8 actual suites.
Jacob deGrom's coming up on the show.
Oh, all of it is getting going next, right here live from Texas Roadshow on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, we've all seen our favorite athletes.
Lexus of Fort Worth.
This segment is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckrack.com.
3rd and 6, snap to Ryan. Back and looking, standing and throwing deep to the right, and that ball's intercepted on the right sideline by DeRon Bland.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're at Texas Roadshow Card Shop in Mansfield. It is a happening place to be. We got deals. The guys got tacos, and there's 10% off if you bring up a new unwrapped toy, as Texas Roadshow's partnered up with Tyrese Maxey, local boy right there, for their Christmas toy drive.
Mike, I just want to point out, I don't know if you're okay. Actually, I'm going to do it anyway.
Oh, dear.
When your dad talks, everybody listens. I don't know if you noticed this. It got very quiet at the bar, is what I'm going to call that from now on. It got quiet at the bar because your dad was talking and everybody was like, I just want to hear what Mike Sr. has to talk about.
I hear him during the break. He's talking about Fergie Jenkins. He's talking about Gaylord Perry. In fact, I might bring him over during Mike Likes It segment.
Sure.
Wow. Because he was in the Rangers organization. He made it up to the major leagues in 75 with the Texas Rangers. And in 75, the Rangers got Fergie Jenkins and Gaylord Perry. Can you imagine it would be like?
Wow.
You know, I mean, obviously DeGrom, but you do add Rodon or you add Verlander to that. And so I want to know, what was it like being part of the Rangers organization when they added Fergie Jenkins and Gaylord Perry? I mean, times were very different, but still you're adding two premium pitchers at the time, future Hall of Famers. I wonder what it was like in 1975, adding Jenkins and Perry to the organization.
I like that. I like that a lot.
That is a very interesting question. Maybe we can have him pop on during Mike Likes It. Also, in this segment, in the lunch rush, usually the expressway, today it feels very much like the lunch rush with everything happening. We will give away a 4-pack of sweet tickets to the Cowboys-Texans game and a parking pass. That will happen in this segment. But before we get to any of that, or maybe in the midst of any of that, how about some NFL fact or fiction? You guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. NFL fact or fiction. Tua, who is the leading vote getter across all Pro Bowl voting right now, can lead Miami to the AFC Championship.
Man, that dude is popular.
He is.
Like, he is popular for whatever purpose. He is a popular person. I don't think he can lead them to the championship.
To the AFC title.
Oh, the AFC title?
AFC East title. My bad.
Okay. Yes. Sorry, you just made it very easy for me. Yes, I think he can win
Buffalo.
I think he can win the AFC East. I do think that.
Right now, what is the Buffalo's the 1 seed? What are they, a game back?
They're a game back.
I lean to Buffalo's going to win it.
Okay.
So I would lean towards no.
Okay.
But I don't think it's a hard yes, hard no.
Okay.
Or factor fiction.
Okay, NFL fact or fiction. Joe Burrow owns Patrick Mahomes. Do you know that the Bengals in this calendar year have now beaten the Chiefs 3 times?
Yeah. I'll lean towards yes. I hate saying that. I do think Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL, but for some reason, Cincinnati beats. It's always tough for this. It'd be like, does Jacob deGrom own Justin Verlander? It's like, well, they don't really face each other.
Right.
They are on the same mound, but they're not like. Does Jacob deGrom own Juan Soto? We can actually look at those stats and see something like that. But it's always tough when you say, does this quarterback own this quarterback? And in this case, you could go to yes. Now, they're close games. Overtime in the AFC Championship game, the Chiefs were up in that game 24-20, right?
Yep.
And then they scored the final touchdown to make it 27-24. And then the other game, I honestly don't remember, except I feel like Jamar Chase went for 743 yards in that game.
But
I think it was a close game. I can't remember. That was
They've
the
all
game.
been close, yeah.
So it's decided by really close scores. So to say yes, he's beating them, but owning them always makes it sound like, to me, Corey, you're beating them quite handily.
That's why I will say no, because Zach Taylor owns Andy Reid at this point. That's what I will say. And again, this last game that they played, there was a moment where the defensive side of the ball was sitting there saying, we need to go get a turnover. We need to go make something happen. And they did to win the game. So the defense was a key factor there too. If Joe Burrow was in an accuracy competition with Pat Mahomes or something like that, that would be something fun to watch. They don't ever face each other. They face each other's defenses and coaching staffs.
Kevin, I know we had a confusing conversation yesterday about Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott overall with the show, because you think that possibly he's the MVP, but not better than Dak Prescott. If you were to...
because Dak has been hurt.
Nobody's confused about that.
So if you were to name your top 3 quarterbacks today in the game, what order would they be in, since Joe Burrow has beat Patrick Mahomes 3 times in this calendar year? Name your top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL today.
I'm still going Mahomes first. I will put him ahead of Joe Burrow, and I know I'm going to end up being
Burrow 2?
I think Burrow is 2, and I'm going to end up being a chump because he's been playing poorly. I think I'm going Josh Allen 3 then. Right. And then we go from there. I think, look, I know it's fun. People think it's fun to hate on Dak, but this offense has been clicking along. And if you can get rid of any of those first half turnovers, Dak's looked really good.
So you're saying Dak's 4?
Because Lamar Jackson's been playing poorly. Just this season, in this moment, I think I would consider Dak, Hurts, Lamar,
over Tua.
Something. Oh yeah. And then Tua, and then Lamar. I love Lamar, but he's not been playing well, so I got to bump him down.
Corey, who's your top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL right now?
Man, I think because of the turnovers, I got to bump Josh Allen down and put Jalen Hurts up there.
So who's one?
In my top 3, it's Mahomes.
Mahomes 1.
Yeah, then Burrow.
Then Burrow 2.
To troll you, I do like to say Joe Burrow, but it is. I think I would take Mahomes any day. Any day.
Jalen Hurts is having a hell of a year.
Yeah, his turnover ratio and his other touchdowns added with his legs, that's a huge factor.
It's just right now the Cowboys' offense is playing better. Third down conversions are better. I like Dak right now over Hurts, but I understand.
He has 20 touchdowns
only
and
3 picks.
Yeah, that's a really good number
That's
now.
outstanding.
In addition to what he does with the touchdowns that he has with his legs, which I do believe. I'm sorry, I'm looking for. I'll find them.
I know you don't care who we play because we'd be in the Super Bowl. Out of the 3 quarterbacks, and I know you named Josh Allen, who would you want to play in the Super Bowl? Cincinnati, Kansas City, or Buffalo?
I would want to play Buffalo, especially with Von Miller being out and how prone Josh Allen is to mistakes.
When was the last championship Buffalo won?
Big fat never, because we own them in the Super Bowl.
So I'll take that too.
I guess
I would take that,
one time,
and then
still.
Cincinnati because they lost last year,
Pittsburgh
and then Kansas
owned us in the
City.
Super Bowl, and then we beat them.
Yes, I know, Mike.
He thought Larry Brown was on his team. It was amazing.
He did, and Larry Brown earned that MVP. All right, well, since you brought it up, this is another NFL fact or fiction, Jalen Hurts is the favorite or should be the favorite for MVP.
I don't want to answer this.
I still think, that is super cool toy. Sorry, we shouldn't get distracted. That's a super cool toy right there.
It is.
I think he's second, entrenched really well second.
I think he's first with all the hype. I hate saying it. I don't think he should be. I think Jalen Hurts is improving and getting way better and the most improved player in the NFL. But I think that these people are going to vote him the MVP. And then he's never even going to be considered for an MVP the rest of his career because you know what happens with Lamar Jackson's?
Yeah.
Then you expect him to do it all the time. And then you're like, oh, man, we thought he was great. And what we thought was, wow, he went from the 20th best quarterback to the 5th best quarterback, and we're going to give him MVP for that. But now you actually have to be better than Patrick Mahomes. You have to be better than Josh Allen. And then they're going to go, oh, man, he's actually not better than those guys.
Across the board right now in terms of live Vegas betting odds, Patrick Mahomes is about even, and then Jalen Hurts is about 1.5, 2 to 1. So Patrick Mahomes still Vegas-wise has a slight edge, but that edge has closed dramatically.
I just think if Jalen Hurts his schedule, I just don't think they're going to lose another game except maybe to the Cowboys. And when he ends up going 15-2 on the year and maybe 15-1 because he doesn't even play in the last game because they don't need to, they're going to give him the MVP.
Now,
ask Cam Newton about it.
Yeah, that is fair. Now, Corey, this one might be more geared towards you. The Detroit Lions are a legitimate threat to make this year's playoffs.
What? Are they really?
Well, that's what you have to decide. It's fact or fiction. So the Detroit Lions are 2 games out.
Fiction.
But they've been hot. They're favored over the Vikings.
Yeah, I'm just okay. What? The Vikings already have 10 wins.
I'm
Somehow
telling you,
the Lions have
I
to
didn't
get
set the
6
line.
wins at least in the next. How many games do we have left here?
I didn't 5.
Do not bet on Detroit. They F it up. No,
hold on.
They've effed up everything since we've been alive.
Detroit has to. They have 5 games left.
Yes.
They have to get 6 wins in the next 5 games to be
No.
better than the Vikings.
No. Yes.
Detroit has to win out.
The Vikings have to lose every game from here on out.
No. I'm not saying Detroit is a favorite over the Vikings in the playoffs. I'm saying they play this weekend. Detroit is favored in that game over the Vikings.
Very confused.
And then it was a separate question. Will Detroit, are they a legit contender? They're 2 games back.
No. Every team in the NFC East is a better contender than the Lions at this point. With too many other, the Seahawks are a better contender to make the playoffs than the Lions at this point too. So no, I can't claim anybody out of the NFC South. So I'll just go with no, they still aren't. But this is a far better season than I think than anybody else really expected out of them this year.
Tough games. Vikings, that's a tough game.
They
at
played
Jets,
better this year.
that is a tough game at the Jets. At the Packers to finish the year, I don't know. Probably not a tough game, but still it's at Green Bay and Detroit. They've won 1 playoff game since 1953. I'm not making that up. They won 1 playoff game since my dad is here. Since he was born, pretty much.
They used to be really good, too.
And they effing beat the Cowboys in 1991. That's their only playoff win.
But that vaulted us into 3 Super Bowls.
That's
so
a good
I do
point.
want to point
All
that
right.
out. Yeah.
NFL fact or fiction. The top 4 quarterbacks from 2020 will all make this playoffs. All right, so Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
feels
he's
good.
in. I think they've already qualified pretty
Joe
well.
Burrow?
Yes, they're going to win that division.
Tua?
Yes, they're going to be a wild card team.
And then Justin Herbert?
No, I don't think they're going to make it.
Okay.
I'm looking, hold on. I think that, it's going to be tough for them, man.
Well, that might be a good sign. Did you know that the last time?
Because you hate Herbert.
No, not that.
You do hate Herbert.
No, that's fair. It is a good sign for the rest of their career. Because the last time 4 quarterbacks from the same class made the playoffs was 2005 when Rex Grossman, Byron Leftwich, Carson Palmer, and Chris Sims, all drafted in 2003, made it. So I'm saying, that it's not a great – so maybe it's better for your quarterback class if you don't all make the playoffs, right?
Yeah, maybe so.
All right.
That was the grossest playoffs ever.
I know.
What's wrong with the NFL? Did you say Geno Smith?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was the other one? Rex Grossman,
Leftwich, Carson Palmer, and Chris Sims.
All right, okay.
And then
Chris Sims lacerated his spleen.
We talked a lot about the coaches, but NFL Fact or Fiction, the GMs at Arizona and in Denver should also be prepared to perhaps hit the unemployment line.
I think so, and it's funny. I'm going to take this out of Mike Likes It. I put, how in jeopardy is Kyler Murray's career when we do I know he has the contract, but when you look at the quarterback rankings, he's not now in the top 15 for weeks upon weeks. Like, he's not even considered an average. He's like in that category of maybe an average quarterback in the NFL. So I do think this, because of the Kyler Murray contract and the commitment to him, they have to blow up everybody around him to try to get that thing to work, because they're committed to him for 3 more years.
And since I know you love the name, because I want to talk, that's kind of, since they're in the same division.
Yeah.
He'll get another shot elsewhere if he needed to, or still back in Arizona. He'll have a career. I just don't know anymore if that career is going to go anywhere, if to your point.
Yeah.
Dude, Steve Keim has been there since 2013.
Okay.
They went 10-6, 11-5, 13-3 his first 3 years.
Hey,
that's Carolina.
Since then, 7-8, 8-8, 3-13, 5-10, 8-8.
Okay.
Then they went 11-6 last year, and now 4-8.
They've
been bad.
I don't remember
for
Arizona
the
being that,
majority.
because I was like, well, maybe this is Cam Newton who you're talking about, but no, I don't remember Arizona being good for 3 straight years.
This should have
They
been.
had Bruce Arians as their head coach,
Yeah.
and like multiple different quarterbacks.
And I thought you could argue that Kyler Murray and the Cardinals were on the ascendance with Coach Bro together and
I thought
everything like
last
that.
year
And
they were going to go somewhere, but
this has been a crushing disappointment. And I know we talked about this a little bit, but I'm going to factor in the name that you love so much. The 49ers, fact or fiction, can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy.
no, I don't think win.
Okay. Make the Super Bowl?
Maybe. We just named Rex Grossman. He made it. I'm not betting on it, but
he did.
They just. I know there's more time. They just destroyed Miami. They didn't just get through. This dude was like, hey, I know you didn't practice this whole week. You have to now play pretty much this whole game against what we think is a Super Bowl contending team before last week. And they destroyed them.
And then back to your point about the Lions, Ed from Denton. The Lions were good when I was a kid, but wheels weren't round yet then either. Yeah. So that was
when they did that fake league you were talking about yesterday.
Yes, that's right. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And how about a little Mike Likes It up in here?
Okay, so I don't know if we have an extra headset here, but I'm calling out Mike Bassick, Sr. If you can hear me, I want to talk to you for a second. This is my dad. We're going to have a headset on. People are going to have to hear this, because I know you were talking up here we're at the Texas Road Show in Mansfield, and you were talking at the bar about Ferguson Jenkins, and I know you brought up Gaylord Perry, and you were part of the Rangers organization when they traded for Fergie Jenkins and Gaylord Perry. And we're about to have the Jacob deGrom press conference is in approximately 20 minutes here on 105.3 The Fan. And so I'm wondering, you made the major leagues in 1975 with the Texas Rangers. You were in the Rangers organization. The Rangers traded for both of those guys. I looked it up. So Jim Bibby, Jackie Brown, and Rick Waits, one of my former pitching coaches for the Mets, was traded for Gaylord Perry from Cleveland. And Ferguson Jenkins was traded for Steve Barr and Juan Beniquez. So these guys might have been your teammates.
Yeah.
What was it like in the Rangers organization in 1975 when you guys picked up 2 all-star future Hall of Fame pitchers?
Well, there's a lot of respect for those guys.
Pull your microphone up to your mouth a little bit more. There you go.
God, that's so aggressive, Mike.
I love you, Dad.
Junior.
Sorry.
So they had a lot of respect. Both of them had big presence in the clubhouse. I mean, Fergie was unbelievable, and both of the guys were not afraid to help the younger players. Gaylord's personality was a lot rougher than Fergie. Fergie was just more of a nice guy. Gaylord was not afraid to yell at the infielders if they missed the ground ball, and that meant that he was yelling a lot. We were horrible defensively. I mean, we just missed a lot of balls. And Gaylord used to challenge the infielders for a Coke or a towel drill or a water. Let's hit 25 ground balls and see who can catch them clean without a bobble. And I don't ever remember him losing.
Oh,
Wow.
no.
Yeah. And I mean, I had, like I said, I had dinner with Ferguson the other day, and he said one of his biggest regrets is that he never won a Gold Glove award. He felt like he was the best fielding pitcher in baseball. I mean, I was talking to Michael. During the offseason, he actually played for the Harlem Globetrotters. People don't.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
To make an extra buck, he played for the Globetrotters.
I remember reading Bob Gibson's book, and he also played basketball at Creighton too, and he played for the Harlem Globetrotters for a little bit in off seasons too. So I didn't know that Ferguson Jenkins had done that. But what was the hype? I know it's very different. There wasn't sports talk radio. There was obviously media was different in 1975. Was it? Oh my gosh, the Rangers are really trying to win baseball games.
Well, when they were on the mound, you felt like we had a really good chance to win. I was a relief pitcher, so I would wear my soccer cleats or my running shoes down to the bullpen and bring my spikes because I knew I'm not going to get in the game for the first 5 innings, and just more comfortable for your feet. I mean, these guys were going to pitch a lot of innings. I mean, Fergie told me the other day, he said his biggest feat he thought was 1 year at the All-Star break. I want to say he had 216 innings at the All-Star break.
The leader, I believe, this past year was 230 for the whole season.
Yeah, I think it was Aaron Nola. That was the leader for the whole
season.
year. And so he had 215 approximately at the All-Star
Correct.
break with about 70 games to go. You play a little bit more than in the first half than in the second half. But that's super duper impressive. You said you wore soccer cleats?
Those Adidas multi-turf, because I didn't like to wear spikes. The spikes didn't have any wedges in them. They were flat. And so they were very uncomfortable. It'd be like wearing the Converse, the Chuck Taylor All-Stars. I mean, there's no padding at all, no support for your feet. They were very uncomfortable.
Okay. Well,
wow.
Are you, I haven't even asked you this. How excited are you about Jacob deGrom and getting to watch him pitch in a Rangers uniform?
I love the hard-throwing guys. I mean, heck, my son threw gas, I mean – But
did you ever think I was going to throw harder as I got older, but just didn't? Or did you always know I was going to be kind of a mid-80s command guy?
Yeah, an upper 80s. I mean, I think you undersell yourself. 87 to 90 miles per hour. With really good command, hand behind the ball where you could sink it and you could throw a breaking ball and you had a very plus changeup.
Is Kyle Muller the hardest pitcher you've ever worked with, as in like speed-wise, or have you had a kid that's thrown harder than him? He's, by the way, if you don't know, 6'7" kid with Atlanta. I think he's still with Atlanta. He didn't get traded in the offseason,
right,
did he? No.
Right. No, he and I knew that he was special. The Braves actually called me and thanked me because he had pitched like 3 weeks in a row where he threw 150, 160 pitches in a game, and his velocity dropped to 86-ish. And so they said, gosh, we can't take him in the first round. And I said, hey, he's going to throw upper 90s and come close to touching 100. And he has touched 100 miles per hour.
Wow.
Okay. Well, good. Well, thanks for a little bit of the
insight
history on Ferguson Jenkins, Gaylord Perry.
Before you go, do you want to give us any other insights about your son? Like, we talked a lot of sports. Is there anything else that we should know about Mike the person?
He could shoot. He could shoot a basketball as well. I mean, when he would go his senior year, he didn't play, but he'd still go to practice, and they'd play this game called Knockout, and he would win every time. And he had 3 guys who played professional basketball on his team. And I don't think you ever worried about winning one of those games, did you?
No, but then if they played horse, and they'd be like, well, then dunks count. And I was like, I'm screwed. So there are 2 people on the team that couldn't dunk, and I was one of them. So, yeah, that's it. I don't want to brag about myself, but I was pretty awesome. So, yeah. No, that's good. I want to talk a little bit about Jaden Hardy for a second.
Let's go.
So,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Dad. Mr. Mike Bassick there, former Texas Rangers and Minnesota Twins pitcher, and got to be teammates with 3 Hall of Fame pitchers, and that is Fergie Jenkins, Gaylord Perry, and Bert Blyleven were the 3 guys that ended up making the Hall of Fame.
Incredible.
By the way, his closer in Minnesota was a guy named Mike Marshall, who most people don't know who he is. He holds the record for most appearances in a season. Would you like to guess? Now, this is he pitched in the 70s.
Okay.
Would you like to guess how many games he pitched in to set the record?
For a season?
For a season. I have this off the top of my head. I could be wrong.
75.
Okay.
Is that low or high?
That's low.
Okay. 112.
I think 106.
What?
Wow.
So I believe the record is, and that'll never be.
106?
So out of the 162 game
Get him
season,
some cards.
I believe Mike Marshall threw in 106 of those games, and he attributed a lot of his success to swimming. Is that after games were over, the next morning he would go in Minnesota and find a indoor swimming pool and do laps, and that would keep his arm loose and fresh for the next day.
Wow.
Oh, screwballs. Doesn't work.
Screwballs was
Great
the key.
conversation we're having here, except nobody can hear it on the radio.
You want me to give him my headset?
No, it's okay. Yeah.
Okay, we'll have to pick this part up, because you know what I liked about him?
Yeah.
He is just like you
He's
in
just
terms
like
of
you.
we gave you information. He's like, that's fine. I'm going to keep talking and tell you my story. And so I appreciate that. See ya.
All right.
Mike Bassett Sr.
In case you ever wonder where that trait comes from, he's like, hey, that's great. I need to tell you about this taco. That is exactly where it comes from.
All right, so let's talk Jaden Hardy.
Okay.
Jaden Hardy got released from the Dallas Mavericks. But he really just got sent.
I was going to say, hold on. Did he just go to the G League?
They sent him back to the G League. They sent him back to the Texas Legends today, and I like what they're doing here. And here's why. I would love for him to get 10 minutes a night. I think when we interviewed Nico Harrison, he assumed calling him up with what he was doing, with how bad the situation was. Because if you remember, the game before he got called up, this is when Spencer Dinwiddie got ejected from the game, and Luka was sitting out, and they had to run Josh Green for, I don't even think it was 2 minutes. I think it was right around 1 minute, and they couldn't get the ball over half court. Literally, the Mavs were struggling to get the ball over half court in an NBA basketball game because, I'm sorry, I'm struggling with the opponent. But
No, I remember that, because Green afterwards is like, oh, man, I'm going to have to play point. Got to step things up.
And like literally the other team like press him. They don't have a human being who can dribble.
Yeah.
And so they called up Jaden Hardy. And now Jaden Hardy, I've talked to multiple people, one of them being Jared Sandler, and he covers, obviously, the Texas Legends. Jaden Hardy is not – they don't see him being a point guard. They see him being a combo guard, a guy who can handle the ball, a guy who can get the ball at the court, but not a guy who's going to set guys up for great situations. He's more of a scorer himself and can score off of his own moves and can pass if you need him to pass, but not like the way – Luka passes.
But I think that's the key right there. You said he has the capability to run the offense for smaller spurts or be that complementary piece. Because I'm not saying he's Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson obviously became great at that. But that's how you started with Brunson, right? It's like you can run the second team offense, or we can have you out there with Luka and you can pass if necessary.
Yeah. And so he got sent down today, and if he's not going to play, Nico thought he was going to play. He's not going to play. And then they did sign Kemba Walker, too. He hasn't played yet either. But you don't want, and this goes to my baseball roots, I don't want a 20-year-old watching basketball games. Sure. If there's a way for him to play 30-plus minutes a night, then let him play 30-plus minutes a night. So I think some Maverick fans, I haven't looked a lot on Twitter, but they're probably disappointed that Jaden Hardy got sent back down to Frisco, the Texas Legends. Yeah. But this is better for his development. The one thing that you have to have, and this is different for basketball than baseball, is there's two different pay structures in baseball. For example, I'm honest here. I give things that maybe I shouldn't give. When I played for the Texas Rangers, I made $15,000 a month playing in Oklahoma City. That was my minor league AAA contract. Now remember, I had major league experience. When I was in Buffalo for the Cleveland Indians and hadn't made the major leagues yet, I got paid $2,000 a month in the AAA, one level below the major leagues. And you only get paid for 5 months. I'm not making $15,000 for 12 months or 6 months. I'm making $15,000 a month for 5 months. I was making $2,000 in AAA baseball, the level right below the major leagues. I made $10,000 in Buffalo, New York in AAA baseball before I made the major leagues. But with the Texas Rangers, I made, I think, league minimum. Now, I wasn't here long, so I got paid, obviously on a game-to-game basis and didn't, make a lot of checks here. But I believe the minimum salary in 2004 was right around $300,000.
Okay.
So a $75,000 season or a $300,000 season. There's a pretty big difference there in salary structure. For Jaden Hardy, he's going to make the exact same money. Whatever he does this year, he's making the exact same money. He's getting paid his NBA contract. But I just want to make sure and hope that he has a good attitude, because I wonder if he thought he was getting called up saying, we're going to find minutes for you. And then 4 games later, they're like, you're going to go back down to the minor leagues. And that's always the toughest thing. You'll see guys in Major League Baseball / professional baseball sometimes go back down to the minors and struggle for a month because they're dealing with the mental part of getting demoted. You do get demoted, whether you like it or not, or say you're not really getting demoted. We still love you. You're our number 1 prospect. You still feel demoted. You just got taken off the major league team and put on a minor league team.
It's dumb, but whenever Kevin and I were weekend hosts,
Yeah.
when we'd fill in for a couple weeks, going back to weekends kind of felt like it wasn't a demotion,
right?
But it was like, dang, I really love doing the day that
Right.
every day kind of thing.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will jump on with the Rangers, hear from their press conference, including Jacob deGrom, and then he will be on 105.3 The Fan individually. All of that will get going next, but before we get to any of that,
let's give something away!
Caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
Now.
Will win and this one is good, a 4-pack of sweet tickets and a parking pass to see the Cowboys play Houston on Sunday. Sorry, Corey, you are not eligible. But everyone listening, 877-881-1053. We'll be back with more content and Rangers next, live from Texas Roadshow on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, hang with me.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Texas Roadshow, the card shop in Mansfield, 1836 Cannon Drive. A bunch of fun stuff happening. We've had people popping in and popping out all day, hence the beeps. They've got the amazing wall of cards, which Corey's bought stuff off of before. And Texas Roadshow is partnering with Tyrese Maxey for a holiday toy drive. Anyone who brings in a new unwrapped toy and drops it off here will get 10% off of their purchase, which is an amazing deal as well. And then they also gave us some cards to open, which we then, did he just fire his siren off? That is tremendous. And we had somebody came in from law enforcement, which we will then hand back to the Texas Roadshow people, and they will be giving away those cards. We already did a box of Gold Standard. Now we're going to do a box of Origins football, and those aren't cheap. While the Rangers presser is going on for the Twitch, fan cam, the stream, and everything, we will open those up if you want to see what will be given away by the good folks at Texas Roadshow. We're going to connect with the Rangers in just a minute, and then once their presser is over, Jacob deGrom will hop on the air. Now, it could be with us, could be with G-Bag, but the point is, first one-on-one interview with the Rangers will be with 105.3 The Fan, and we are ready for the Rangers right here in your home, the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
For these types of transactions that help us get towards that goal. I could go on and on with an elaborate introduction about how much today means for everybody affiliated with the Rangers organization, but I think we can all feel what this means to us and our fans. We are extremely delighted to welcome Jacob deGrom, his wife Stacy, his kiddos and his parents, and the entire deGrom family to Texas. This is a tremendous thing for our organization, and we're looking forward to a great future together. Thank you.
All right, we are having some potential, I guess, audio difficulties out there with the Texas Rangers presser, so we will loop back around.
Are they doing the press conference like my dad? Like they're just talking, but you're like, we can hear you here, but they need to hear you on the radio and the TV.
That is
gonna work.
That is a good question. I can neither confirm nor deny that's what's happening, but we're having audio issues out there, so we are back. And you know what, Mike? I'm going to actually, let's go ahead and finish this up. For the Twitch, we were opening the box of Origins, which, by the way, the good folks out here at Texas Roadshow will be giving these cards away, except for the ones that Mike tries to steal. They will be giving these cards away to folks who come in and make purchases and all that good stuff.
Just had to give my lawyer the approximate amount of all the cards that were stolen.
I see a card.
I know. I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's numbered. I don't know if it's autographed, but it is a Rookie of the Year candidate, Chris Olave.
Oh, man.
Ooh,
that
really
dude
nice.
is a stud.
That is
Number
a
80 to 99, and it's a patch with 3 colors, which is big in the card game. And see you later.
All right, we're going to keep going on the Twitch. We will go back to the Rangers over the air, but we'll keep doing the cards on the Twitch right here on the Fan.
That they showed then, did that factor into the decision of where you thought this was going and how you thought you might be able to contribute?
Yeah, that definitely played a big role. You know, they're signing great guys, great players, and it's going to be an exciting team. You know, this part, you know, is part of the process, but getting out there and meeting everybody is what I'm truly excited for, and taking the field with those guys. You know, they're true professionals. You know, getting to play. You know, I played against Seager for a while, and getting to know Marcus and you know the guys who are here showing support. Meeting those guys today seems to be an awesome group. So I can't wait to get things going.
Jacob Grant, Dallas Morning News. Can you
elaborate any bit on what it was about that vision that Chris expressed to you that led you to come back, after Thanksgiving and say, let's move forward?
Yeah, it was the vision of building something special and winning for a long time. And I want to play this game for a long time and want to win. And hearing that from CY and Boach, and like I said, ultimately getting to meet Ray at the end, and everybody having that same vision, everything lined up, and this is where I wanted to be.
Hey Jacob, Levi Weaver with The Athletic. It felt to a lot of us from the outside looking in, obviously, CY said that he was in touch with you pretty early on in the process, but it seems like the finish line happened pretty quickly. Can you give us any more of a rundown kind of on the timeline of how that finally came together at the end?
That's part of the business side of it, and that's it was exciting. In talking, we kept constant communication, and showing tremendous interest, from both sides. It felt like it was the right fit, and that's how it worked out.
Stephen Hawkins with the AP. Like you said, you want to be a part of a winning program, and you talk to them. But what did you know about the Rangers, and what did you think about the Rangers before those conversations?
You look at teams during the year. You're playing a bunch of teams, and you see that the directions those teams are going. So, like we said, with the signings of Marcus and Corey and the moves they're making as far as taking those steps to make something great here and continue winning baseball games and making that not just a one-year thing, but a goal for years in and out. So we're excited, and that was what we saw and chose Texas. We kept constant communication and showing tremendous interest from both sides. It felt like it was the right fit, and that's how it worked out.
Stephen Hawkins with the AP. Like you said, you want to be a part of a winning program, and you talk to them. But what did you know about the Rangers, and what did you think about the Rangers before those conversations? You look at teams during the year. You're playing a bunch of teams, and you see that the directions those teams are going. So, like we said, with the signings of Marcus and Corey and the moves they're making as far as taking those steps to make something great here and continue winning baseball games and making that not just a one-year thing, but a goal for years in and out. So we're excited, and that was what we saw and chose Texas. And as far as being part of that winning, putting that winning together, you coming back obviously from a couple of seasons, injured seasons. Talk about where you are and just being able to get yourself part of building yourself back up while being part of that.
Yeah, it's last year's was a weird injury, but finished the year strong, and the goal is to go out there and take the ball every fifth day for the Texas Rangers and put us in the best position I can to win those games.
Hi, Jeff Wilson with Rangers Today. How difficult is it to leave a ball club and make this decision that you had to make? Yeah,
That's not an easy decision. And, I spent the first 8+ years of my career with the New York Mets, and, I have to thank them for that. They'll always hold a special place in my heart, my wife's heart, my kids, from ownership to my teammates there, and the fans ultimately, they made me feel welcome there. And they played a big role in my career. So there'll always be a special place in my heart for the New York Mets and their fans. And, it's just, that's the part of the business of baseball with seeing what CY and, like I said, Boach and Ray were building here was something I wanted to be a part of.
What do you think about this ballpark?
Walking through it today, this place is awesome. It has everything you can imagine. The tour of it took 45 minutes to see everything. So the place, they didn't skip anything, and it's a unbelievable place to be.
Mac Engel, Fort Worth Star Telegram. Chris, given the amount of money and the investments that you and Mr. Davis have done the last, calendar year, is a winning record in 2023 a reasonable expectation now?
Absolutely. That's our full expectation, not just a winning record, but we expect to push for a spot in the playoffs.
You mentioned the Mets and have in your heart. What are the sorts of emotions that come with closing one chapter of your life while also obviously beginning another?
Yeah, like I said, we're extremely excited to be here, and from me, Stacy, we thank Ray for ultimately getting me here, and it's part of it. Like I said, they'll always hold a special place, and they, I probably wouldn't be here today without them. So it's part of it, but this is where we decided we wanted to be.
Where did they figure into your last month or so as you started talking with other teams?
We were in contact with the Mets, and like I said, the Rangers did a great job of constant communication and making me feel like they really wanted me here. So, and the vision was the same. Build something great and win year in and year out.
Jacob, I'm going to paraphrase CY here, and that's always dangerous. I'm sure he'll correct me if I'm wrong. But in talking with him earlier this week, he one of the questions he felt like he needed to hear answered from you was how you felt about being part of the build-out, as opposed to just stepping into a rewarding situation. You were with a club that won 101 games last year. This club's averaged 98 losses the last 2 years. How did you kind of reason that out in your mind?
Just seeing what they were doing, the pieces that keep getting added, the goals to make it to the playoffs and win a World Series. You set expectations, and that's the vision and that's the goal. You can ask any of these guys that are here today, what is the goal? The goal is to win a World Series, and keep adding pieces and go out there and play baseball games and see what happens.
CY and Boch, how do you feel with the roster as it currently is, constructed? What more do you feel like you need to add, and how active will you be as the offseason continues?
Yeah, Emily, I think we've addressed several of our needs, things that we discussed coming into the offseason that were main goals for us, specific to starting pitching. However, we recognize that we feel like we need to always stay open-minded and continue to look to improve our roster. We feel very good about where we are in terms of our minor league system and the player development and the players that we have coming in time, but we're trying to win at the big league level, and to do that we need to continue to look to improve. So I think we'll reassess. It's been a busy week for us. We'll step back, reassess, and stay open-minded on all ways to continue to improve.
Yeah, I'll just add, to win in our game, you need pitching, and that was our priority, and we couldn't have a better guy to head up this rotation, and we've added to the rotation. So don't tell me we can't win. I think when you look at the end of the day at our rotation, we're going to have a chance to win every day, and that's all you can ask. And so we're definitely heading in the direction we need to, and it starts with the pitching. So I couldn't be more excited about what's going on today in this team and the rotation that has really improved. We're a much, much better club right now than we were just a few weeks ago.
Bruce, Jamie Newberg with The Athletic. Just to build on the last thing you said, you talked about CY's vision in a similar way to what Jacob just talked about. How important a part of that was the possibility of a day like this?
I thought it was critical. When you talk about a rotation, you need somebody or a couple of guys, to lead the way, and somebody who has experience there, and Jacob certainly has that. And I know CY is still looking to find ways to even make us better. But when you look at our division, it's a tough division. Some really good teams here, and the only way you're going to play with those teams is you have a guy on the mound who matches up with those guys. So for me, that's where we really had to focus, and I can't give enough credit to CY and the work he's done to get Jacob here and improving this staff already. And so I feel very good. Don't tell me we can't win. When you look at our guys out on the field and the guy that we're going to put on the mound, I think every day we're going to have a chance to win. And And I expect to contend, and that's my goal. It's our goal, and so we're going to feel like that every day.
Jacob, a lot's been made out of your age and the injury thing the last 2 years, and I realize a lot of that's come out of New York in the last couple of weeks. But why, in your mind, is this kind of commitment really not that big of a risk for the Rangers?
Yeah, because, I mean, the goal is to go out there and make 30-plus starts every year. You know, like I said, the one in spring training was kind of a weird one, a broken or stress reaction in my scap. But once I came back, felt great. So the goal is to make 30-plus starts for the next 5-plus years here.
So you mentioned earlier sort of the sustainability of winning, and that's something that Chris has talked about quite a bit this offseason as well. And I think a big part of that is the next wave of starting pitchers coming up, whether it be Jack Leiter, Owen White, Kumar Rocker, those guys. In your words, like how do you describe or consider your role as maybe a mentor to those guys as they are starting to hit the big leagues?
Yeah, you know, that was something throughout my career that I had the privilege of being around a bunch of really good pitchers and learning from them. So that's obviously going to be something that I take pride in. You know, if those guys have any questions, feel free to ask me. You know, I'll give you what I think, and, you know, we can talk about it in any way that I can help, and that's part of it. You know, any way that I'm needed in that sense, then I'm willing to do it.
Jacob, Jared Sandler, Rangers Radio. Your slider's a pretty unique pitch. I'm just curious how that pitch has kind of come together for you, and what's been important for the growth of that pitch.
Yeah, you know, I'm constantly working on stuff, constantly trying to find ways to get guys out. That's part of the game. You know, hitters are making adjustments, and pitchers are also making adjustments to combat that. So that's always a work in progress, but having a lot of confidence in it and trying to make it look like my fastball for 59 feet is mainly the goal of it.
Jacob, Kennedy Landry with MLB.com. Bruce mentioned the other day that he remembers first meeting you at the 2015 All-Star Game in Cincinnati. I'm curious what you remember about first meeting Bruce and, you know, how big of an impact he can have on you here. Yeah, you know, Bruce has been there and won the World Series. So, you know, that was a big deal to me too. You know, that's what he came back to baseball for, to win. And, you know, meeting him that was kind of a whirlwind at the 2015 All-Star Game. I was a little nervous. I had no clue what was going on, but you know, saying hello to him and then, you know, playing against him when he was with the Giants and talking to him, getting to know him. You know, they always had competitive baseball teams, and I think it starts with a good leader.
Hey, Jacob, John Moore with Rangers Today. Have you had a chance to talk with Mike Maddox, the new pitching coach?
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple of times. He's here somewhere, so we were just chatting on the way in and then a couple of phone calls. So looking forward, you know, like I said, you're trying to learn from everybody around. You can always use some little piece of information from somebody to always try to improve your game. So definitely looking forward to working with Mike.
Jacob, Alex playing with Dallas Sports Fanatic. To follow up on that, have you had any previous interactions with Mike Maddox?
Not really, kind of from across the way. But, you know, like I said, I'm excited. You know, anytime you can learn from somebody who's been in the game that long, it's going to be a treat. So looking forward to this opportunity.
Thank you, guys.
Yep, thank you, guys.
That's a wrap. Clap it up. Rangers fans watching from home. New guy at the top of the rotation, Jacob deGrom, signing for 5 years and $185 million. We'll slice through what they said and also
presser right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to go to break, but at some point we will have Jacob deGrom on our show. And if you're following in the Twitch, we're opening cards that will be given away at Texas Roadshow. A lot of things happening right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk about
get back on side, and they do. Hintz leaves it. Robertson, save made. He gets it back. He tucks it in. Jason Robertson. 2 quick goals, and all of a sudden, it's a 2-goal game.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of stuff going on right now. Can Jason Robertson win the MVP, and eventually will he put his name in this elite stars company to go along with that? You just heard the Texas Rangers presser right here on The Fan. Jacob deGrom is going to jump on with us, hopefully soon, and if not, with the G-Bag Nation for his first one-on-one DFW interview. And also, while those pressers were going, is Corey opened a box of 2022 Optic Baseball. Mike opened a box of 21-22 Recon Basketball, courtesy of Texas Roadshow. Got all kinds of amazing pulls that the good folks at Texas Roadshow will be giving away if you make your way out to Mansfield, make a purchase, 1836 Cannon Drive. So exclusive Twitch content right there, and everybody has a chance to cash in if you come on up to Texas Roadshow. Now, back to the hockey component. Jason Robertson, can he win MVP?
Heck yeah, he can win MVP. Why couldn't he, Kevin? Give me one reason that he couldn't.
Because Connor McDavid exists.
All right, so we just take Connor McDavid out, and we'll be fine, right? Isn't that all we have to do?
I mean, I don't
We'll let Darian Hatcher do it.
I would support that, and I don't think Darian Hatcher's probably in playing shape right now, but
you ever seen that man?
That's a good point. The person that you're going to be chasing, because Jason Robertson, obviously the Toronto game, not so great, but he had gone on an 18-game point streak, and we talked about this several games back. He was on pace where he either led or tied most goals, most points through 20 games in Dallas Stars history. So he's off to a torrid start. But here's kind of what you're looking at. So Jason Robertson, 23 goals, 18 assists. That's 41 points for the season. That's third in the NHL, which is obviously phenomenal. Connor McDavid, however, 24 goals, best in the NHL. 28 assists, best in the NHL. So obviously his 52 points are best in the NHL, and he is an overwhelming favorite right now to win the Hart Trophy, which is what goes to the MVP. I believe the last I saw Jason Robertson was like 4th or 6th. Yeah, he's 4th. It goes Connor McDavid at almost even money, Austin Matthews at plus 750, and then Jason Robertson is actually, tied for 3rd with Nathan McKinnon, but that's at 12-1. So still a long road to hoe for Jason Robertson, and you would have to hope that either his torrid pace continues or Connor McDavid's depletes, or
Slows
probably,
just a little bit,
you probably need a combination of both. But has he added a level of excitement to Stars hockey?
Oh, for sure. And we said this the other day, Kevin.
And he's 23.
He's our hockey version of Luka. Not in that he's as talented across, but he could be like one of the top 5-10 players in the NHL.
And can we pause on that for just 1 second?
He's Luka Micah hockey version. Now we just need a baseball component that young and good.
He's the second person, deGrom, don't worry about his age. He just said that. He's like, I'm going to start, don't worry about it. This is not even the guy who was supposed to be the guy. It was Miro.
Yeah.
Like, remember the comparisons were with Miro and Luka, and you're like, I don't know about that. Now the comparisons are with Robertson.
But what was always, you said component earlier, so I'm going to use that word again. What was the component with Miro that was the problem? Is he was defenseman, right?
Sure.
And so he
even
didn't,
an offensive defenseman is still.
Exactly. You got a really good point there, but this is a guy that, like, he's going to get the glory. He's going to get the people are going to look at him and go, oh, he's got all these goals, whenever Miro is kind of laid back there. The great thing about it, though, Kevin, is, and I'm very interested to know kind of the chemistry amongst them. But we have this great mixture that Frank was always telling us about with older players, veterans, Pavelski, we got Ben, we got Sagan, but we also have this young group that's ready. And I think that's the part that's the most exciting about it. I am curious about the chemistry between him and Rupe and all those guys and how they're working together, because that line is awesome. So, yeah, Kevin, I think the excitement level for the Stars, not only are they playing a fun brand of hockey that's not like, oh, it's so boring to go watch this 1-0 tilt tonight. It's a lot of fun to see what they do nightly.
Now, to your point, I think they have the third most goals scored in the league. And I know that does not always transfer to wins, but they are still tied for first in the Central. Now, if you don't think they're really tied because they've played 2 more games than Winnipeg, all right, fair enough. I might concede that to you. But at worst, they're still second in the Central. And now, Joey, I think you were joking about this a few days ago, but you tweeted out, just give the man the heart already. What do you think about Jason Robertson's prospects to win MVP, maybe this year, maybe in the next 2 or 3 years?
Well, I think he has a great chance just because, Connor McDavid gets a ton of love, and maybe voters will get bored with it. I don't know. I think he has a great chance, too, if the Stars finish first in the Central Division. I think if he finishes first in the division with the Stars team, I think you can almost lock it up. Obviously, Connor McDavid is probably the best player on the planet. I don't think there's a lot of debate. He skates incredibly well. He's more of a playmaker than Robertson is, but I think Robertson is always in the right spot at the right time, and I think he's going to get rewarded for that for the rest of the season. And I think if the Stars can finish first in the division, I think you're going to give it to Robertson over someone like McDavid, who currently is fighting for a playoff spot right now.
And then that would put him as an opportunity to essentially be first-team All-Star for the NHL, at the end of this season, which is a goal that, shockingly, Mike Modano, I do not believe, ever accomplished. And it wasn't until Jamie Benn back in 2014 that the Stars registered that honor. Now, I wanted to talk to you about Mike Modano for just a second.
I've heard of him.
I know, and I think this is going to make you angry.
Why?
Is The Athletic is doing their top 99 NHL players. Where do you think Mike Modano is on the list of top 99 all-time hockey players?
Number 9, because that's the number that he wore.
Worse.
Number 10, because it's right after number 9.
I'm going to need you to chunk it out just a little bit more, but worse.
I think you don't understand numbers, so I'm going to go with number 1 because I think you think 1 is worse.
That's Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, 2. Fine, I got it.
Okay, but I said worse than 9 or 10. You're going in the wrong direction.
But I'm feeling like you don't know what you're supposed to know, so you think 1 is worse than 10.
Okay.
Am I wrong here?
You are wrong.
All right, let's go to 99.
Okay, he's better than that.
All
so
right.
that is still a wide
All right.
range.
Mike, would you like to take a guess? Just throw a number out there.
56.
All right.
Oh, that is
higher or
close.
Lower? Higher or lower?
He's better than that.
He's okay. So he's between 10 and 56.
I also did
37.
Okay, I said you were close, Mike.
48.
Close. He's worse than that.
Okay,
51.
That is correct.
Good job, Mike.
See, I tricked you with
Hockey
the
expert,
contest
Mike.
My
aspect.
number on the Rangers. I knew it.
But now, aren't you upset?
You did trick me.
that-
I was
yeah,
excited
got
that we
you-
got it.
You're pumped for the contest aspect of it, but the 51st best hockey player of all time, when a lot of people will or do argue best American hockey player, or at least when he retired, best
Wow.
American hockey player because of the goals aspect.
Yeah, I have to look at who's in front of him. I don't feel that way, but I'm also very much a homer to the Stars,
Sure.
regarding that. So that will definitely skew how I look at that. So 51, though, and we don't know who's in front of him here, right? The list looks like it's
Yeah,
it
they
hasn't
might have put
clearly come
out 50 today. I didn't see 50
Okay.
today if they put
Brett
it out.
Hull.
So they're saying Lundqvist is better than him? Whatever.
Oh, Henrik.
Oh, my gosh.
I have no
Whatever. Yeah, come on.
All right,
This
so
list is already a
okay. So
bust.
both Mike and Corey are going to say no, that not better. But
Well, they do have Paul Correa behind him, and that's a fact.
okay, good. So
whole country.
advantage Mike Modano over Paul
Did you say
Correa.
the whole country's behind it?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got these amazing baseball optic cards and recon basketball cards to go along with the football boxes that we opened earlier, all now in the possession of Texas Roadshow, and they will be giving those away to customers who come up here. We're off of Cannon Drive in Mansfield. If you want to come check it out, they're open until 7 today. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, or we will steal the Jacob deGrom interview from them. One of those things will happen next right here on The Fan.
service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Byers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. It's ByersBarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're at Texas Roadshow in Mansfield off of Cannon Drive. Now, the show's about to wrap up, but fear not, 11 to 7 that these guys are open. And remember, if you bring a brand new unwrapped toy and donate it to the toy drive that they're doing in cooperation with Tyrese Maxey, you can get 10% off your purchase.
When you said 11 to 7, I was like, G-Bag's hours have changed?
No,
That's a long show right
We're now
there.
going to be on 10 to 11.
Yeah, I love
and
that
then
idea.
G-Bag's
Yeah.
going to be on 11 to
I am
7.
all about that.
Don't know if they will be fully supportive of these new changes, but right now
our show's going to be awesome.
Courtesy
One full hour
of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very good. We get to be in a card shop. I love cards, so it's been fun all day seeing the Tolos, even the little Tolos, come in and show us what they got and everything like that. So that has been super cool. Couple of other cool things happening in the world. I know we do Shout-Out Fridays tomorrow, but Sonny Dykes won the Walter Camp National Coach of the Year Award. And then Virginia players for the football team who had expiring eligibility have been granted an extra season by the NCAA. And I know we crap on the NCAA all the time for good reason, but I thought that was a good thing that they did right there. Now, on the flip side, have you guys got caught up or have you flipped through or checked the Cliff Notes or anything of the congressional report about the Commanders and Daniel Snyder?
I saw the headline and I was like, man, I got to read this, but I've been just so busy putting together stuff for the local teams here. I haven't been able to skim through it yet or even read it.
And the report's 79 pages, so that does feel like a lot. But some of the takeaways are he permitted and participated in the toxic work culture, which I don't think is surprising. What could hurt him even more is that the 14-month investigation, they say he obstructed it by claiming more than 100 times in testimony that he didn't know what they were talking about. And I wonder if they're going to go after him for that as well.
I hope so. I think, the NFL is kind of complicit here in how they've helped him cover it up as well. So this could really, in the worst case scenario, bring down a lot of people.
Now, one of the things, since you were talking about the local teams, is we're listening to the press conference, and I know there's a lot of good info out there, but one thing Bruce Bochy said is you could tell he has already heard this narrative that you can't win with the Rangers, and he essentially was like, we can win here. We can build something here, and I don't know what y'all's take on that was. I really loved that statement because I know some of these guys wanted to come here just because they got the most years and the most money, but he's adamant that he was like, man, we can win here.
Yeah, I think that's his confidence, gives me confidence. I just, like I say, I just appreciate the fact that they've got a general manager in there that's going to identify what they need. I think the owner set the tone after he let go of John Daniels by basically saying, hey, I know what we need here, and he kind of spelled it out. And I think that, that Chris Young has done a really nice job. I want to ask you guys this question if I could, Mike and everybody there, is do you feel like that they're going to make these signings and are they going to use their minor league system as trade bait for other players?
That's a smart approach, yeah.
Is that how this is that how you guys think they're going to operate this year? That, like, listen, we know we need some more players. We need more bats, left field, whatever. Do you feel like that they're going to just start just emptying out their farm system to get some of these players that they just can't go sign?
I think one of the JD models was that prospects were currency, and he used those to upgrade as they went along. I don't think you just say, hey, we're going to unload the whole thing, because that screwed the Rangers up while they were trying to chase a World Series for a long time. They had nothing else left in the tank. So I think they will use them occasionally here and there to add, as Mike, maybe a relief pitcher in the middle of the season if they feel like they're in contention or if they want to go add a bat to the thing. I think they'll use them wisely. But Chris Young, man, based on everything we know about him, y'all's interviews with him, ours, the dude's competitive. He wants to win right now. So that could change.
I do think they're trying to. I mean, I kind of, I have to watch what I say here because I know some things that I can't share. Sorry, but like not to you, Brian, but like to the audience. You know
Sure.
this too. Like when you start getting stuff, you're like, I have an idea on what they're doing.
I spill my guts and get in trouble for it later.
Just whisper it to me, Mike. I'll say
exactly. I get the text message while I'm talking about it. Yeah.
I will say this: there's only 26 spots on a major league team, so it doesn't matter when they say, "Hey, here's our top 30 prospects." Well, there's not even 30 spots on a major league team. You know, I mean, it's gotten out of hand on ranking prospects, but there's really no place for Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Justin Foscue, their first-round pick out of Mississippi State, and a few other guys. There's nowhere for them to go. They got Josh Young. They got $500 million up the middle that they've invested in, and those guys are infielders. So they are looking to possibly move players that they just don't see a major league future for the Texas Rangers with to get pieces that make more sense for the big league team.
Felt like he like you were saying, I felt like he did the best he could to tell us that without actually telling us that, you know?
Yeah.
Because he was like, oh, yeah, no, that's a good question in philosophy. Like, I felt like that was the closest you're going to get to, Mike, that is 100% what we're thinking about right now. So
I don't think they want to trade a lot, though, Brian, of their pitching depth. I think that they worry. Obviously, you go into a season, it used to be different. I remember Joel Skinner. You remember him, the old catcher?
Oh, catcher, yeah.
And he said, going into a season, you want to feel at the end of spring training that you have 18 guys that can pitch in the major leagues. You're only going to have 11 or 12 to start the year. Now you'd have 13 that are on your team. But I bet you want to feel nowadays that you feel like we have 20 guys here in spring training that we believe can pitch major league innings if we need it. And so I think with the Rangers, I don't know how much depth they want to trade from their pitching part of it, but I do think they are looking aggressively at trading some of their depth, not their quality, but their quantity of position players in the minor leagues.
are you guys card collectors at all? I feel like I might have asked y'all this before, but I'm curious if you got any collecting either now or back in the day.
Broadus has some stuff. He's a cup collector, if I recall correctly.
Ted Williams collector.
Yeah, If you'd have asked me that question, I had one of the greatest card collections in the 70s, and I can't tell you where they are right now. Oh, no. That's the problem that I look at, and I should have my lake house by now. I should not be working on the radio probably. I should be retired. But because I had like one of the most premier card collections known to man. And I can't find them. I have no idea where they are right now.
Is that one of those that mom finds it and thinks it's trash and just kind of throws it out during the spring cleaning?
It's like, well, what are you going to do with all these cards? I don't know, Mom. And then the next thing you know, they're in the trash can. Yeah, and I had probably 3 or 4 programs signed by Ted Williams. I had all these things that, but yeah, there's a lot of things I still collect to this day, but I had a pretty significant collection of things as a kid. I always took my money and bought that stuff, and I know I probably had enough to be retired today.
Dude, one of Broadus's former teammates rolled out here to the Texas Roadshow from LSU, I do believe, came out here.
Who's that?
Is he? Oh, we're not supposed to bring it up right now.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So
we might have to tell you off air.
Yeah, it'll be off air. We'll discuss that later. Sorry about that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I had what I thought was a great collection, but I was collecting right in the middle of mass production there. That was my youth.
The junk era?
Yeah.
That's the story that we told that I still feel sad about is we went to Beckett, Corey had his binders, and he opened it up, and there's all these 80s and 90s Will Clarks and other stuff, and it took them, they flipped through the pages quickly, and I was like, oh, I'm so sad that this is about to happen. And they're like, I'm sorry, Corey, most of your stuff is what is affectionately known as the junk era.
But what did they say? They kindly put it that way for me. Whenever I showed Mike my 10 box of the special cards, he said, yeah, throw those all in the effing fire. They're useless. And I was like, okay, thanks, Mike. So I've learned a lot since working with you
Was
guys.
the era of the 70s pretty good for cards, guys?
Yeah, pretty good. It wasn't mass-produced, and obviously Topps was the only product being made.
The gum was ass, but everything else was pretty good. That gum they put in there was ass.
See, that's what I think we should set up for one of y'all's Survivor Pool challenges.
Somebody has to eat the gum.
Oh, my gosh, no.
Yes,
no.
we get 70s era card packs, and you have to eat the gum that's inside.
Or 80s.
Yeah.
Good challenge.
See, all right.
Yeah.
I have some 87 tops that I haven't opened.
Okay.
That have gum in it.
Look, guys, we can make this happen. All right, what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. DeMarcus Lawrence about 4:45.
Woo!
And Jacob deGrom probably too, right?
Yeah. Jacob deGrom coming up pretty soon too.
Lawrence is mad about the Pro Bowl, guys.
And then I know you guys have another awesome ticket giveaway for Cowboys Sweet Tickets in the 5, so that is going to be fun times.
Those are premium tickets.
I see what you're doing. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way out to Texas Roadshow whenever you get the chance, or catch up with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say premium tickets, Kevin.
Premium tickets.
Listen.
from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. Hope you're having a great day. It is a Tank Lawrence Thursday here in the nation. We do have Cowboys tickets giveaway coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Jacob deGrom is going to join us here before too long. It'll be fun to get to know the man that some say is the best pitcher in baseball right now. So I'd say we have a big Thursday, Brian. That's what that sounds like to me.
I tell you what is an exciting Thursday. Chuck Cooperstein also today at 4 o'clock. Talk a little Mavs, and this should be a great day of talking sports and having a lot of fun.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to it. General at your service. There is Brian Broaddus. There is Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Eric Chiafalo is here. Zach Wolchuk is doing wedding stuff. He is in a wedding party.
The Crasher.
So best of luck and Godspeed to him in his return. There's Carter Freeman. And he is coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. I do want everybody to get on there and vote Tank Lawrence for the Pro Bowl. Okay?
Yeah.
I saw him tweeting about it last night. And he's right. He does deserve to be higher than just barely inside the top 10. So let's push him. Let's see if we can give him a nice little boost here. We got 2.5 hours, G-Bag Nation. Get on there. Vote for DeMarcus Lawrence and to make his day. He deserves it. I think he's one of the most underrated defensive linemen that's ever played for the Cowboys. Just doesn't get enough love because the sack totals haven't been there the last couple of years.
One of the most complete linemen that I've ever seen when it comes to defending the run and the ability to play as that edge rusher in the pass game, the pressure he puts on, the tools in the tool belt. I mean, he there's a lot of things that he does really, really well that, when you watch him play, you're like, man, okay, I see that play got snuffed out. Why did it? And then you go back and you watch the all-22, and it's usually number 9, he's kind of holding up 2 guys in there so a linebacker can get home, or he knifes through on a third down and short play and gets a tackle for loss, plays with really great awareness for a guy at that position.
And he's a play through the whistle kind of guy too, Broaddus, which is fantastic.
I love that.
Gosh, dang it, every game it's hustle play.
Yeah.
I love watching him.
Yeah, he's great, and he took a pay cut as well in an era where very few do. He basically went Tom Brady for you. He was like, I'll play for half. And the Cowboys used that money to keep some other guys. So the ultimate team guy and a guy that Cowboys fans should absolutely appreciate. He joins us every Thursday at 4:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. Chris Young kind of stole the show at the presser earlier, I thought, with a great answer to a question about expectations. He just fired in there. They were asked, should this be an above 500 team? And he was like, yes, absolutely. And that's not all we want. Our goal is to be a playoff team. And I love the leadership and putting it out there and setting that as the goal. And what's short of that is going to be a disappointment. I don't think you can be afraid of that kind of stuff in sports.
Yeah, and I love that he's not only talking about it, but they're putting their money where their mouth is. They're going out and making the moves. They're putting the action to it of like, we're putting a team together to go do this thing. We're not just going to talk at the mic like, yeah, we want to make the playoffs, but then all the moves that they make or don't make don't really reflect the team really trying to go for the playoffs. They're doing both.
Yeah, the big check signer sitting right next to you, he's probably thinking, well, it better damn be all this money.
Yeah,
Holy cow.
I think you have to set the bar extremely high. You have to let everybody in the organization, I'm sure he's gone around to all the different departments and talked to them about, hey, if you don't get this done, we're all going to be gone. There's expectations of us. The ownership is now spending money. We have to find ways to evaluate better, develop better, sell tickets better, whatever we have to do to help the organization get to where it needs to be. Well, then, yeah, if you're not on board with that, then, see why, hell, they got rid of John Daniels. They got rid of John. They did. They just said, you know what? Hey, John's been with us a long time. We have a lot of respect for him. They pushed on from him. That's the cost of not winning right there is what that's all about. So I like the fact that CY's said it in public, and he knows if they don't get it done, then somebody else will be in that chair to get it done.
Yeah, 903 points out Sandler had the best question and actually talked about baseball. You're right, he did. He asked Jacob about his, I think, changeup.
Slider.
The slider? Yeah. And Jacob was excited to talk baseball. Yeah. He really was. Obviously, people want to know what makes you confident that he's going to be healthy. And I thought, Jacob had a good answer about it. We'll see. Sometimes guys just have a bad 2 or 3 years in the middle of their career and boom, then they're back to being all reliable. Like that happened to Tank Lawrence. a couple of times. And he has been a pretty dang reliable player, even though he's had bumps and bruises. He's played the majority of the time. So we'll just hope for the best on that. All righty. What else is going on here in our world of sports here today? The nation's top running back is headed to College Station after a high-profile decommitment from Louisville.
Yeah.
The 4-star Reuben Owens committed to A&M last night, just hours after he flipped. He'd originally committed to Texas in February of 2021. So he's been on a little bit of a journey to try to find what school is right for him. And these days, heck, he could change his mind a few more times even after he showed up on campus.
Do you guys ever think there's going to be a rule that says you can only be in the portal one time? You think they're ever going to come up with that? You're allowed to transfer one time. We give you grace to do it one time. Well, and I'm not trying to keep kids from earning money. No, I'm not. I'm just. No, you're right. I'm just saying. Is there going to be a day where they're going to agree that, listen, you get one free pass out of this? If you're in a bad situation, maybe that's, because sometimes kids go and they make the wrong decision. Maybe it's not the fit you thought it was going to be. So I wonder, asking you guys, do you feel like that's going to be the case? One transfer through the portal.
What you'll get is eventually a system of contracts, and you can sign a guaranteed deal with a school. You could sign a deal with a player option, with a school option after 1 year. I think, it took a long time for the NFL, the NBA, the MLB to build the contract system that they have, and I think college football desperately needs it right now. So that's what I think we'll eventually come up with.
Yeah, and that would make sense. I certainly wouldn't hope they would do it like the way Broadus is kind of teeing up there of hey, this is just you get one transfer opportunity. But could I see them doing that? Absolutely. But I'd be down with the contract deal because then everybody knows what they're getting into. Hey, I'm a player. I committed for 1 year, 2 year, whatever it is, and okay, no problem. But with the way coaches are allowed to move and the way that, and I heard KNC talking about it earlier where, yeah, Deion's going to Colorado right now, and he's telling the guys that have already committed to Colorado, yeah, we're not honoring that.
Yeah.
Maybe we will if I want you, but not necessarily. So the cards are stacked against him in a lot of ways. So right now, I'm loving the way this transfer portal is working. It's fun. I think as a consumer, it's fantastic. Every day there's new news about, this player's going here, this player's going there. Are you kidding me? Look how quickly USC just completely transformed their entire program. And now teams can do that. You can be a crappy team 1 year and flip that thing into something pretty dang impressive with one offseason of transfer portal situations. So I think this is fun right now.
I think there's some people in Norman that probably are against you on that, how quickly things change. It changed for the worst in Oklahoma.
Big time, yeah.
They got ransacked. They did. They lost.
I don't know if I've ever seen a team.
Well, the opportunity's still there for them to. Hey, Oklahoma, if you're an enticing program for great players, then you're going to have a chance to go get them. And if you're not, then that's on you.
You got to be better.
You have to be, and you have to be willing as a coach to play the portal game. That's the thing about it is, to me, how important is recruiting then nowadays?
Very.
Is it?
Yeah, because you got to constantly be recruiting your own guys.
That's what I'm saying. It's a year-round job. Okay, so it becomes important. But how important is to adding the freshman talent then? Because it really isn't.
The freshman talent?
The freshman talent's not important because what you could do is you could take players on.
Wait to see who's good.
Well, you've already seen guys play. You've already seen guys play major college football. You don't have to put your hope in an 18-year-old to save your job.
It's not over if you miss on the freshman class. You might be able to get the second
go around.
I
wouldn't use, to be honest with you, maybe you keep 3 or 4 scholarships for freshman players that you want to recruit. I would recruit the hell out of the portal because at least I've seen those guys. I could get tape of them playing. Yeah. I'm like, these guys can play. I don't know if that kid from W.T. White High School can play.
Well, what you got to do is you got to cross the threshold from the name, image, and likeness into an actual contract with your labor. Now, once you do that, then you can say, hey, we want to sign you to a 3-year contract out of high school because we don't want you to leave, and we're going to compensate you for that. Or we're going to give you 5 years. We'll hit you with the redshirt year, and you get a big guaranteed amount of money. Now, if you're not that good, we'll give you 1 year, with a school option for a second year. I because the coaches are going to want more certainty, and the athletic directors are going to want more certainty on who they can keep on their team. You got to compensate them. You have to pay the players and give them some value. And right now it's out of their control to do a contract because it's basically endorsement deals with the car dealership in town.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Like all these, maybe 1,000 kids going in the portal. I mean, how academically can all those kids transfer? Are we to that point where it's like I would worry about trying to get a kid into school? You know, I mean, if you're bouncing from school to school, credits transfer and all that. I mean, is there a problem getting some of these kids in school?
So
that's what I would.
Yeah, that is.
That's
tough.
what I
you
would.
Need a
that's what I would
just for that.
Yeah, you would need somebody just to say, okay, well, listen, I know you're in the portal, but you got nothing that transfers to our university to have you eligible.
And that's a nightmare. Take it from a guy who registered for 5 different colleges, trying to get those transcripts and get the quarters to the semesters and back to the quarters and all your credits. It's just like, you know what? I'll start over. Rams are going to take a look at John Wolford tonight in warmups. The LA Rams are. If he's healthy enough to go, he will start. And if not, it's Baker Mayfield time. Could be Baker time already out there. They have a horrible team, so don't expect good play from Baker. But the Rams are trying to find some sort of a quarterback option that works with Sean McVay because they're not sure if Matt Stafford's going to be around.
Yeah, that's true. And
they have no picks.
Would this be? Yeah, they have no picks. They did have those picks. I mean, would this would have to be
got
the
a Super Bowl though?
Would this be the quickest turnaround ever for like a starting quarterback? Like we sign you on whatever day it was, Monday.
Wouldn't you think that McVay's offense has got some sophistication to it? It might take a little time to learn.
You would think. I would love to hear how
no motion tonight or any of that going on.
Yeah,
right?
like how do they dumb it down and how, like, is it even Baker?
Baker might be pretty smart to pick all this up.
No, I mean for sure, but man, that would be
the language would have to be very similar of what he's done recently, right?
Yeah,
to even have a shot.
You would think
if you were the Raiders, you would just blitz the hell out of them.
Oh,
wouldn't
for
you?
sure.
He can't check protections or anything like that.
Oh, that's a good call. Yeah, Max Crosby's going to have a night.
Yeah.
Okay, what else is going on? Oh, congrats to Brittany Griner, released from the Russian prison system in a dramatic exchange for the merchant of death himself, Victor Bout. Spent close to 10 months incarcerated. The last 3 weeks at a work colony. It wasn't clear that we were going to be able to get her back. Of course, instantly the controversy broke out. Micah Parsons was participating in it in Twitter, later issued an apology, said he's still passionate about it, but TJ Quinn, the ESPN investigative reporter, said, sources saying the U.S. had been pushing to bring Brittany and Paul home together, but Russian officials said it's this deal or nothing, and the U.S. decided to make the deal. Waylon's family says they understand, and the White House did the right thing. Hopefully you can get Paul home as well, but Russia was offering Brittany for Bout, and that got her home. So congrats to her, and you have to wonder, is she going to want to get to hoop, or do you go home and like decompress from this?
Man,
like
you get with family, I believe.
One hell of a reunion's coming up. Yeah.
I think the reason too is, and I think the Russians did this with some strategy. You can release Griner, and yes, that'll be fine. You keep the military prisoner, and then all of a sudden now you've created more division within the United States because you're going to get the outcry about how can you leave a Marine there?
Yeah.
You're taking a basketball player, but it's a human. It is a human, and that's the
they love to
difficult
destabilize us.
Exactly,
Yeah.
they're doing everything in their power to create more chaos.
Oh yeah, you can see it on the text.
Yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing on this. You let her go, it's like now everybody who was like, wait a minute, she's a human, but she's a basketball player. What are you're trading a merchant of death for a basketball player? What are you're creating that argument, and now you're leaving a Marine there, and now it's even more polarizing. So this is
clever.
The Russians are using strategy on us right now.
All righty. Well, good for her and her family. I suppose she's probably getting fairly close to being home back now on U.S. soil. I don't know exactly what time she was released, but probably got to the airport ASAP, and hopefully, she's back home on American soil here pretty soon. She is more than a basketball player. I get it, like Marine compared to basketball player, but she's an Olympic athlete.
No, that
gets you extra.
No, she's human. She's a human, just like the Marine is.
Yeah.
And that's the good thing about it is that you're trading, but the thing about it is that to me that's what people are going to say.
Yeah,
the people that don't believe in giving them a terrorist that murders Americans, that's funded, arms deals all over the world. To kill people.
This guy started transportation companies just so he could have the planes flying around the world.
60
and
planes.
he'd load them up with machine guns and grenades and stuff and fly them all over to points around the world where there was conflict.
Yeah,
pretty sophisticated bad guy.
This dude is next level. I mean, Merchant of Death. I don't know if there's a more kind of kick-ass, violent nickname out there that it seems like he is very much.
Yeah, that'd be a good gamer tag.
Yeah, it would be a hell of a gamer tag. But I mean, I don't know. I guess that would be the only argument against bringing her home for him. It's the idea of the save one to or kill one to save 1,000. How many people are going to end up being, killed basically now that he's going back and going to have his opportunity to continue his reign on just absolutely mofoing anybody in his way.
Sure.
Yeah, it's tough. Okay, the other controversial thing actually is it's awesome that we freed her from Russia's unfair judicial system, but we have tens of thousands of nonviolent marijuana offenders in our own prisons that we could just let out without having to give up an arms dealer for. So there's tragedy happening here as well, I think, with our prison system for sure. England's Raheem Sterling is returning to Qatar for their World Cup match. He had to fly home. Fallout from an armed robbery at his house over the weekend. 2 arrests have been made. England play France Saturday at 1 o'clock. When we come back, I believe we're going to have Rangers ace Jacob deGrom join us here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. I hope you're having an outstanding day. It has been an outstanding week for Rangers fans here since the signing of our next guest. The National League Rookie of the Year in 2014, the two-time Cy Young Award winner, the four-time All-Star, and the Rangers' new ace, Jacob deGrom, here with us on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us. Okay, we're going to have him here in just a second. Yes, it has been an amazing week, and it is unbelievably great how committed the Rangers are to winning. You know, I didn't know if we were going to get back here. I didn't know if, this ownership group had the stomach or the checkbook, the will to try to, sign something into action. And it's clear now after these last two off seasons, you do have an ownership group here in DFW with Ray Davis that's going to make things very exciting around here one way or another.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. It just is a fan of the Rangers. Just give me the hope that when we get to the season, they went out and they made a managerial change. They made a front office change. They're going out and getting, quality players. I mean, that's the only thing I can ask for as a fan. Give me the hope that the moves that you're making will make this thing work out to where we have a competitive, winning, and hopefully a championship baseball team before too long.
That would be something, I don't know how much more they're going to do. I suppose they could do, some more things. Obviously, you're going to have to get some sort of a development from the farm system coming through.
Yeah.
To provide the final depth and how good you have to be overall is definitely something you can't do with just your checkbook. But it feels like the Rangers are close now. And if a few more things go their way, maybe we could have a breakthrough here and be talking about a team just like we were 10 years ago.
Well, you go get the best pitcher in baseball. That's a big damn commitment to have to make. And hopefully hopefully the stuff that you've done and with the minor league system and all that, you can develop some of those guys. But, in this day and age, it's about going out and getting the best players. It really, really is. If you can't develop them quickly enough, then you gotta supplement that along the way. And I know we've kicked Ray Davis in the junk a lot around here, but I'll tell you one thing: he put his money where his mouth was.
He sure did.
And that as a fan, you hope that's the right way to go about it. You hope the evaluations, and obviously Jacob deGrom is a hell of a baseball player, hell of a pitcher. Those are the things that's the things that's exciting about it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And he joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Rangers. Good afternoon, Jacob. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you guys?
We're doing great, man. Welcome to Texas. How do you like it so far?
It's been awesome. Got in last night, came in for my physical before that, and then going to spend a day or two looking around. So far it's been awesome, and looking forward to spending the next 5+ years here.
So what's top of your mind when you're looking around? Are you looking for the right part of town to live in? You looking for some good food? What can we help you with?
Just all of the above. We're going to go, look at some places to live and places to eat. So we're definitely excited about that.
Right on. Now, so this is going to be home, and who is we? Who's all coming along with you?
My wife Stacy and my two kids, Jackson and Aniston.
Oh, that's terrific. So how old are they?
Jackson's 6 and Aniston's 4.
Oh, that is just absolutely terrific.
Did you want my wife's age as well?
No, I was not going to ask. But
no,
just trying.
I'm joking.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, if whatever you wanted to share, we'd be all ears, Jacob. We just want to get to know you a little bit better.
Yeah. So no, that would she won't like it if I tell you. So I got to keep that. Huh?
How well do you know the skipper Bruce Bochy and the pitching coach Mike Maddox?
Bruce crossed paths with him, playing in the NL for a number of years, while he was with San Fran, and same with, Mike, he was with the Nationals and Cardinals and, just through, crossing paths, but, looking forward to the opportunity to, playing under those guys and getting to know them and learn whatever I can from, Bruce has been there and won 3, and, that's the goal. The goal is to win a World Series, so he knows what it takes, so being around him, looking forward to that, and same with Mike. And anything I can learn, you're always trying to find a way to get hitters out. It's a game of adjustment, so they're trying to make an adjustment, and you're making adjustments as well. So, a guy who's been around the game that long and can pick his brain and find some little things to take out on the mound to help get people out is going to be a huge plus.
Jacob, is there a little bit of a sense of relief that it's all over with now, that you can now focus on your craft and getting with the team and kind of working and getting yourself acclimated, everything? Is there a sense of relief to you right now that it's all done?
Yeah, it's this has been 5 or 6 days since I signed, and then all this leading up to it, and now all this, it really feels like it's set in. So now it's go time, and let's get ready for playing baseball games.
Well, I'm super curious about your evolution as a pitcher, because obviously you're the best in the sport now, but in college, it wasn't until your junior year you go from shortstop to then being a full-time pitcher your junior year of college?
Yeah, that was what happened. My freshman year I played third, sophomore year played short, and then the idea was I was going to play short and then come in and close my junior year, but we weren't having a great season, so I started pitching. I think my second start was against Sale, and that's kind of where I got noticed. So at first I didn't want to pitch, but now glad I made that transition.
Yeah, no doubt. Whose idea was it?
I think it originally started with a scout on a scout day. Throw the ball across the infield pretty well, and he said, "Hey, you mind if we see this guy off the mound?" And then I think that kind of started, getting the wheels turning of making me a pitcher.
Does that guy get a Christmas card from you every year now?
I'm not really sure who it was.
Oh, really? So. Do you ever wonder that? Because I was an NFL scout for 13 years myself, and you find players along the way, and you kind of you follow along. Do you ever wonder? I mean, it's one of those things you're like, man, some guy just changed my life forever by asking for a workout.
To be there, yeah. You often think that, and then. Who knows? If he didn't say that, maybe I would have been a shortstop.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Jacob deGrom here with you on the fan. Our listeners on the text are saying that you seem fun. Would you describe yourself as a fun guy?
Yeah, like I've said, any day, I think I'm fun. And I don't know, it depends. Yeah, but I think I'm fun. So, we get to play baseball, so. Every day that I'm able to go out there, thankful every day you get to be able to put on a major league uniform and go play this game. So, had a pitching coach early in my career tell me every time before I'd take them out, he'd say something coming in. He said, most importantly, have fun. And, that's, you play this game, you go out there and compete, and, you leave it all out on the field, but still, enjoy going out there. So that's what I try to do, have fun out there and leave everything out on the field.
Any superstitions?
No, not really. You could say, I don't really eat the same thing. That's just kind of hard to do. So try to eat something light, nothing crazy, but no real, I got to do this or else.
Any chance we could get the deGrom long hair coming back? I happen to be a member of the long hair bro crowd. We already got some texters wondering if that might be making an appearance.
Well, I don't know if that'll be making an appearance.
It's a long road,
I kept it so long because, not the length of the hair, but for that many years because one hitter said it hid the ball. So I was like, oh man, maybe I should keep this. Maybe I shouldn't cut it. But I don't think I'll be bringing it back. That is a lot of commitment and a lot of awkward stages trying to get there.
Did we ask you your age of your wife yet? Have we asked you that question yet?
No, you forgot that one.
Okay, I'll pass on that now. But no, the thing about is there different pressure? Like, are you pitched in New York? Is in front of that fan base, in front of that that crowd and all that? Is that something totally unique that you're kind of like? You said you appreciate all the New York fans and what they did for you. But is there a little bit of relief kind of knowing that you're no longer in that kind of environment?
I think I put the pressure on myself. The goal's out. The goal is to go out there and put us in a position to win. And the goal. I set really high goals for myself, and every time I'm out there, I'm trying to put up a 0. So that is the pressure that you put on yourself as a player. So once you take the mound, it's that pressure's whatever you kind of put on yourself, and then let's see how many times I can hit the glove. Excited to pitch in front of these Texas Rangers fans.
How are you going to put yourself in a great position to succeed pitching into your late 30s?
Yeah, just learning from things in the past, and like I said, the different people around, and the staff here that the Rangers has. Looking forward to learning from these guys and figuring out the best way to go about things, and like I said, I believe I can go out there and make 30+ starts for the next 5 years, and that's the ultimate goal.
Were you taken aback at the size of Bochy's dome when you saw it up close and in person?
Well, I've seen it in person before. I think the constant shock is when I'm standing next to CY, actually how tall he is. He makes me look tiny. So
bigger guy. I think he can post you up.
Yeah, for sure.
Fun fact about Chris Young, I believe it's been upwards of a decade since he's consumed a McDonald's hash brown. Is that the same for you, Jacob?
A McDonald's hash brown. I don't know if I've ever consumed one. So
very healthy guy.
I'll mix it up every once in a while, but I'll mix in a burger. But I normally don't go for breakfast at McDonald's, which most people think McDonald's has good breakfast. So,
bro, I'm telling you, next time you're doing a mix-up day, okay, please, dear God, slide in one of these McDonald's hash browns. It's a bit of a game changer.
Okay, I'll have to try it then.
But Whataburger's the place to be, ultimately, fast food-wise, here in the great state. Just keep that in mind as well. Whataburger's the goat.
I'll keep that in mind then.
And do people call you Jake or Jacob, just for our reference?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Jake, Jacob, whatever.
Got you down.
How many homies you got on this team already?
It was awesome whenever it came out that I signed. The amount of guys that reached out to me from the team and welcomed me was great. So it's going to be, you almost have a little bit of the new guy in school feeling. So, but looking forward to getting to know everybody and learning from those guys as well.
It's been great to get to know you a little bit, Jake, and give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
All right, I appreciate it.
There he goes, the great Jacob deGrom, new member of the Texas Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day. Here's Lucius.
Actually, I didn't think we were going to get to this.
Yeah.
I didn't think so,
Wouldn't have felt right to me.
Got one of the best pitchers in the game right there. Then let's introduce Lucius playing bull crap audio from the internet.
Well, he hadn't had like a hash brown from McDonald's, so he felt like we needed to cut it short.
Can you fathom, Lucius, going an entire lifetime without a McDonald's hash brown?
Nah, I can't.
That is crazy.
I was raised up on those sausage biscuits at one time because they were $1. My mom would drop me off with them. Here you go, and drop me off with the daycare sausage biscuit and stuff.
Beautiful.
Our man, wheels stolen off his Chevrolet Silverado 1500 High Country. He's an emotional wreck right now when he sees that he has no wheels on his car, just a car.
Bro, why the would you guys do this to me? Bro, you can't have nice and AC. I swear to God, man, you can't have nice and AC. Why would y'all do this, bro? Why would y'all do this?
Boy, man, if my parents heard me make this sound, hey, shut up in there before I give you something to cry about.
Yeah,
that's what will happen right there.
A few times. Don't make me pull this car over.
All right, let's see what else we got. Anybody, you fellas, have yams for Thanksgiving?
Yes,
you have yams.
yes.
You did have some yams.
Yes.
Good for you, fellas. Are you getting to the yams?
Yes.
Getting to the yams, resources, clams, paper, scratch, moolah, dough.
I like that.
All of that, right?
Okay.
Or yesterday was a church day. And you know what I like to do? Play that church audio. This is from getting to the yams, then getting to the Yahweh.
One more time. Come on, y'all love it.
Yes, I do.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But after you eat, you still gonna have them problems.
Oh.
Tell your neighbor, change the yams to Yahweh. Y'all ready, musicians? 1, 2, 1. Can I get Yahweh? Sweet Yahweh. Show me. Sweet potatoes can't get it. Can I get Yahweh?
Yes, dude. I want to go to that guy's church, man.
Yeah.
That's the best preacher I've heard.
Yeah. Can I get to the yams? Sweet yams. Charles Barkley missed a wide open slam dunk on television last night. I'm talking about wide open. And this is figuratively. He's not really playing basketball, but you'll see what I'm talking about when I play this audio for you.
The MVP in the league right now, no disrespect to Luka, no disrespect to AD. That boy in Boston right now, he kicking ass and taking names. His name is Jason Taylor. Jason Tatum.
I mean, that was an almost perfect delivery up until his name.
His name is Jason Taylor. I mean, Jason Thompson. I mean, oh, hell. I don't know what I mean.
He's having a hell of a year.
Yeah.
He is, for sure.
How about this one? We got a man that made a TikTok video about bad service at Dunkin' Donuts while at Dunkin' Donuts getting served, which is a dangerous thing to do because you can get your food spit in and everything, right?
Yeah, don't do that.
Really, really dangerous thing to do, but you got to do it for the views.
Yo, why is it time that I come to the airport and I go to Dunkin' Donuts? These motherfuckers be having attitudes. Like, you chose this job, not me. Thank you so much. Can I get a straw? Where the straw is at, Mama? Oh, it's on the way. Thank you. Yo, they be having attitudes like they got beef with you and You like, yo, can I get a straw? The straw's in the back in the dungeon next to two blood. You gotta fight them.
Gosh, I want to watch that guy's channel.
Yeah.
All right, is it our champ? Man had his wheels stolen off the Chevy, getting to the Yams and the Yahweh. Charles Barkley misses a wide open shot. Man makes TikTok video about bad service at Dunkin' Donuts. I'm going to vote for him. I want to hear that again, Chiafal. How about you?
I'm going to hit with the Yams.
Yams, Lucius?
I'm trying to get to the Yams. I'm doing my Googles. You hear me?
Yes, sir. It's 2-1, Brian.
I'm going to make you have a vote off. I like the TikTok myself.
Okay, we're tied at 2. Jump on to @GBagNation. We'll create an Insta poll. You'll vote during the break. We'll announce it on the other side. Please follow us when you're there. We'll follow you right back. And we have Krusty's Corner coming up. Brian, what's the subject matter?
This is really going to be a mismatch game for the Cowboys. We'll talk about that next.
But it is a Thirsty Thursday, always poured to you by the great.
Over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is classic. Find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is now time for a very excited Brian Broaddus as his good buddy Jason Garrett, a finalist for the Stanford job. Got a big old smile on Krusty's face.
I'm so excited for him.
Yes, sir. That would be great. I think he'd do good in college, don't you?
Absolutely, I think he would. I think
those nerds at Stanford.
Yeah, because what will happen? What will happen is, you know, he can have T-shirts. He can have slogans all over the place. He can, you know,
how many inches?
17.
17 inches.
Yeah, wear that T-shirt in a supermarket. You'll get a lot of looks.
Oh, I guarantee it. The ladies come flocking.
It just says 17 inches, and that's all it says on the shirt.
That's a bold proclamation.
And you're
sir.
basically
prove it.
Everybody's just kind of watching you walk around with that shirt on. I wore it one time. Seriously, I wore it one time.
That's all it took.
It's
You had enough sex to last a
you
lifetime
get people
after
like
that.
looking at you like, what the hell is he trying to say?
Filled up your dance card pretty quick. Quite the hubris.
I don't know about that whole bit, but man, Garrett, yeah, he's good because then like they have the transfer portal. They can leave if they get tired of him. You know, I mean, he that's fine. His message, he'll always have some type of messaging. You know, there'll always be something that he'll always try to be teaching a lesson.
Life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing at Stanford is they're used to having like a bunch of tight ends and fullbacks and like running
football
back.
in a phone booth.
They love like the handoff for 2 yards at Stanford. So I think it's a match made in heaven.
Get a little bit more credit.
Well, when they get an Andrew Luck in there, they decide to do a couple of play action passes.
He actually told some stories about Andrew Luck. When like we would like have that off on the side, you know, the walk off. He always had an Andrew Luck story or two that he was. So I think he's got some connections out there in Stanford.
It was a part of his book club at one point.
Exactly. Condoleezza Rice, I think, was something that I think he was really close with her, and she's a Stanford person and all. Oh, okay, real quick here while I have my time here. Mackenzie Alexander, Cowboys 7-year vet. Cowboys put him on the practice squad. Might be a possibility of a guy that maybe you could see some elevation with what's going on with the cornerback situation. I asked my gang of 7 guys about him, though. I just want to do one little quick scouting report. I asked to go, can this guy still play? 7 years. Last he was with the Dolphins this year. Got an injury settlement in September, so he hasn't been playing the last few months. But they Cowboys brought him on. He's a slot only type of player. Slot only, physical cover guy, presser, grabber. He wasn't a very good influence on some guys during his career at Clemson and Minnesota with like Jaron Kearse and stuff like that. So it'll be really interesting to see. But
sounds like a fun guy.
Yeah, there's some character things here, but nothing that's going to get you to the point where you don't want him to have the team be on the team. But he is he can play, and he's a slot only, but he's a physical cover guy.
Good to have if you have another injury, probably.
Yeah. Mackenzie Alexander, 5'10", 192 from Clemson. All right. Here's some numbers you need to kind of, me and the numbers. Sometimes I make this work and other times I don't. This is from our group at the Sharp guys, our Sharp Analytics.
Warren Sharp, best in the biz for bringing analytics to the masses.
He always comes with something that it makes you think about how this game will be played.
He doesn't over-nerd you either.
No, he really doesn't. It's pretty stuff you can understand. You don't have to know the acronyms for all this stuff.
Heck of a mustache, too.
Oh, he does have a heck of a mustache. All right. Since Dak Prescott's returned in Week 7, Dallas is third in the NFL in offensive plays of 20 yards or more. They got 31 of those. It's only behind the Chiefs at 33 and the Bengals at 32.
Whew, that is great, man. Yep. The chunk play, other than takeaways, nothing else is going to predict winning.
That's me right there. I'm to the point now where I think you can survive losing a turnover battle.
Yeah.
I don't think you can survive giving up a lot of chunk plays.
Got to win the chunk play battle.
The chunk play battle. That will be a new one. But yeah, that's I think that whole thing with the turnovers. I get it. It's a long time. It's one of those things you can kind of hang your hat on. But if you're giving up a lot of big plays or you're not making a lot of big plays, you're probably losing that football game.
Well, and the Cowboys are winning in the splash play category this year. And that's a huge, when we start talking about the differences between this year's team and last year's team, last year's defense, they created a lot of big plays, but they gave up a ton of them. This year's defense does not do that, and that's been huge for them.
Here's when I'm learning about points per drive. Remember I told you this last week that Dallas was at like 3 points per drive? Well, they're at 3.18. So that actually went up after last week's
50 brisket.
50 brisket, yeah. Over that same period, the Texans are 31st in points per drive. They're at 1.27. So not very good right there. Dallas has converted, this is since Prescott's return, Dallas has converted 20 of 23 red zone possessions for touchdowns. That's 87%.
Dude, they are freaking dynamite right now. Red zone and third down is keeping this offense tops in the sport.
The league,
crazy what you can do when you can run.
Yeah, the league since Week 7, the league rate over that span has been at 56%.
Yeah.
And Dallas is at an 87%.
56% red zone touchdown percentage, and they're sitting at 87%. That is otherworldly, bro.
Yep. Cowboys have converted a league high 57% of their third downs, the highest rate in the league. The league average over that span has only been 40%.
Wow.
They're on a run right now.
Without a great offensive line, too.
Yeah. The Houston, I think the line's okay, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good. In the run game, it's good, but Dak's covering up for a lot.
He is covering up for a lot. I'll say this, though. Does it get better with Tyron Smith? Are you excited about the Tyron Smith stuff coming back?
I'm excited about the possibility something good could happen, but I'm pretty discouraged by what I saw in Oxnard and last year against San Francisco.
That's honestly, that's fair.
Yeah, my expectations are pretty low. And if we were in a dire situation on the offensive line, I'd be clinging to the Tyron return like, oh my gosh, this is going to save us. But you're in a decent place right now where I don't think you necessarily need him. He's kind of just an added bonus luxury.
Yeah. Mentioned the Cowboys since week 7, 57% on third downs. The Texans are only at 24%. That's the lowest in the league. They're averaging a league low of 5.2 yards per pass play.
Wow. When you watch them, Broadus, do you find anything about anything they do to be somewhat good?
The runner.
Dameon Pierce is the only real bright spot they have.
That's the only real bright spots they have.
And they had 2 weeks up. It was not this past week. He had
Minnesota and the Commanders.
And the Commanders, is that what it was?
Yeah. Or Miami and Commanders.
Miami and the Commanders, where he had like negative 16 yards.
It was tough.
I don't know. It was a weird situation where
nobody runs the ball in the Commanders.
Can Mills do an RPO at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but
can he run himself?
It's going to be limited of how effective he really is. But they do RPO stuff with him in the game. So yes,
I mean, he hurts with his legs. Can he run for 40 yards?
I think he's going to run if it is at 6-7 yards. If he is, and then get down kind of guy. I don't see it be a big extension.
He has too much neck to be able to run straight for more than 5-6 yards.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, and just one final thing, if I could, on this, the Texans are allowing over 7.5 yards per pass attempt. It's 27th in the league, and their teams are averaging 12.3 yards per completion. That's 31st. But the Texans have trailed in every second half snap since week 5. They haven't had a lead at all in any of these games. So.
Sounds like about 45-20, if you ask me, Brian.
That could be very well the case, yes.
You think they get 20?
Yeah, I think they'll probably just run the hell out of Pierce. I don't know. If the Cowboys can shut down another runner, maybe I should stop believing that any team can run all over them if they set their mind to it.
Yeah.
All righty, thank you, Brian. Cowboys Twitter, which NFC East team has the best chance to get to the Super Bowl? That's a hot debate going viral, and we'll participate in it coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do that, though.
Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Brian's even laughing here. King of the Crusties himself.
I'll tell you what.
Mood.
Hey, I got wait till they call you up and ask you for money all the time.
Oh yeah.
You guys are having fun now with these kids. Wait till they call you up and ask you for money.
That's the problem. I'm not necessarily always having fun with these kids right now. I got one I'm surprised she hasn't asked me for money yet. She's asked me for everything else. I guess she just hasn't discovered money.
Yeah.
She wakes up in the morning, the eyes open, there's no good morning, hi daddy, it's I want.
Yeah.
Some kids, they get going, man. They're so energized. I've never had a chill baby myself. Had no chill babies.
Wow. You're 0 for
constantly going.
I'm 1 for 2 on chill babies.
And you know what I did? You know what I did with the money requests?
Yeah.
I say, listen, we both know I'm going to give you money eventually.
Yeah.
You got to do something to earn it. I want good performance. I want grades.
Yeah.
I want A's in tests, right? And
Right.
we'll like build a value system.
Oh, no,
so she knows like cleaning the house or getting a report card or having a hat trick or whatever, and the dollar amounts that are coming along with that.
Hat trick, obviously, more valuable than the A.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, that's 3 goals.
Kidding me?
Yeah. I mean, what's 6 good grades?
See, that's I mean, he has figured out the grade aspect of it, but
Yeah.
he just knows to like catch me. I think he's figured out he knows what payday is. You know, he's kind of figured out like, oh well, Dad's got some gigs with, you know, Dallas Cowboys and radio and everything else. He's kind of
podcast money coming yet, Dad?
He's kind of. Hey, Dad, I listen to you and Bobby. You guys are doing a great job. You got paid on that yesterday, didn't you?
I saw you had 80,000 downloads.
Yeah, 130,000 downloads. Yeah.
Hey,
he's figured it out. So they all do. They
Yeah.
really do. And what do? You just. It's so easy now. Like back in the day, like. My dad and mom, they'd call me like, you need money, you need to get there like 5 days later. It wasn't like anything, now.
Oh, wow. You had to really get ahead of it for the beer money.
Yeah. You had to.
They'd write you a check and put it in the mail.
Write you a check, put it in the mail, and you had to go deposit. Nowadays, the way the banking system is, just a couple clicks.
All righty. Well, we do have a couple of clicks here into Cowboys Twitter and some recent stuff coming down as Dak Prescott is talking to the assembled media about the topics of the week with America's team. So let's jump into Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral about America's team from America's team. Okay, Jennifer at your service. There's former Cowboy scout Brian Broaddus. Of course, Lucius is in the Pimp Cup. Master Control every afternoon, 2 to 7. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And Eric Chiafalo is here. Zach Wolchuk's doing a wedding with a buddy.
I'd like to be known as the Bank of the South now, from now on. Please.
Okay,
If you would,
Bank of the South.
Just refer to me as the Bank of the South.
Brian Broaddus, there he is, getting it done. And for all that money, you'd think he'd pull for the Longhorns, but no.
I got my shirt on today.
He does, and it's a beautiful shirt, too.
I wore my Longhorn shirt today, for sure.
You look like a proper Longhorn, if you ask me.
Thank you.
Okay, John Machota here, reporting on the scene at the Stars. Dak Prescott talking over there at the Ford Center on Jason Garrett being a finalist for the Stanford job. Big endorser of that. I hope he gets it. I'm willing to talk to whoever I can to endorse him and talk about how great of a coach he is. I just think he'd be huge for a program like that that's so prestigious. Can you win with that offense in college football unless you have the best athletes? I don't even know if you can win that much with the best athletes, Brian. I think he'll do great at instilling the process and the integrity and all that. And from a college perspective, I think Jason Garrett's more equipped to be a head coach than in the NFL. But I don't think he's going to get the results to stay there long. And I hate to say that because he's my guy.
Yeah.
We've talked on the phone before.
I know you have.
FaceTime,
It's always funny. Like I'm just trying to line up all your guys. Garrett, Zeke, that's
Babe.
another Babe. A lot of guys going here. Jacob deGrom, he's your guy too. David Shaw with his program out there at Stanford, the way they were developing, tight ends, backs, playing with fullbacks, playing with offensive linemen that were fullbacks. Really heavy run type of attack. Yeah, David Shaw won like 96 games playing that way. And there's
Harbaugh played pretty physical too before him.
He did. He absolutely did. Stanford has always been, it's not, the academics and all that are just tremendous, but they get these guys, they get these extremely tough players. You look at Christian McCaffrey and when he came out of college, I'm like, man, what can this guy not do? And so Stanford every once in a while gets that type of a player. Now, they haven't had the skill guy like the McAfee in a while, and I think that hurt David Shaw. Teams are starting to catch up. He was in that Pac-12. Everybody's throwing the football, and he just would line up and he'd get shoe to shoe and hammer you. And I could kind of see the same thing. I could see Jason Garrett getting that job, and all of a sudden, got like Scott Linehan being offensive coordinator out there, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll get the band back together. Mark Colombo will be the line coach out there. He'll figure it all out if he gets that gig.
Hey,
but you're capable of playing a smash mouth game at Stanford, because that's kind of those kids. They're smart and they're really, really tough. So that's kind of where you're at on that.
Well, and I think maybe on the West Coast that'd be attractive. That kind of a coaching staff with a lot of NFL experience for that kind of brainy player.
Well, see, that's their history of Stanford goes back to the guy who was the pro. You look at Bill Walsh.
Yeah,
Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh cut his teeth, of course, with the Cincinnati Bengals, and then went on and was with Stanford and all. And then developed into the 49ers, and then actually went back. So there's a history of that. And then you got a guy like Garrett, who is a Princeton grad, who all of a sudden then it does become a little bit important about the academic part of it.
Elsewhere, Dak on Odell, I felt like the visit went well. As far as where it is, this is a business. Obviously, it would help to have him. He's a great player. If he can come in and play right now 100%, we want him, but I've got a lot of confidence in the guys that we have, okay? So turning the page a little bit, we'll see what happens as the weeks tick on now, but I think now it's a wait-and-see type of deal. And, obviously teams around the playoffs, if Beckham wants to come work out or, can prove that he's otherwise healthy, I'm not going to rule this out until the Super Bowl is actually being played.
The thing you need to think about with Odell is the smart play for him would be, and I'm sure anybody in the league would tell him this about the rehab process they have here in Dallas. Just look at the history. Look at the history of the players that have been hurt here and how they've been able to work them back into playing. It would be smart for him. Go for the veteran minimum. Let Britt Brown work you out for 4 to 6 weeks, whatever it is, and then you're ready for the playoffs. That's the approach they probably need to take. But he's not going to be willing to take the veteran minimum to do that.
Dak on having Tyron back, just hearing his grunts again. Tyron is very loud when he's blocking. When you hear that, you realize that guy is back. The guy is gold jacket, and when he gets on the field, you see why it's going to be huge to have him back.
Yeah, I would kind of keep an eye on what's going to happen at left guard, whether they really do move on from McGovern at guard. There might be some flipping and flopping going on there.
Man, my experience in playing football as a kid and then through high school was the grunters oftentimes, and they were, we tended to fear them a little bit because they were oftentimes the runners. They were runner grunters, man, and these were guys like a Deebo Samuel that just refuses to go down. And I don't know if in your experience of playing days, Broadus, or just being around football, the runner grunter, because that was always something like, I'm telling you, these dudes, it was like a superpower. They would grunt and they would break more tackles. It was ridiculous.
I was always like, the guys that I saw play were always the really quick ones, the fast ones. You heard them. You heard the whoosh. When they were running, the quickness, more than the grunting.
Like a boxer.
It was, that's you heard the whistling part of their game more than you heard the grunting part of the game.
Yeah, I think you want to look out for a grunter, though, whether it's tennis or weightlifting. I would never underestimate
the
one.
Grunter,
tennis is probably the most grunting sport out there, isn't it?
Women's tennis is all kinds of grunting going on there.
Yeah. Okay, which of the NFC East playoff teams will go the furthest? The reason this is a topic, the entire panel on Get Up this morning went with Philly. Dan Graziano, Rob Ninkovich, Bart Scott, Damian Woody. They were reacting to the ESPN analytics projection over there, the guys at 538, and we've talked about how 49% of the time they see the Cowboys getting to the Super Bowl. It's an incredible simulation, and the Eagles have significantly less.
Is Jerry an investor in this 538?
Maybe. It's the best thing they have smoking right now as far as the PR machine or the news cycle predicting Cowboys' success. To me, I don't know. The reality is the Cowboys might be the better team, But at the same time, if they meet head-to-head, I think Philly can take advantage of the Cowboys' weaknesses better than anybody else. I think the Eagles might be matched up against the Cowboys kind of like the Bengals have the Chiefs. And you're like, the Chiefs are the better team. And you're like, yeah, but if they meet head-to-head, who you taking? That's the way I look at this matchup right now. And I'm not sure the Cowboys are better. Philly convinced me, and I don't know. I guess if the Cowboys beat them convincingly on Christmas Eve, I'll have to reconsider. But you have Jalen Hurts who can run for 175 yards on you and a good passing game. I just don't think the Cowboys are going to be able to contain that.
The Cowboys have a problem now in the secondary, and the Eagles don't. That's the issues.
And overall, the Cowboys' defense is better. I'm going to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
All the reason the Cowboys are favored is like they have the number one offense. The Eagles' defense is pretty good, but it's like barely top 10 in a lot of the analytics and outside of the top 10 in the traditional counting numbers.
But they can cover you.
They can.
That's the problem you run into. And so this now turns into, can you run the ball against Philadelphia? Can you line up and with your two backs and your tight ends and your offensive line, hammer away at that group and make it difficult for them, stay ahead of the chains? They want to get you in third and long so they can sick their pass rush on you. You saw what happened to Tennessee in that game. Couldn't run the ball, and it turned into a passing, and then Titans had no chance when it turned into that. So that's the thing. That's my fear, that the Eagles can cover you. I don't know if they can stop you from running the ball, though. That's what I think. I think that's the path to victory once we get there.
Yeah, and I think you could win, but man, I think Philadelphia is just about built perfectly as the team to give your defense its issues, even though it's the best defense in football.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm overthinking it. 405 softball definitely got some grunting from their pitchers now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The NBA is quite the grunting sport nowadays. Yeah. There's a lot of grunting that happens down there when you're going for the rebounds. A lot of weird, neck sounds as well. 817, I kind of want Philly to beat us on Christmas. Then we see Philly in the playoffs. Never been a team to beat another team 3 times in one season. Okay, that'd be interesting. Yeah, if you're not going to win the division, you might as well.
My hope is that Philadelphia catches one of these 6 or 7 seeds. Maybe it's San Francisco, or maybe the Commanders get in. Seattle, maybe. Somebody, they catch, like, you find a way to beat Tampa and you're the 5th seed, and then now one of those other seeds beats Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
And then they go and kind of do some dirty work for you.
I like that.
Yeah, I guess you want
Seattle.
You want Seattle to win the division, right? So that the Niners are now a wild card with you, which means you get to avoid them.
Exactly.
And the Eagles have to play them. And that is the Niners just feel like they're a challenge for everybody.
Yeah.
Despite this quarterback situation, they're still going to be a tough out with the way they play the defense and the way they are able to run the ball. So yeah, that's probably a good thing to hope for.
Yeah.
The other thing I'll hope for is that, Dak runs the ball in the playoffs. If you lose on Christmas, you're playing your regular game, and then you come out in the playoffs, it's like, surprise, Dak has 8 design runs in this game plan. I think you could beat him then. And it's definitely willing to risk your quarterback for injury if it's the only way you can win a playoff game, for sure. If the Cowboys win Sunday, tweets John Machota, they'll have back-to-back double-digit win seasons for the first time since 96. Zeke's quote, it's cool. But I know what we all want. Double-digit wins back-to-back seasons is cool, but we want to make a run in the playoffs. That's what's important. Yeah. Who gets credit, though? The players, the coach, the front office, everybody has contributed to this. Who are you pointing the finger at and saying, wow, here's the catalyst for finally making this back-to-back double-digit win seasons?
I think you got to give it to the head coach. As much as it pains for me to say that, I think you have to give him credit for the way he's held this thing together. That thing could have fallen apart after that week 1. You lose. Not only did you lose Dak, you lost Curse, who was like Dan Quinn's like, this is our defensive quarterback, all that.
Shout out to Curse starting to really pick it up and be the player that we fell in love with last season.
You got to give Dan Quinn a lot of credit. I mean Dan Quinn, give him credit, but Mike McCarthy, you got to give him a lot of credit. You really you have to.
Yeah, and I think the way they've gone about some of these things, we touched on it a little bit yesterday, where you see the coaching staff offensively getting the ball into their playmakers' hands and making that a huge point of emphasis in these games. CeeDee Lamb, we're going to make sure you're getting the ball in your hands. Tony Pollard, we're going to make sure you're getting the ball in your hands. And to me, that is on coaching, because you can have those players. You had them last year. You didn't use them. Now you're actually using them properly. You're taking a page out of Dan Quinn's book saying, okay, here's my ingredients. Watch me work.
Well, they went into survival mode, and the head coach was part of that. I mean, he said, okay, we're going to have to do this a little bit differently. Probably like you're talking about, reined in the offensive coordinator and said, you better figure out a way to run the ball with both these guys.
Yeah.
You know, we don't need – they could have ran the ball against Tampa. They were having success. You know, they came back against Cincinnati, played great defense. I mean, everybody kind of – ratcheted it down, but that you got to give the head coach credit for kind of focusing everybody on the right thing.
I think having more elite players like Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs than they've had, that's got to be a catalyst for turning the defense around as well as Dan Quinn. The coaching staff, obviously, but this front office as well can't be left out because they managed to build a good defense while maintaining a great offense, and you're not supposed to be able to do that in a salary cap league. At least not very often, and they've kind of done it back-to-back years now, and the defense is getting better. So impressive all the way around for sure. Chief, what would you like to do next?
We got some fun sounds to bring to the table, including
grunting?
One throwback sound. We could have more grunting conversation because that did light up the text in a way that has me wondering about Randy Johnson and Nolan Ryan right now. So text in your favorite sports grunters of all time. Plus, this sports dad has an interesting Christmas strategy, and numbers, well, they're hard. That's next.
All right, I'd love to chat with you, though, about Twin Peaks. That's where I'd love to go for eats, drinks, and scenic views. It's the ultimate sports lodge, and they do have a menu to match. They've been... All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Segment is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. Here's Eric Giafalo.
All right, so we got some fun sports sounds to play for you, but in regards to the sports grunting conversation, we are getting some pictures, but for the most part, it does seem like tennis is the king grunt sport for the men and the women. It seems like Rafael Nadal, bit of a grunter. Novak Djokovic, the Joker, bit of a grunter. You have Maria Sharapova is leading the league in grunts, according to many sports grunt lists that I've come across here recently, and the text has lit up about it. Yeah. Victoria Azarenka?
Oh, really?
Apparently,
I know Monica Seles was the originator of it.
Okay, that's the other one that's being texted in.
Pre-Monica, you really didn't see it.
Yeah. Twitched in quite a bit. Okay, wow. So
she was unladylike.
Yeah, she was the pioneer.
That's right.
Look at that. Okay, very good. So we have settled that now. And by the way, it's Randy Johnson and Nolan Ryan that have been texted in the most in regards to baseball grunters. So I don't know. I guess there's really no way to know about football grunters other than Dak filling us in on Tyron Smith being a bit of a football grunter himself.
Always offense and defensive line. If they mic those guys up, there's always a lot of grunting going on in that.
I imagine somebody like Marshawn Lynch though is grunting as he's running. Like he's just like he's one of these angry beast mode runners.
Like it's like the heavy, quick breathing, like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. You always get that kind of that quick breathing from those guys carrying the ball.
Okay, so we will start here in our fun sound of the day with NBA player Pat Beverly. He is pretty interesting. We know on and off the court. We've seen him on television. We've seen him as a teammate. Just a bit of a wild animal.
He says he spent over $500,000 at Ruth Chris throughout his life.
Oh, that's good eating.
He eats there. It says 3 to 4 times a week. That's like his.
Wow.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
He says he DoorDashes it.
Probably $70 a meal too.
Yeah,
even without the DoorDash.
Yeah, he's interesting to listen to talk to because he says some crazy stuff.
Well, he's got his own podcast now, and so he's.
I guess that's where I heard him.
He's letting us in a little bit on the way he go about his business, and the way he does his Christmas is a bit interesting. And here's what he had to say.
Love Christmas, love giving gifts, but I'm the father, parent, mom, aunt, cousins, nieces, nephews. Everyone sit down. Them presents y'all getting ain't from Santa. That shit's from me. But I'm all with the cookies. Yeah, I'm all with the cookies and shit. When you guys do set them out, and I don't like milk. You guys can, leave a Coca-Cola or something, because that's me eating that shit. I just want to let you guys know. My son was like this. I got killed him or something. Like he was destroyed.
You did.
Like, and I'm the dad that like, who's Santa, son? You are, Dad. Okay, making sure everyone's locked in.
No, dude, you're a Grinch.
Yeah, I'm Santa and the Grinch.
How about that, man? Patrick Beverly's letting them know. All the kids, the nieces, the nephews, his own sons. It's like, hey, I am Santa. Okay?
Hey, as a dad, you're probably finding this out already. It's tough to get a little appreciation. Sometimes you got to hack the system.
There you go.
Be like, I know how I'll get some appreciation around here.
That's right.
When Abby was 6 or 7, she asked, is Santa real? And I looked at her and I said, do you really want to know? I'll tell you if you really want to know. And she said, yes. So I told her Santa's not real.
How'd that backfire on you?
And she was terrified. The look at her face and her eyes. She was like, what? He's not real. And I could tell she was going to a full-blown panic. And I panicked. And I said, no, he's real. He's real.
No, Daddy's just a liar.
Just playing. Yeah, just kidding. Pranked you.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because that's always the thing. Like, at what point do you spill the beans? My wife already went ahead and did it. Like, my 2.5-year-old was at my parents the other day, and she was like saying how she was talking to my mom, and she was like, Santa's not real. Only Jesus is real. And my mom was like, okay, I guess that we're just going to rock.
Now, does she have other young cousins she's going to spoil this for?
Oh, yeah. She's going to ruin this for a lot of people. Yeah. And all her future friends, when she rolls off to pre-K or whatever, it's going to happen. Yeah. And so I feel for those kids. But
Did we just mess it up for some parents driving around with their kids right now?
You know what?
They're not going to get picked up for another few minutes.
About 3:30. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the protocols.
Sorry about that.
I apologize. Well, blame Pat Beverly, man. That's not on us. We're just reporting the facts.
It's on you on the audio.
By the way, don't ruin your kids' Christmas by forcing them to watch the Nickelodeon version of Baker Mayfield versus Russell Wilson, because that's what CBS and the NFL are doing for Christmas Day in that particular game, which is just a disaster of a game. They are putting that on the Nickelodeon cam because they're trying to get the kids to really love football at a young age, and I'm like, that is not the way to do it.
Yeah, but you could definitely slime some plays, right? If it's really bad, right? Can't you throw like sacks, get some slime on that, kind of teach the kids that some of these plays aren't very good. You slime them,
Yeah, no, that is maybe
that's the approach I would take. Every mistake that they make in the game,
just sliming these.
Slime it. Just slime them all.
There's going to be a lot in this one.
Yeah.
That's going to be an offensively constipated game.
Head coach for the Broncos, just immediately slime him. They did that coach interview to start the game.
Mm-hmm.
Just go ahead and slime him.
Get him rocking it. Well, Hackett deserves to coach the entire game in slime.
That's what I'm saying.
And for those who are keeping track in regards to Russell Wilson and our season-long stat of the day, yes, he is still 4 touchdown passes shy of equaling the number of bathrooms he has in his house with his total passing touchdowns.
And we're in week 14?
We're at week 14. He is at 8 touchdown passes, and, of course, Russell Wilson has 12 bathrooms in his Denver mansion. So we will continue. I wonder, are we getting to a point now? What's our confidence meter that he's even going to equal the 12 bathrooms with his touchdown passes? I'm starting to feel like this is a no-brainer, open and shut case. Like he's still got some teams on there, like some defenses that are going to give him some trouble. And it feels like every defense is giving him trouble. It doesn't matter how good or bad that defense might be.
I think he overcomes.
You think
he overcomes?
He
a touchdown a game?
He's going to need maybe even slightly less than that.
Well, we've already got
like 5 games.
He's capable of that. We know he's less for that.
We know he's capable of throwing less than a touchdown a game.
Yeah.
That is insane. I wonder what the odds were on that coming into the season of having him like 8 touchdown passes to this point in the year, and you've started every game.
How would you like to be new ownership there? The new ownership group, and you're like, you spend all this money, and you're like, yeah, I'm in the NFL now, and your team, yeah, we're the Broncos, and could it gone any worse?
No, this is the worst possible thing you can do.
For new ownership, you trade for a guy, you give up future, you give up, you get a new coach.
There's no way out.
You look at
it's a
you were hoping the storybook Super Bowl in the first 2 or 3 years. Now you're like, well, what's year 8 look like?
See, that's what I'm saying. You've talked about this with ownership sometimes that they don't know the difference. They don't know what move to make next.
No.
If you're ownership, you're going, man, do we have the right general manager? We have the right coach? We have the right players? That's what I'm saying. You let this thing ride for another year? I don't know.
You got to find a great front office guy and just walk away. And if you want to be involved, just study for these next 2 years. But right now, you need to be a lurker and not any sort of a decision maker.
Yeah.
Amen to that. Okay, we get to the next clip here, and this is some soccer analysis going down, and numbers, they can be difficult.
Richarlison then, because he's not always in the Tottenham first team, is he? When they're all fit up there, he's probably the 4th man, the odd one out of the other 3. But when it comes to this championship, he's had a real impact so far.
He really has. He's the top scorer for Brazil over the last 2 years. He's got a great record, 19 goals in 40 appearances. Do the math on that. It's one goal a game, pretty much.
Pretty much might have saved her there.
Yeah.
19 goals, 40 games, and she's alleging that that's about 1 goal per game, which is, I imagine, how Russell Wilson is trying to sell his touchdown passes. It's about 1 a game, right? Not really, Russ. That's tough. I heard it the first time, and I was like, wait. And I started doing I'm pulling out my fingers like I'm counting, and I'm like, no, that's not. That's actually not almost 1 goal a game.
It's almost a goal every 2 games, though.
There you go.
Yeah, there's not that much of a difference.
But when
you're still a good scorer.
When she couched it with the pretty much, though, at the end, I was like, okay, she might have just saved herself there.
She knew, though. She knew she messed it up, right?
Hey, man.
She knew she looked good in the dress. Didn't matter.
Which is true. I saw the video. But when that red light comes on, man, everything changes. You can start to lose your mind a little bit.
Yeah.
I've been there.
People will let you know what happens.
Yes, they will, like us right now. Okay, here is a great story. Bill Hader, great actor, Hot Rod, Superbad, Barry, the show Barry. He was on with the TNT crew, and they asked him a question about his days working at a movie theater when he was young, and this is a pretty fun story.
Tell me why you got fired as a ticket taker way back when, even before your days as a PA in Hollywood.
Oh, I worked at a movie theater, and I was the guy who tore tickets. And at the time, I had like really long hair and a long beard. I looked like Charles Manson, and I had like a bow tie and a little cummerbund and everything. And this sorority, they were making fun of me of the way I looked. They were going to go see a sneak preview of the movie Titanic. So as I tore the tickets, I said, enjoy the movie. The boat sinks at the end. Leonardo DiCaprio dies. And they were like, no, he doesn't. I go, yeah, you think he's asleep, but he's frozen. And the old lady, she's got the diamond they're looking for, and the very last shot she throws in the water and they don't get it. Enjoy the movie. And the guy who fired me was a really nice guy, and he was kind of a stoner guy. And he walked up and his eyes were kind of half-mast, and he went, did you just tell that theater the ending of Titanic? His eyes were like closed. And I said, yeah. And he went, oh man, I have to fire you.
He got fired from that. I like that as a bit, though. He was getting made fun of, the sorority girls.
I think it's great.
I think that's a great story on his part.
Sometimes you got to take a stand.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely. And now he's Bill Hader. Yeah. And he's absolutely the man. Now, I wasn't planning on playing this, but it jogged my memory, and it's a Throwback Thursday, so I'm glad that Lucius played the sound of Charles Barkley not knowing Jason Tatum's name earlier in the program for G-Bag of the Day. This is the most legendary one, and it's even better because it's with Dwayne Wade, who's one of the most hated athletes around here. And there was, like, years and years ago, I guess he's, like, getting the key to the city or something in Miami. They're acknowledging him for some prestigious award, and listen to the way that Dwayne Wade gets announced here.
He's calm, collected, has a will to win because his name, of course, is Wade Jones.
Wade Jones. I love the way she sets that whole thing up.
Whoa.
He's
In
calm,
your
he's cool,
face,
he's
D-Wade.
collected because his name, of course, is Wade Jones, and everybody's looking around going, what the hell? It's too good, man.
Man, that makes my day.
Me too.
That is classic. All righty. Thank you, Chia Follow. That is some fun with sports audio. When we come back, the NFL draft media cycle is kicking up. Okay, Mel Kiper's first big board, where the strength of this first round might be relative to Cowboy needs. Okay, so yeah, we're going to talk a little Cowboys draft. And Chuck Cooperstein's coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk some Mavs with him here in the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat about D&M leasing because it's well known we are now in a rising interest rate environment, right? The inflation's getting out of control. They're like, hey, I know, let's raise the interest rates. That'll tamp it down. Well,
like you.
Tolos, what it do?
Thanks for being a Tolo.
What it do?
On your home of the Cowboys.
105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Yes, sir. Welcome to the jungle. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully it's not a jungle out there with your commute coming down Central right now through Dallas. The southbound is it's backed up quite a bit. Northbound's looking good. Okay. What position would you prefer to add to this team in the first round of the draft? That is the topic. With this Anthony Brown injury, I think corner is getting more of a priority. We'll have to see how Kelvin Joseph and Deron Bland do, and what the plan's going to be in free agency. But I would imagine they're not going to look to solve it with a big free agent. So corner seems likely to me. And Mel Kiper did his first top 25 big board. 6 of the last 10 players on the list play corner, number 16 through 25. It's just one DB after another. So yeah, maybe the opportunity's there. There's a lot of sorting out to do with this big board by the time you get there. A lot of these names will change around. And Brian, I understand you and your guys, including Wolchuk this year, have just started in on that process.
Absolutely. I've seen already looked at 3 corners. And it's just because I'm going through a top 100 list that I had that and I'm also just trying to get a lot of different positions. I'm not focusing on one. I'm just taking players 1 to 100 to start, and then I'll supplement it with my other 90 that I need to know about. But I'll tell you what, Joey Porter Jr. out of Penn State is like my favorite corner I've seen so far.
He's number 17 on Mel Kiper's board.
Yeah.
And that is the son of legendary
Joey Porter,
Steelers linebacker.
He plays, I tell you, he's got some of his dad's toughness to him because this kid, he's 6'2", he's 194 pounds, and he will tackle.
He's Mel's top corner?
Yeah. Well, I could see why. I know there's people that like Keely Ringo from Georgia. He's 6'2", he's 210. Where's Keely Ringo on there? Is there any?
Christian Gonzalez is the next corner, then Deontay Banks out of Maryland.
Okay, well, be interesting. Christian Gonzalez.
Keely Ringo, Madcap, 25 on the list.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. I could see that because if you had for me to rank them of the 3 I've seen, I would say Porter would be first, Gonzalez would be second, and then Ringo would be third.
Giafalo, rank your top 3 positional needs for the Cowboys going into the draft next year.
Man, that's a good question. I think corner is a no-brainer at this point. That makes a ton of sense. And then I know right now we have a really, really good-looking pass rushers, but I wonder what does it look like in the offseason when Fowler's not here. I guess I need to look and see where Dorrance Armstrong's sitting from a contract standpoint, but you have another year of DeMarcus Lawrence sort of aging a little bit. You have, of course, the staple of Micah Parsons, but I don't think you can really ever have enough of the edge rushers. And then I wouldn't put it past this team looking at offensive line. What are they going to do at running back? Running back might end up being a decent need. Now, is that one that you want to attack early in the draft? Probably not, but certainly going to be one that people talk about. And this is a great draft for running backs as well. There's going to be a ton of them to pick from, so you can probably get a really good one in the 3rd or 4th, 5th round, whatever it may be. And then I'm always
a lot of people are jumping into here on Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, and he's going to be a fan favorite.
Regardless of the position, he's one of my top 3 players in the draft.
No way. That's awesome.
Yeah. This guy, and I know people are going to freak out when I say this. This guy's got some Barry Sanders traits to him, the way he plays.
Jeez.
The way the balance, the body control, the ability to cut, the vision, that ability to score from anywhere on the field. He blocks. He can catch.
Dude, he can catch like a wide receiver.
That's what I'm saying. There is a lot of things. And I just say this. I know the position of running back is devalued a lot in people's eyes. He's one of the top 3 players that I've seen in this draft.
If you're picking 27th, it's not going to kill you. If you take a running back 3rd, it's probably not the best thing to do towards winning.
Right.
What's Kiper's? Okay, if we think 32 would be the number, right? Because of 32 draft spots in the first. What's the last quarterback he has between 1 and 32?
Okay, he did do his quarterback ranking separately.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask that question then. Because would you consider drafting a quarterback that late, knowing what you know potentially about Dak and having to sign him?
No, I don't think I would. If it doesn't work out with Dak, we'll have a bad year and draft a real one. Anthony Richardson, quarterback from Florida at 19.
Okay.
And I believe that's going to be the last one. Yeah, that's the last quarterback on his list.
In the first round? Okay.
Yeah, he has Jaden Daniels, number 5, Anthony Richardson, number 4, C.J. Stroud, 3, Bryce Young, 2, and Will Levis, 1. Anthony Hooker at Tennessee's number 6. So
tell you what, Stroud, the study of Stroud and then the Alabama kid is really interesting. Those are the only 2 quarterbacks I've seen. I'd have Stroud over the Alabama kid.
The idea of keeping Zeke is very interesting. Like if it goes really, really well and you find yourself in the Super Bowl and it works well, I wouldn't totally shoot it down if Ezekiel Elliott continues to run the ball like he has over the last 2 to 3 weeks. There's going to be a big financial bullet to bite just to let him go. And if the cost is somewhat similar to have him or to let him go against the cap, and you feel like he's found a good spot with the number of touches that he's getting, that he can stay fresh and they can complement each other, I might be up for that. I think you have a pretty big need at linebacker, though. I think you have a pretty big need at corner. You're going to need a run-stopping defensive tackle now because the guy you traded for isn't going to be around long-term. And then the wide receiver. If you're picking at 29 and there's a good wide receiver there, how do you turn that down?
Where did Kuiper have Brian Bresee from Clemson?
Brian Bresee.
Brian Bresee, Bresee.
12th defensive tackle. Okay. 12th overall.
Okay. He had him too high. Okay.
So yeah, we'll see. It is definitely going to be draft season before you know it here as the end of the year approaches. There is news for Bally Sports Southwest. Guys, get ready. We could have some sort of a disruption here to the current system, and that's what we need.
I've already paid. What are they going to do?
Well, we're not sure yet. Okay, but there is news.
Don't imagine they're going to refund you there, Broadus.
Wait a minute. I paid for the whole year.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't come in until next year anyway. So we're probably going to have to deal with this for a while. But it's unclear how this will impact how you access Mavs game. But the winds of change are blowing, as I read in the morning news earlier. The board of Diamond Sports Group, which owns the Bally Sports Networks, voted to block joint venture parent company Sinclair Broadcasting from day-to-day operations with the regional sports networks. Sinclair has been in charge of all the day-to-day decisions that left us in this very crappy area when it comes to accessing the Dallas Mavericks. And the board of Diamond Sports Group, the actual owners of the Bally Sports Network, are blocking Sinclair Broadcasting from operating these regional sports networks. Since Sinclair bought them from Fox in 2019 and rebranded them with Bally, the product has endured major turnover and changes in availability. On an earnings call, Diamond Sports Group officials said the company had enough money to last through 2023 despite drops in subscribers and revenue, but speculation about a sale or further restructuring has increased. So I'm going to take this as good news. Whoever was in charge of putting this situation the way it is, I think really made a mess of it, and it's got to be a problem for Mark Cuban. He threw a bunch of money at it. He threw millions of dollars at it trying to compensate people just so they could get their Mavs games on TV, and if you're trying to build something special, it's going to be tough if so many people are having a difficult time accessing what you got going on. And I do have Bally's, but the damn thing freezes all the time. Right in the middle of a game, it's just like, well, back to the home screen, or sometimes I can't even get into the games. And if that's what you have to do in order to get it, it's unbelievable that in the year 2022 we deal with such technological failures. Chiafalo
makes no sense, man. That would be extremely aggravating. Mid game, having to adjust that. I'm surprised you haven't already pivoted to something more drastic at this point. Because it's a long NBA season as well. And then before you know it, Rangers baseball is going to start. deGrom's going to be mid pitch, and then it's gonna blow up on you.
We need something good.
We need something good.
Yeah. No, I'm probably going back to DirecTV or something more old school. Like the streaming thing was a good idea. They can't make it good enough. That's the bottom line.
The dependability of it all, man. And shout out to the texter says if Joey Porter does become a Dallas Cowboy, just make sure he doesn't bring the pit bulls with him like his dad had.
Okay.
Because if you remember, there was a story.
That kid is tough.
No,
man.
he's a beast. He's a beast, and his dad is a beast and tough as well. But there was a time in Joey Porter's career, the senior, where his pit bulls killed a local miniature horse in the neighborhood in Pittsburgh.
God, I thought you were going to say a child or something.
Oh,
like that.
no. It was a horse.
Miniature horse. That's tough for that horse there. Okay, I love it, fellas. Never too early for the draft talk. Says the 469-817. We should be drafting a quarterback late in the draft every year and hope to hit a Romo. Don't need to wait till we lose Dak to waste a season and have a top pick. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I just don't want to take a quarterback into the first round. I'd definitely take one on day 3. The Tank Lawrence Show is coming up at 4:40, but the great Chuck Cooperstein, radio voice of the Mavs, is coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic, though, with you, because you might have heard they have the platelet-rich plasma now on top of their amazing testosterone replacement.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
We're into hour number 3 now with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day. It is time now to talk with the radio voice of your Dallas Mavericks and a favorite guest of ours, the great Chuck Cooperstein here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good evening, sir. How are you?
Greetings, boys. It's all good. A lot better now than it was a couple weeks ago.
I know that's right. What's been different for the team lately from your perspective?
Well, beyond the obvious of hitting a bunch of three-pointers, like in a total barrage of three-pointers, I think the last couple of games you've seen far greater commitment at the other end of the floor, and maybe more so than at any time during the course of the season. It's almost as if they rediscovered their reason for being, their reason why they were able to do what they did last year. And if they can do that on a more consistent basis and continue to do what they've done here over the last few games, then I think things are definitely looking up, even if the schedule is a very, very difficult schedule from now until the end of the year.
Speaking of those defensive improvements, could you talk individually about Christian Wood and where he is on that journey to being sufficient in that department?
I thought he was really good the other night against Denver. I thought that probably was his best defensive game of the season. But I think that he's one that sometimes floats. Let's be honest about that. And it's the reason why he doesn't play more than what fans want him to play. You can look at his numbers, and they're incredibly efficient numbers, but the question is, do they affect winning? And at least to this point, they really haven't affected winning. And until that happens, and I think it did happen in Denver the other night, then I think that people will be frustrated. Here's one number I think that may put it into a little bit better perspective. Everybody wants Christian Wood to play minutes, and Christian Wood wants to play minutes, and there are obvious reasons why he wants to do that. The Mavericks are 0-6 this year when Christian Wood plays 28 minutes or more. Wow. So, basically, you've had a situation in the past when the Mavericks have had to extend Maxey out beyond, say, 25 minutes. And when they've done that, he's not been nearly as effective. And I think you've got a lot of guys on this team, especially as it relates to the bigs, that the more you play them, the lesser the result is. And so I think everybody's just kind of got to go along with that. I mean, Wood's minutes, I think he played 26 the other night. Those were 26 really good minutes, and especially at the start of the fourth quarter. He and Kleba were really, really good out there together. And hopefully that'll continue.
Is that why we're seeing more rumors now about trading for a big?
Well, I think it's just a matter of Wood is not a great shot blocker, even though he's very athletic, but he's not a great shot blocker. He doesn't have, again, great defensive instincts. And I know Nerlens Noel's name has come up here today, and he hasn't played very much in Detroit and didn't play very much in New York, and he's been constantly hurt. And, I don't know if he materially changes things, except for the fact that I do know that when he's right, he legitimately can block shots. We have seen that in his career, and he's not so old that he is a total statue out there defensively. Is he the right answer for this team at this time? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But, if they're looking for more rim protection than what they have right now from the occasional game that they get from Kleba, or even for that matter, Luka, then, it's probably something that's worth pursuing.
Is that the biggest need in your eyes, Chuck, the rim protection?
I think that it's certainly that, and still the need for a third ball handler. I mean, we know what works here, and I guess we're going to see this weekend if Kemba Walker can take some of the load off of both Luka and Spencer Dinwiddie. Again, not that he's going to be Kemba of a few years ago, all-star Kemba or anything like that. I don't think anyone's realistically expecting that. But can he give this team 15 or 20 really good minutes that can take some of the heat off of those guys? Listen, those were the issues going into the summer, into free agency. Those are the issues that were still there at the beginning of the regular season, and those are still the issues that are here now as we're a couple weeks before Christmas.
How much optimism is there that Hardy could be that guy at some point this season?
Not this season. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. They don't. I think they're handling Hardy magnificently. Hardy needs to play, and they don't look at him. And in fact, you could even look at his game in New York when he went off the other day, right? Or Phoenix, the game where he had 10 points in 2.5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He also had 2 fouls in 2.5 minutes. You know, he's not going to get the benefit of the doubt from the officials when it comes to that. And listen, Josh Green went through that too. You've got to be able, with his athleticism and whatnot, you've got to be able to stay on the floor. And let alone anything that he might be able to do offensively. If he's going to foul, that becomes a problem. And I think they just want him to become completely dominant at the G League level, which he is well on his way to doing if he's not already there. And then I think they look at him as a long-term project. I do think they see an incredible future for him, but they do not want to rush that. They feel that they have the team and that we've seen here over the last 3 games where it looks like it's kind of kicked in for them, that maybe that this is the way it was supposed to be, that this is the unit that's going to get things done, and they can let Jaden Hardy grow at his own pace as opposed to being forced into something that he might not quite be ready for.
Chuck, I have to be honest. I listen to you every night broadcast the game that's on because I love what you do with your job. I'm terrified when you do the last 4 minutes of the game for the Mavs, to be honest with you.
There's a lot of them, man.
I hear it in your voice. I hear you talking about them pounding the ball, the clock running down and all that. Are you as terrified as I am listening as broadcasting those moments sometimes for this team?
Well, I mean, I'm seeing what you're seeing. So, and in the end, I really do want them to win. It makes my life a lot better when
Absolutely,
they do win.
Yeah.
So, you'd like to see that, and they ultimately they know what the issue is. They do know that, and yet sometimes we always go to a default position, right? That regardless of what we do, things that we're most comfortable with, and the things in those situations that most of the time that we're most comfortable with is Luka having the ball and Luka trying to make something happen. Now, there have been, a couple of games, even like the Detroit game last week when they lost, like their offense in crunch time was fantastic. And overall, their clutch numbers are actually, offensively anyway, they're pretty good. But we have seen, too many times, like the other night with Denver, them ripping off 11 straight points to grab the lead with less than a minute to go. And is there going to be a basket that bails them out here? And fortunately they did, because you know what? On that last possession, well, Luka was able to make the pass, and Finney-Smith did move to the correct spot, and he did make the shot. And that's what has to happen. I mean, especially if they're going to take the ball out of Luka's hands, that's one thing. But if Luka is going to be played one-on-one, and he's going to be allowed to try to play some bully ball and whatnot, then, it seems pretty evident that more often than not, he's going to try to take that shot.
Chuck, a guy that seems like deserves more minutes is Josh Green. And can you just address, and you've seen every one of Josh Green's games, throughout his career, what's different about Josh Green now that's finally clicked for him?
Well, he is getting more minutes. I mean, clearly, he's pretty much, he and Reggie Bullock pretty much changed roles. Even though Josh is not starting, Josh is getting most of those small forward off guard minutes. He worked extremely hard in the off season. I mean, the Mavericks had a plan for him, and he went to Las Vegas and he worked with Joab Nassar, one of the great skill trainers around the NBA, and worked on his shot. The one thing I've noticed, and I haven't asked Josh about this, and I guess I really had not noticed this before, is in his jump shot, notice his right foot, and notice how he turns his right foot in, like almost 45 degrees. I've seen people shoot free throws that way, but I don't think I've seen anyone shoot 3-pointers that way. And he does, but it seems to have created better balance for him. And listen, I mean, especially when he is below the break, I mean, and in the corner, I mean, every time he's shooting it, you're thinking it's going in now. And so you have this going on along with the fact that he's always played like a guy who's had his hair on fire. Mm-hmm. You know, he's always been able to do that, but he's also doing a better job of controlling that. And but still having a tremendous impact with the energy that he brings to the floor. And frankly, Brian, this is the way I think the Mavericks had it mapped out when they drafted Josh Green. They never looked at Josh Green as an immediate contributor. They knew he was extraordinarily raw, with just 1 year at Arizona, and really having not played that much basketball, in Australia. He played so many other sports as well as basketball, and that's why they made the Josh Richardson trade on draft night when they drafted Josh Green. They looked at 2021 as a redshirt year, if you will, for him. So they could sort of, because there was going to be no summer league, there was no training camp, so he was just hopelessly behind, and he was never going to be able to catch up. And now in his third year, I mean, he's had enough time to be able to, figure out the speed of the NBA and figure out just how he fits in, playing with the Mavericks, and it's really something that's become one of the best stories of the first 25 games of the year.
Yeah, it has been great, Chuck. Something else that's really interesting is all this parity we have in the West, and is it because there's not dominant teams? Are the Mavs closer to the top than it seems, or are there just a bunch of dominant? How do you look at that?
Nobody's dominant. Everybody's got flaws. Every single team has a flaw. And more than ever before, we always talk about how the playoffs are about matchups. Never, ever, ever, I think, in NBA history are we going to see a playoff that is more determinant based on the matchups that any team gets. There's just no real difference over the long haul. Among these teams, everybody has, except for the Mavericks, quite frankly. I mean, at least early on, there are a lot of teams that have had availability issues. But, you look at a team like Denver, they shoot it great, but they don't guard anybody. You look at a team like Phoenix, I don't know how they've been able to achieve what they've achieved with the injuries that they've had. When you look at their bench, it's really nothing to speak of. You look at Golden State, I mean, they're very top-heavy as well. Their starting five, when they play, is great. They go to the bench, not so great. They're the Clippers. I mean, you just wonder about George and Kawhi. How much are they going to play, and when they play, are they any good together? There's just everybody's got some. The most interesting team right now is New Orleans. Yeah. Every move that New Orleans has made over the last 2 years has worked out for them, and now you have the availability of Zion Williamson, which for 2 of his first 3 years you really did not have at all. And he's made a tremendous difference. David Griffin is drafted extraordinarily well, and Willie Green is coaching the hell out of them right now. I mean, look, this was a team that was 3-16 to begin last year, rallied to make the playoffs. They went 36-46, gave Phoenix everything they wanted in the first round, and they've pretty much picked up where they left off. So when we look at that game that the Mavericks played down there in the second week of the season, and wonder how did they lose that game? Yeah. Well, it's kind of understandable now. One note that I came across today when getting ready for the game tomorrow night: New Orleans and Milwaukee are the only teams in the NBA that have not lost a game this year when leading after 3 quarters. Milwaukee is 17-0. New Orleans is 13-0. So they are closing out games. And when the league is as competitive as it is right now, perhaps outside of Boston and maybe Milwaukee, the ability to close is really, really important.
I know it's still early, Chuck, but is there any aspects about this Mavs team right now that you feel like are better than last year's team?
Well, I think Luka has found his 3-point shot a little earlier this year than he has in the past. And if he's going to shoot, not that he's going to shoot 45%, like he has shot here over the last 6 or 7 games, But if Luka becomes a 40% 3-point shooter, I mean, that's just problems for everybody else. I mean, seriously, it's just he's already next to unguardable. He becomes truly unguardable when something like that happens. Their ability. I mean, Josh Green's improved 3-point shooting. You know, Hardaway is rapidly returning to the level that he was at 2 years ago prior to hurting his foot, and certainly even prior to the coaching change. He's made a mechanical change that clearly has worked for him. It seems like, you know, you've got guys that are capable of really lighting things up in a hurry because they're going to get all the shots they want. I think that their offensive structure, you know, with Luka creating as much attention as he does, the fact that they shoot more corner threes than any team in the NBA, and the corner three is the most valuable shot in the NBA, tells me that they're in a really good place. And conversely, you know, they don't give up very many threes. You know, they're second in the league in allowing the fewest number of threes. So, I mean, they're playing the game the right way. And so, you know, if you believe in process, well, the Mavericks process is correct. And over time, you would have to hope that would actually come to fruition.
Chuck, is there any truth to the rumor that Rick Barry or Kyle Macy is going to come in and help them with free throws?
Have you watched them shoot free throws the last 3 games?
Yeah, I tell you what. I mean, it's been better, but it still is one of those things that kind of
it's 84.5%.
I know,
over
but
the last 3 games.
Are we sustainable of this? It seemed like again.
Well, no, not. Are they going to shoot 84.5%? No,
I hope that was my hope. I hope that they've got it figured
No,
it
they're
out.
not. And this is a year where there are more teams shooting 80% from the foul line than any year in history.
Sure.
And so that the Mavericks are to 73%, and they've had to hustle to get there.
They've had to hustle
over the
a
last
lot.
3 games.
Yeah.
You know, listen. You know, Luka is streaky. He's streaky, and the thing is, you know when he's going to make them, and you know when he's going to miss them. You know, you can watch him shoot, and when he's missing them, he either short arms it or he fades away. He doesn't stay with the shot, and every one of those free throws is short. All of them hit the front rim, and then do something. And when he stays with them, you know, like he did the other night in Denver, you know, like he has the last few games, he makes them. But the thing with Luka, at least this is, you know, one person's very uneducated psychological opinion as it relates to Luka and free throws, is that free throws are about process. Free throws are about routine, doing the same thing over and over again, just like you would with a golf swing.
Right.
And Luka absolutely thrives on chaos. He just he thrives on things getting crazy and him doing crazy things in order to amuse himself, because the game generally comes so easily to him. He's got to find different ways to make it a competition. He's so competitive. Well, free throws aren't competitive, you know, with anyone else. It's not like you're telling someone you're too small, right? You're not doing that when you're shooting free throws. It's you, the ball, and the rim. That's all it is. And that's something that I think goes against his grain, and it's something that he has to fight, and something ultimately that he has to overcome.
Thanks for your insight so much, Chuck. Have fun tomorrow against Milwaukee. Could you imagine 3 straight against the Suns, Nuggets, and Bucks, all wins? That would be outstanding.
That would be sweet. This is a tough back-to-back, because then Chicago may not be any good, but the Mavericks aren't going to get to Chicago until get to their hotel until about 3:30 in the morning. Damn. And then have to play a 7:00 game the next night. So Good luck with that.
All right, and good luck to you, sir. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you soon.
You guys take care.
There he goes.
Okay.
Chuck Cooperstein here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Tank Lawrence show coming up at about 4:40. Wooly Bully's top 10 at 4:20. His nosebleed brother, Eric Chiafalo, has those broadcast duties. Where are we going, sir?
Yes, sir. In honor of today's Griner trade, we have the top 10 biggest trades in sports history. What sports trade impacted you the most? 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
The Cowboys' DeMarcus Lawrence lets his opinions fly with it.
portion segment is brought to you by the Frankels. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that will not settle for less. It's the Frankels, truckwreck.com. That is truckwreck.com. Here's Chia Follow with the top 10 at 420.
Yes, sir. The Wooly Bully is out on a wedding extravaganza. He is in the wedding. Not the best man, though. He does have to give a speech tonight at the rehearsal dinner. And he has promised recording and getting some audio to us. I don't know if we'll get it to us tonight. Maybe we play it tomorrow or some point in the near future. We will get an opportunity to hear this speech that I believe is going down sometime in the next 2 to 3 hours.
Do you think that he's going to ask people to rate how he did on the speech? I think that'd be kind of fun.
On the air? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, 100%.
Hey,
yeah.
how do you think I did?
We're gonna grade this thing on a scale of 1 to 10 after we get a chance to hear it, and I believe he is gonna go with that basic joke about marriage is a game of inches and of the sorts. I think that's going to be his his stamp at the end, like his final kibosh. That's going to be the joke that he hopes receives a bunch of laughs.
From any given Sunday?
No, it is. It's like marriage is a game of inches, and there's a joke about how that inch is very important to the wife or something. And so Baskey had texted that to Walchuk yesterday, and Walchuk was like, "I think I'm going to run with this." I'm like, "Okay, bro, good luck to you." So I look forward to hearing that sound. But in honor of today's big trade with Brittany Griner for the Merchant of Death, we will go ahead and discuss the biggest trades in sports history, the top 10, 877-881-1053. What sports trade impacted you the most? But I did just see this from Dan Pizzuta, who works alongside Warren Sharp for Sharp Football Analysis. And this is pretty interesting, and it's courtesy of the data is courtesy of True Media Sports. And it's about Dak Prescott and the amount of blitzing that he's receiving. Dan Pizzuta notes that in an era when defenses have stopped blitzing top quarterbacks, Dak Prescott is still getting blitzed on slightly over 30% of his dropbacks, which is 8th most, while he's second in expected points added per dropback against the blitz, behind only Pat Mahomes. Wow. And Pat Mahomes gets blitzed 10% less than he does. He's the 30th most blitz quarterback in the sport. So teams are realizing, okay, a guy like Pat Mahomes, we should not be blitzing him. They blitz him at an extremely low rate. But Dak Prescott, who is seemingly just slightly less efficient than Pat Mahomes, but still more efficient than any other quarterback in the sport when blitzed, teams are still blitzing Prescott at slightly over 30%, which is good for 8th most amongst quarterbacks in the sport. So
that's our best friend right now.
We're welcoming the blitz. I do wonder how much the numbers skew this a little bit because he played a Wink Martindale Giants defense on Thanksgiving. That was just, it seemed like was blitzing like damn near every play. But even if you remove that, I would imagine Dak is still, blitzed at a higher rate than you would expect at this day and age where we see the 4-man rush and drop everybody into coverage and good luck to your quarterback reading this defense. But I wonder if that's something that is going to change as the season continues to go on. You get into the playoffs, our team's going to blitz him. We obviously would welcome that because Dak's crushing against it. But I don't understand why defensive coordinators would still be doing this.
I think they're getting desperate because they've really made it pick your poison now, and they can't stop the run, they can't stop the pass, so they're trying to get after Dak Prescott a little bit. They are still blitzing top 25% in the league. So he's getting blitzed quite a bit, I don't know, Brian, maybe you have another theory on it, but I think they see that, hey, if we stack the box, that's our only way of stopping the run. If we're up close and they don't run, let's go after the quarterback. I think that's the dynamic that's making this happen.
Yeah. I don't think it's a good thing to blitz him at all. I think the thing that affects Dak Prescott probably the most is when teams twist their fronts and when all of a sudden there's all kinds of color flashing in front of you.
Like what the Cowboys do defensively quite a bit.
No, absolutely. I think that's, they always talk about pressure through the middle of the pocket on a quarterback, but when you see color flashing in front of you and a lot of movement and stuff, that draws the quarterback into like a little bit of a panic mode. But Dak has handled blitzing pretty well, but I think teams that create that
twist, the movement,
yeah,
and they still drop 7 in coverage.
Exactly. That was the plan for the Colts the other day, was to just try and twist their fronts and see if they can cause teams have done that to him. Because I think he handles the linebacker. Now they've had problems with the young guy with the left tackle. In the Giants game, it was bad. They overloaded Tyler Smith's side. They brought pressure off his side. Tyler Smith wasn't nearly as good enough what he needed to be. But they're probably feeling like if you can get to Dak before he gets the ball out, you can't get it to these receivers. These receivers are played pretty well for him. But I think there's just a lot of movement up front that they're trying to distract Dak, and that's probably the best way to get him.
You would just think, like, even we've noticed over the last year and a half or so, Dak has struggled when teams are doing the Dick Fangio style of defense, where you're playing too high, the clog and cover, you're not blitzing. So it's just, I don't understand why defensive coordinators would elect to blitz. Other than just, hey, we're just gonna,
nothing's working.
We're trying to create a big play here, and maybe we're gonna give one up, but we're gonna give one up anyways. So blitzing allows us to maybe get a sack, fumble, big play splash.
They've kind of figured out that Dak is not. There was a time where Dak wasn't going to run away. Dak wasn't interested. He was just going to go ahead and maybe take the sack, not run out of the pocket. We've seen him with much better movement here the last several weeks.
Yeah, and that's been what a huge bonus that's been, and hopefully we see that. We've talked about it plenty. When in big games, playoff games, hopefully you see Dak using his legs quite a bit, because the way it stresses a defense is just through the roof. Okay, 877-881-1053, top 10 list here today. The biggest sports trades in the history of sports. And which one impacted you the most? We have at 10 Patrick Roy, being traded to the Wah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Wah.
That's right.
I like that. I like that quite a bit. He is obviously one of the best goaltenders of all time. 4 Stanley Cups. He gets traded, and it quickly traded. Let's see, Avalanche, one-sided deal, and they end up going to the Stanley Cup that same year. So that was a monster trade that went down in the NHL. Alex Rodriguez, of course, that comes in at number 9, going to the New York Yankees from our beloved Texas Rangers. Yep. Good trade, yeah, for sure.
The one might have been better for the Rangers as far as what it did for you.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah, no question about that.
You got Feliz out of that deal too, didn't you?
And Elvis.
Yeah.
Gosh, Neftali, I miss that guy. We have at number 8 the Ricky Williams trade to New Orleans. Ooh. My gosh, that was a haul that I still don't believe we've ever seen anything close to that in regards to a draft day haul where you trade your entire draft for one player.
That's a coach-led draft there in New Orleans with Mike Ditka. That's
and
a guy that
just with all your picks.
That just didn't want to draft. He thought that much of Ricky Williams. His team was nowhere near that close to being one player away.
Maybe somebody's going to do that for Bijan Robinson this year.
Tell you what, he's a hell of a player.
Barry Sanders.
I do. He's got some Barry Sanders traits to him. He really does.
Well, and then they had was it Sports Illustrated or whatever, where it's in the wedding dress and it's him and Ditka. That was that they
pretty
continued
funny.
the bit after doing the big bit on draft day. They continued it. Let's see here. We have Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
From the Bucks to the Lakers?
Bucks to the Lakers, man. My gosh. That is and that, I guess, ushered in the Showtime era of
it really
Lakers
did.
basketball.
Yeah. Chamberlain and Jerry West had moved on, and the Lakers were down, and they needed to get back in the game. And that's ultimately what made them great, that trade, and then getting Magic Johnson. It's like getting Shaq and Kobe.
Dude, that's a wild one. And then you have Manny Ramirez going to the Dodgers, of course. At one point when he suggested that the Red Sox don't deserve a player like me, and then boom, he bounced.
Did he do anything for the Dodgers?
Yeah, he went on to bat nearly 400 for the remainder of that season.
Okay. I guess he did do something.
In their playoff run that year, he averaged over 500.
Wow.
So
I'd say he did a little bit more than that. He did a little more than we thought, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, man. He was crushing. Kevin Garnett going to the Celtics.
Did he do anything in Boston? Jeez.
Yeah, did he? No.
That's a fair question.
Well, the funnier one is then how Boston was able to swindle Brooklyn into taking on all those old washed up Kevin Garnett's, Paul Pierce's. I believe
Danny Ainge.
Yeah, Danny Ainge absolutely crushing it. Wayne Gretzky to the Los Angeles Kings, of course, the great one.
That was insane.
Glenn Sather, though, didn't have much of a choice up there in Edmonton
Really?
at that time. Yeah.
Herschel Walker.
That was a good one.
That's got to be the most impactful trade ever. Just what the Cowboys were able to build off that.
And that's certainly the one.
Mike Lynn he thought he was one player away up there in Minnesota. He got swindled. He wasn't.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Let's see here. And then at number 1, they decide to go with Antonio Brown to Oakland and then to New England and then to early retirement.
Yeah.
That one, my gosh, that was a weird one. When he ends up in Oakland and then he can't practice during training camp because for some reason in the summer months he has frostbite.
Yeah, he was in cryo. He didn't wear socks.
That was a very memorable offseason.
Thank God Gavin Dawson got up out of that cryotherapy session.
Sure did.
Were you wearing socks when you bailed out of that?
And some underwear.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't have our Brett Favre trade and what we did to get Favre. For that 90, because of his career with the Packers and the MVPs and stuff like that.
Maybe it's just the most memorable trades ever?
Yeah, this is just the biggest trades in sports history. But they do have like lobsided. I think I saw lopsided trades list where the Brett Favre trade was on there because I don't believe Atlanta ended up getting really anything out of that.
They got the 19th pick of the draft. They drafted a running back from Southern Miss, which is kind of funny because that's where Favre went to school. But yeah, it was a terrible trade for the Falcons.
Thank you, Chiafalo.
Yes, sir.
There he is with Zach Wolchuk's segment, the Top 10 at 420. When we come back, it's time for the DeMarcus Lawrence Show here on the Fan.
Yes, sir. But first, it is Miller time here in the DFW. Thirsty Thursday, always poured by Miller Lite, ice cold. And you can get it ice cold delivered right to your doorstep, courtesy of MillerLite.com. Holy smokes, how about that convenience? Are you kidding me? Miller Lite.
Hey, look, finally a website that won't give your PC a virus. Check out 1053thefan.com and browse safely. DFW Sports Station is 1053 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are standing by for the DeMarcus Lawrence show, which happens every Thursday. They're getting ready to clear from some meetings here. Next couple of minutes, Tank will be with us here on 105.3 The Fan. What a big day of baseball it was. We do have some Chris Young audio coming up. Rangers GM was with the KNC Masterpiece earlier today. Jacob deGrom joined us, and that was outstanding to get to know the Rangers' new ace. We had Chuck Cooperstein join us, and we talked Mavs back there at 4 o'clock. So it's been a fun day already, and we're looking forward to Tank joining us. What do you think about the Cowboys' decision at wide receiver in the offseason now? And I was one of the few people who liked the removal of Amari Cooper, even though he was awesome for us last year on the Players Show. I thought it made sense. You know, maybe they could have got more than a 5, but that's what the market was offering. It's not like the Cowboys took way less than another team was offering. That's what the market decided Amari Cooper was worth, and maybe the Cowboys shot themselves in the foot with how obvious they made it. But, you know, 5 games to go. Amari Cooper's had a nice season. So is CeeDee Lamb. The stats, the analytics, they're pretty dang similar. I think Amari's had more 100-yard games, but Lamb has had more 50-yard games. His lows are lower, and he does have more overall yards than Amari Cooper, but really the stats are very similar. Looking back at that, if you're in charge, would you say we did it good there? I mean, the offense is still roaring. So maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later on here. But it is time now for the DeMarcus Lawrence Show. It's brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you, as Tank joins us now here in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
All is well. How we doing?
Oh, we're great, and congrats on that fourth quarter versus the Colts. What was that like out there in that historic period as it was unfolding?
Oh, man. I mean, great atmosphere. You know, energy was through the roof. So, you know, anybody could have made a play, man. We was just out there having fun, and that's all it was.
It was a sight to behold indeed, and the offense and the defense complementing each other probably better than any time you've been with the Cowboys. Is that fair as far as, you know, are you guys elite on both sides of the ball now?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. We got, you know, talent, and, you know, the chemistry is through the roof right now. So, you know, we're just going to continue to try to grow in it and see how good we can be at the end.
Now, all that being said, Tank, I did see that you're barely in the top 10 in the Pro Bowl voting, and you tweeted about that last night. Have we gotten a pretty good response there? Are the Tolos and the Cowboys fans jumping on in there and voting for you, get you voted up?
Oh, yeah, most definitely, man. You know, make sure y'all go and click those likes or votes or however y'all do it, you know, just boost me up there.
So you got some prizes on the line,
yeah, that's
don't
what
you?
I'm saying. Do we get a chance? Because I was retweeting your tweet there, and I was thinking, like, man, those look like some cool prizes he's going out with there.
Hey, you know, whatever we can do to, you know, help each other. That's all we doing here is helping each other.
That Pro Bowl recognition, you deserve that. I was saying earlier, you might be, for some people, the most underappreciated star defensive lineman this Cowboys team has ever had. Now, we appreciate the heck out of you on this show, but sometimes I do think you need more love, Tank.
Yeah, man. You know, I'd rather get my flowers while I'm here, but, you know, it don't always be like that. So you got to, you know, take the stand with it, too.
Hey, Tank, with you know, with what's happened in the secondary now, you know, with the corner situation stuff, and, you know, with Kelvin, all those guys getting opportunity, you know, Bland, and is there any more thoughts or pressure on you guys? Maybe pressure is the wrong word, but knowing that you got some young guys back there playing that, you know, might need a little bit more experience, is there more pressure on the front seven as far as like, man, we got to get home now? I know you got to get home all the time, but is there any more, a little bit more like, okay, we got some young kids back there, we got to make sure that we protect them the best we can with our rush?
I don't necessarily think so.
Okay.
I feel like we're playing pretty well with the young kids that we have in now, like, you know, Devon Bland, you know, Clark. I mean, like, you know, we got some talent with these young guys, and we believe in them, and we hold them to the same standard that we hold each other as vets. So we know that anybody that we have on our team can come in and do the job.
There's a video on Twitter of you absolutely bull rushing one of these Colts tackles to the ground in a way that was, it was pretty dominant, Tank. And I'm curious, is that your favorite way to dominate an offensive lineman, is just to bull rush them to where they literally end up with their backside on the ground?
I wouldn't say necessarily. I'm trying to win clean, keep my body fresh as possible. But, when I get an opportunity and you're showing me that you're not scared of my power, I got to give it to you.
When you talk about the power, Tank, you've got so many different passions. I know Gavin was asking a question about you don't get the love. I agree with him because I think you're one of the most complete defensive ends in the league, playing the run and the pass, and you got so many ways of attacking guys. When is there a point in time you say, okay, I've shown this guy a couple of outside moves, inside moves. Now, do you feel like if it's a guy's weights back, is that when you take him straight to the quarterback, or what are you looking for when you're just going to bull rush a guy?
Yeah, I'm just looking for an open chest and, you sent back on your heels.
Right.
I can feel, once I'm pressing towards you, like running towards you, like I can feel your body weight shifting. If it's, shifting towards the outside or, you're trying to play or favor more on the inside, I feel that. So, that's why I'm always moving like side to side, but I can't talk too much about it.
Sure, I got you.
How much is catching the Eagles on your guys' mind right now?
Oh, man. I feel like everything's going to play out how it needs to be, and, we just focus on this game right now, and we'll get to that down the line.
Is it hard to focus on a team that's playing as bad as Houston?
Oh, no. I mean, if y'all understand how competitive our, defensive room is and our, offensive room, like, it's something every week. We're always competing about something. So if we can, have football as that opportunity to compete, we're going to take full advantage.
Tank, is the opportunities you've had, I know you're dealing with your foot and stuff like that, and, you're such a pro, but the time that you get to stay off of not practice and stuff, has that helped you so much in these games? You talk about staying fresh and things like that. I mean, how they're managing you and Coach McCarthy's managing the team, is that something that's really going to pay dividends as we get further along in the season?
Yeah, man. I hope so. You can't, tell on any game or any situation what's going to happen. You're just trying to play the best of your ability and, hope for the best. So, that's all I'm doing is, hoping and praying for the best and, let God do his thing.
How much time does Tank Lawrence spend in the ice bath this time of year?
Oh, man. No, cryo is like my, best friend, man. Like, it's after the game, fresh after the game or Monday, or if it's a day game, I get it in on Sunday. But, Monday, then the massages and, everything. So, got to, keep the body as fresh as possible.
Is the cryo the best thing that's ever happened to you as a player?
I mean, the best thing that ever happened to me as a player is, my wife. But
I understand. Yeah, I was just saying, as far as a player,
keeping the body right,
keeping the body right.
Yeah. I say still my wife. But cryo definitely does the benefits that it needs to, to keep the body, to refresh the body.
Has the wife ever tried the cryo?
She loves it too.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're on the family plan then. There's the cryo. Yeah.
So did it turn into a circus a little bit too much for you this week?
Not necessarily. I mean, this week's been going pretty well. I feel like we're on the details of our game plan, and, we're going to go out there on Sunday and have a blast.
I got to give you guys credit. I think it's 3 games in a row now containing the run. How's that going? What did it take to have better results?
I think it's just growing into the system and the chemistry. I feel like, we added more guys to the depth chart and, lost some guys. So, it was all about restructuring and make sure we get back on the straight path.
How much does it hurt the 49ers to lose Garoppolo?
I don't know, man. We'll see on these upcoming games, see how they adjust and, how they go about things. But, just focus on the Dallas Cowboys. If everybody just focus on the Dallas Cowboys and the Dallas Cowboys keep winning it each and every week, we're going to still have success in America. Have a good one.
How's Tyron looking, by the way?
Oh, man. he fresh out the pen, so he ready for war, man. I swear.
Is he as much of a grunter as Dak was leading us to believe today at the mic?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Each and every step you'll hear him. So yeah, but he's super excited to be back out there with us. I feel like he's ready to play to me, but he's gonna take his time and keep growing.
Sounds great. Give him hell over there. We'll be pulling for you on Sunday.
Most definitely. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, sir. Tank Lawrence with you every Friday here in the G-Bag Nation. All right, we got to go. What made the Rangers so confident deGrom will stay healthy? Chris Young answered that. We have the highlights for you next in the Nation.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Hey, RJ, I'm at
from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and you got to tune in. We have some great Rangers talk here for you. Chris Young, the GM, was on earlier, and they asked him what makes you confident that Jacob deGrom, the new ace, can stay healthy. Now, if that's not good enough for you, I don't know, maybe you don't like having the best pitcher in baseball. We're also giving away a pair of Cowboys tickets here coming up at some point this hour. We will be looking for caller number 10, and you will win a 4-pack of sweet tickets plus parking for Cowboys Texans. Okay, so just wait for the cue to call. That's a great prize right there, Brian. Yeah, a 4-pack of sweet tickets.
Jeez.
4-pack of sweet tickets will be given away.
What's that
here.
Number?
The number is 877-881-1053. That is not your cue to call. It's not happening right now.
No.
But it is coming up at some point, probably in the next 20-25 minutes. You know, to be. But I can guarantee at some point in the next hour, because we got to do this before the clock hits 6. Okay, so you got the number. You know what to look for. This is amazing. You want to get in there with 3 buddies. Now, you can get in on the Swinging for a Cause Jared Sandler Top Golf event coming up Sunday. High bid is $1,200. Call Lucius now if you want to boost that up into the mid-teens of hundreds or something like that.
Yeah, it's an opportunity. It's a great weekend. It's for a great cause as well. And I heard Bassick talking about this. Yeah, you'll be playing with us, which will be a lot of fun, having hearing the stories and all that. But you can float around too. All the bays are open. You can walk around. It's kind of it's a nice thing to be able to do to see other celebrities and meet people and stuff like that. So come on and bid on this. I think you'll have a great time with our crew. I know we'll make it a lot of fun for you. I promise you I'll tell you probably some stories you haven't heard about your football team and some of the people.
Oh yes, you want those stories.
You want the really honest Brian Broaddus guy that I can't tell all my stories on the radio, but I can tell a lot of them when you're just in a setting like we get in.
Okay, these phones lit up. You guys are going to drive Lucius nuts. We're not doing the giveaway right now. We are telling you could bid on the Top Golf Bay right now at 877-881-105. And maybe all these people are calling to bid on the Top Golf Bay.
That's right, man. Get them numbies up.
That would be something.
Seriously, you'll have fun. And I could say we got a good, we've got Barry Church is along with us, along with all our guys.
Eric Nadell.
How about the stories just from all that? History of the Rangers and Barry Church. He's a lot of fun. I'll tell you a lot of crazy stories. And these guys, it's a lot of fun. So just if you can, pick up the phone. It's in your heart, make a bid on this and try and win this thing. I promise you and your friends are going to have a lot of fun.
And 105throughthefan.com/Sandlot, you can bid on a chance to have dinner with the entire show as well.
Yeah.
Pecan Lodge, I believe, is going to be the destination. Whoa. So that's a separate bidding that is involved with partying with us as well, which is going to be a blast.
Go get some of that beef rib or a brisket sandwich over there at Pecan Lodge with us. You can bid on that. Okay, 105throughthefan.com/Sandlot. The Cowboy ticket giveaway is coming up in the next 15 to 45 minutes or so. Okay, so just hold your horses. Chris Young with KNC. What makes the Rangers confident he can be healthy?
Yeah, Mike, I think it's a great question because there's a lot of things that go into that. And I think that for us, it was part of our process from the medical side, again, from looking at his track record, his biomechanical movement patterns, studying pitchers similar to him in terms of the way they age, the workloads that he's had up until this point in his career. And then understanding the pitcher himself, understanding the person, the makeup, the work, the desire to be great, all of those things. And certainly, I think as you look at any pitcher, and I'm living proof of that, there's no sure thing. I mean, pitchers have injuries, and I think that there's a level of expectation. There will be moments where all of our pitchers experience that. But I think by and large, we feel comfortable with, from a medical standpoint, feel very confident in our team doctor and medical team and our ability to support Jacob and all of our pitchers, and we're looking forward to keeping him healthy and on the field.
Yeah. So what did that sell you? I like the part of, it being part of their process from their medical evaluation. I like when he says a lot of things go into that. They didn't take this lightly, at least. The biomechanical movement patterns and guys like him and how they age. Now, the workload's been low because he's been hurt the last 3 years. That's why you have a 34-year-old that hasn't thrown a lot of innings over the last 3 years. So let's not fool ourselves there. Understanding the pitcher himself, how much he wants to be great, doesn't matter. I know Chris Young understands a lot of cool stuff about baseball, and he was very coveted to be a GM for very good reasons. And he's right. Any pitcher does have injuries. But this isn't just luck. Injured people keep getting hurt. Durable people don't keep getting hurt. There's a very clear line, and if you want to act like it's luck and a track record of getting hurt does not predict future injury, I think you're really asking for trouble. I've been consistent on this throughout my entire broadcast career, Brian. I believe it strongly that teams that have a high degree of fear for the injured player will benefit over the long haul.
Oh, it's something you always have to think about, and it's certain situations, though. Excuse me, where you say, well, what's the risk here? What is the risk? Is it a minimal risk for us? Are we going to get burned? Are we going to benefit from this? I mean, they've made a significant offer and a signing for a best pitcher in the league, but you're right. There's those things that kind of make you pause a little bit, but I'm happy that they're trying. I'm happy that, and I mean, maybe not every guy that you can go out and get now is healthy. I mean, look what the Yankees did with Judge. There's people that will talk to you about scouting about a man that big, that old, and then when will he start breaking down?
Yeah.
But that's one of the best players in baseball, and that's the things you have to kind of sort out. It's like, how can this guy help us now? And is he worth or is she worth the risk when you make them sign on that dotted line?
I think one question a lot of teams have to ask is, are we okay with the back half of this deal being really bad for us? Is the first half of the contract worth what might happen on the back half? And I think for a lot of these players, the answer is yes, if you win big as a team and get your fan base excited. But if it turns into a source of frustration for the majority of the contract, then you have an overall bad and a down. And, this owner's been in charge now for 12 years. They haven't really been competitive for 6 years. I think they decided with the new stadium, let's go for it. And hopefully this does work out, because there's plenty of examples, of guys that have been hurt at the middle part of their career, and then they find health on the backside of it. And that's what we really, really have to hope for right now, because this could be really bad.
This could be your situation too, and this is my belief, because I know, working 14 years with the Cowboys, what those trainers and doctors can do for, say, a player like an Odell Beckham if he were to sign. Those are the types of guys I think could extend his career.
Yeah.
When they start talking about potentially having a bad knee, or not the rehab hasn't gone great, or he needs more time in this. I'm just saying, I'm not talking about Odell's injury. I'm just saying that I know that these trainers and doctors, if in fact that they could set up a plan to get you going the right direction. Now, the Cowboys have done this a lot. Maybe the other example would be Tyron Smith. They've done a lot of things to try and keep Tyron Smith healthy, and he just hasn't been able to maintain his health. But every time it's like he comes back from these injuries, they're like, okay, here we go. We'll get him rehabbed to the best we can. And then, hopefully something doesn't happen in that regard.
Okay, G-Bag Nation, I'd like to make the high bid on the Top Golf Bay. Can we do both of them and take my bid over the phone as the 10th caller for the sweet tickets? Just trying to be efficient with my calls. Hey, it's worth a shot, 214. I guess you're biting at the chip to get a shot at this, just about it. And people are saying he was only hurt in 21 and 22. You're right, that 2020 was the COVID year, so that is to the good. Just 2 injured years. And before that, he was a pretty healthy pitcher, at least after he reached the majors. Cut 5 on ownership stepping up. Here's Chris Young's thoughts on that.
Ray Davis, our ownership group, have been unbelievably supportive. I think Ray said it himself. He's tired of losing. Our fans deserve a winning team, and he's intent on providing the resources to do that. And he's been wonderful, and it's been great working with him. I'm grateful for the support and the confidence in our baseball group.
Yeah, it's amazing. When they around the time they let JD go, I remember talking with Chris Young about what this team wanted to do, and he did not have a lot of confidence that they were going to spend at the top to get players. He thought it would be a step down from last year, but this has just been a continuation.
I kind of felt like I like what you're saying, but I also, when Ray Davis was sitting at that table and he was talking about, he looked to me like a guy that was pissed off. He got rid of JD, and he's like, and they're asking him, what do you see? And he started throwing out there, We need pitching, and we need a couple of pitchers, and we need this, and we need he sounded like to me like a guy. It's like, listen, I watched this baseball team, and I can kind of tell what we need. I think right then and there he made the commitment when he brought in Chris Young was to say, okay, you figure this out, and I'm going to let you spend what you need to spend.
Yeah.
And that's why I think you're seeing Chris Young push all those chips in the middle of the table.
He's figured out Ray Davis knows what it takes in baseball now. Early in his ownership, he was just observing like he should.
Yeah,
and now 12 years in, he's got a pretty good idea of what it takes.
That's what I'm saying. I think that, if they were still playing at the old ballpark, and it wasn't, I think he realizes, like, listen, if I'm going to keep this place filled up or near capacity, I got to put a better product out there,
right?
And that's why I think he went to the checkbook on this one.
And that's the only way you get a guy like Bochy to come here.
Yeah,
and I mean, why would Bochy come here to just lose and not have a team that
lose
is
90 games? Sure, yeah.
There's no reason for him to do that. So they sold him on it, and now they're proving it to him.
Cut 6. Are you guys still shopping for more players? Here's Chris Young earlier on the on the KNC Masterpiece. Lucius, you're on. Yeah, we're gonna need a cut 6 over there. Yeah, Chris Young still shopping.
Well, I think we'll always stay open-minded and see how the best ways to improve the club, whether that's from a pitching standpoint or a position player. But I think ultimately, given with Dane Dunning and Glenn Otto and some of the younger pitchers that we have reaching the upper levels of the minor leagues, I feel pretty good about our pitching depth. But it's there can never be enough, and I think no team goes into the season feeling great about where they are from a depth perspective. But we'll always stay open-minded and the best ways to improve the club.
Yeah, I think with as good as the lineup was last year, and now you have good pitchers, it's like you could be a little bit better defensively. You could have a better bullpen, but there's nothing that's screaming that this team needs other than maybe another outfielder. And they have all these minor league players now. I'm sure they could make a trade for a young guy that wouldn't break the bank too much for you on the payroll. So they have a lot of options. And if they can get just a couple of farm hands to really step up and be good baseball players, this thing could get really exciting already this year. It's ready to rock.
You could be in a situation, too, where this manager is not going to let you lose one-run games. Maybe there's a move or two that he makes in the 5th or 6th inning that kind of sets you up to where you can finish some of these things off.
You'll get a good swing on your luck anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and nothing against Woody. I think Woody learning on the job. I think there were some things that he was very, very good at. I just don't know. To me, give me a top flight lineup. Give me a top flight manager. I'll take my chances.
I hear you. Maybe the details weren't Woody's strong suit, getting ready for the game, holding guys accountable. But when you're really bad, you need a guy who's cool and is going to help guys develop without being too tough on themselves. And Woody was the perfect guy for the job for a number of years. Okay, so we got to run, but look at what I have in my hot little hand. Let's do this. Caller number 10 right now. You win a 4-pack of sweet tickets. It's SUITE, sweet tickets, plus parking this Sunday when your Cowboys take on the Houston Texans at 877-881-1053. Win your way into the Tolo Suite to watch the Cowboys right now here. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content on the other side right here. The G-Bag Nation on The Fan. I want to chat about Diamonds Direct, though, because